It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom led pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin's Wharf, Fenway Park, Old North Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Boom.
Good morning.
Good morning, Canton, Massachusetts.
Dedham and everywhere. Dude, there's people all
Everywhere
around.
in between.
Everywhere. No doubt. I think it's morning and afternoon and probably evening somewhere.
Yes.
Good morning,
Probably
Michelle.
across
Mary.
the Atlantic. Hope
Yep.
you get your coffees ready.
Gonna be a good day again. I think this trial's going a lot better than last trial.
You think so?
I do. I
What's
think
your one? What's your one?
jury, I'm looking at all this stuff, dude, and I'm confused about the Jeep.
Well, Tom, I'm gonna say it was never there.
I've never heard about it being there except from people telling us that it was there.
And the driver of it has not yet to say that it was there, but he said it was there last year. The only three people are McCabe, and Higgy.
And that's it.
No one else has seen it. Not even Julie Bagel, the three in the truck, Karen, nobody.
No.
Karen would have had to pull up right behind it, go around it, and then park again.
And then why is Higgins so adamant about how he remembered parking the vehicle, the Jeep with the plow, and angled it and swept the driveway on his way out? Like,
because I think the original story is like where he went beforehand, got his Jeep, how he dropped the drinking and driving thing. He didn't want to get caught with a government vehicle, OUI, and because he went from New York to the hillside or to the cars to the hillside. Did he go back to the Canton PD, get his personal vehicle back to the hillside in the Jeep, then drive out that way? There's a lot of little weird.
Wasn't he on the phone at 1:30 and he forgot to tell people that?
Oh, yeah.
Like, he forgot, Mike. He forgot to tell people he was on the phone.
He was talking out of his ass. You get it? It was a butt dial, but he was talking out of his ass.
To his ear. Can you hear me now?
We still got some great witnesses coming up, you know? And then we have another session of the defense calling all the witnesses. But yesterday was kind of weird. O'Hara changes his timeline, not by a minute or two, but like 20 minutes or so, I think, 15 minutes. He changed it, which is a big deal. Then he doesn't know who two people are or three people are that are walking around. He doesn't know who they are.
No clue.
The one thing that didn't come up yesterday is he never wrote a report and submitted a report. There's nothing, what is it, a 505D or something like that? What do they call it? Yeah.
It's when you touch something, you have to memorialize you physically touching and what you did with that item. So
as far as I know, there is no report from the CERT team.
Wait. The CERT team has to provide a report every time they get called out.
They did not write a report. O'Hara did not write a report. Yep.
It's funny because the CERT team's over at Dedham, targeting the people that are peacefully out there. You hear that?
No.
Erica and Brandy are both getting summons by the CERT team, not by the cat team. The CERT team. The CERT team are the ones that are, I guess, giving them the
rescue. Yeah. They go out and look for bodies and missing people, and they get
and here they are getting called to track us. We're skirmishing we're walking through the buffer zone, and they're going to give us a ticket.
So that's what happened. They walked through the buffer zone, basically.
I think Brandy was playing with like the mother and a child, like
yeah.
And Hank was walking by, and she I don't know. She said peekaboo to the little kid. Hank took it the wrong way, and that's intimidation of a prosecutor. So if I had seen Hank and I had said anything like peekaboo, I'd be getting a ticket.
Wait, so they were inside the buffer zone before it started?
I don't know if they were in the buffer. Okay. I don't know if she was in the buffer zone or not. I'll play her video, Mike. It's insane. It's absolutely insane, Mike. If you wouldn't believe it.
Good morning, Ducky. Yeah, dysfunctional for sure, man. That's an understatement of the world. I have to take my Floex home. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'm looking for it.
Remember, like Afrin back in the day? You just squirt Afrin.
I still got it.
You do really this Floney stuff. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, I don't like it. Bad taste.
It's addictive. I remember back in the day, Afrin
worked.
I'll keep it.
You get addicted to that stuff, man.
Yeah, I know. I knew people that were. I think the other man panned out yesterday. I think that was a waste of time.
It was snowing out, Mike.
Stop. Hard stop.
All right. This is Dina. Let's listen to what Dina said yesterday.
The second you take it off, it'll stop. So I don't agree with it. I think we should be able to be down here out front, but you know what it is after morning prayer and stuff. We have to go to the other end, and I'm going to have to take my hat off. I'm going to have to turn my shirt inside out. Huh? Or the CERT team, shut the fuck. You have Hardman's team. Hardman's in charge down here, but the CERT team's here. And it's my understanding, I think the CERT team was involved. I don't know. There's Britt happens. Who's getting summons? I guess Erica and Brandy at this point.
So there's that, right?
Wow. Wow. They are getting testy. Wow.
Brandy. Come on, load up. Come on. All right, so let's check out my friend, dude. Check this guy out. He's running. Okay, young guy. Let me share this screen, Mike. Check this out. Talk about taking one for the team, right? I'm not sure if you guys know Brian Foley.
I don't. What's he running for?
He was in DCF at the beginning. In recovery. Guy's just a young kid. Got it going on, right?
What's he running for? Mayor?
No.
Oh.
He's running for, I think, a seat in Boston City Council.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right.
And this is good. He was recognized for his advocacy and courage to change in Boston. He organized flag waves and registered thousands of voters. Despite facing multiple attacks while rallying for his beliefs, he continued to fight for election integrity, showcasing his commitment to his principles, right?
Yeah.
He's lost some people in his life. He knows. I mean, he's well-rounded, Mike. He's been through life. He gets it at a young age, right?
Well, that's good.
Oh, this is my guy here, all wrapped up from the next day. Okay.
Oh, well, you're getting a beef. Oh, wow, you're getting a beef, huh?
This is the dude that broke into his house, sitting on his couch, bleeding all over the place.
Waiting for the cops to come.
Beat him silly. He's in cuffs. He's in cuffs on his couch. Nice, huh? The guy broke into his house.
Jesus.
He was standing over him when he was in bed, dude. He was in bed.
Oh, this is what you were talking about this yesterday.
Yes, he was in his bed, and this kid is standing over him. Broke into his house.
Beat the bag off him.
He's friggin' thumped the kid pretty good.
Oh,
So
yeah.
he threw him out the window.
I was up blood over there.
He was done with him.
God.
When he was done with him, he chucked him out the window. You're done. Out of here. So, yeah.
Could have been a lot worse, in my opinion.
They break into someone's house. Oh, check this out. This guy walked up to him and slapped him and then got in his car and left. And the guy's an elected official.
Wow.
Get up, slapped him. He's got it right here. He's collecting signatures in Southie. I mean, this guy is busy. He's all over Boston, man. Everywhere you go, he's there.
Cool, man.
If you're serious, oh, guess what tomorrow is?
What?
Tomorrow's 10 days. They got to give us back the FOIA we sent out, remember? To the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Mr. Morrissey, I'm waiting.
Like that's going to happen.
So if you guys, anyone in Boston, I suggest getting behind him. Here we go. Boston City Council District 2.
There you go.
Okay. So that's Brian. He's a good guy. I want to call him a kid.
Brian.
I don't want to. He's not a kid. Yeah. He's a good guy, straight shooter. I mean, he's the guy. He's you, Mike. He's you at Canton, but in Boston.
Okay.
And he doesn't have any exposure. Like I don't see much of him. So I'm gonna try and help the guy out. And
let's do it.
You know.
Any update on the nurses over there? Anything going on?
I sent an email out yesterday, Mike.
All right.
Sent. Yeah, I sent an email again. I want to touch base, and it's a one-way trip. I'm not getting nothing. So.
Wow.
I didn't get anything from the nurses.
Hey, you know what? There's no buffer zone with the Diddy trial either, man. It's amazing, isn't it? In New York.
Wow, really, Mike? You can go and steps of the Diddy trial and really?
Actually, people are waiting in line to go in to the trial and sit. It's interesting concept in New York. No buffer zone. No, nothing. No.
Huh.
You want to sit on the sidewalk? Go ahead.
Really? You can bring like a flag, make a sign. They're not going to throw you in jail.
Nope.
Wow.
This is in New York City, at a courthouse with P. Diddy in it, and you can do whatever the fuck you want outside. You can't obviously be an asshole, but you can protest. You can go watch the trial. You can get in line, just get a seat. It's actually people are making money off. People are sitting there getting $32 an hour, sitting with somebody. Yep. I mean, that'd be something I'd like to go see. P. Diddy. Start hearing all the names.
I'd be interested just to see the trial, like how that progresses.
With the feds, dude, if he doesn't cop a plea, something's, the conviction rate is.
How does he not? How does he not cop a plea? Come on now. He's dead to rights.
He got one bite. Listen, so Farwell has been in jail longer than Diddy, and Diddy's already starting his trial. What's up?
Dead to rights.
Think about that one. Farwell's been in prison longer than Diddy, and Diddy's already starting his trial, and Farwell keeps on getting pushed back. I wonder what's going on there.
Why, Mike? That's
one can only speculate.
Mike, they got Farwell, the last person to ever see Sandra Birchmore. They got him coming out of the elevator. There's no phone movement after he leaves. They got him, right?
Yeah.
All of Stoughton Police Department. Stoughton and Canton are like brother and sister.
Oh yeah, I can literally drive 3 minutes and I'm in Stoughton. John Conley buys his deli meats. I'll be there in 2 seconds.
So people that live in Canton work in Stoughton, and people in Stoughton work in Canton. That's how that works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, when the first trial was going on, all the McAlberts would leave Canton, go to a Stoughton bar and drink in Stoughton, and not hang out in Canton. Yeah.
Oh, no kidding.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yep. I wanted nothing to do with that. I had wanted nothing to go. I had nothing to do with that. You're out. You're going into fucking enemy zone, and that when you go, but if you want to go see what's going on there, you're gonna be that. I guess it was like a little dirtbag bar. You know, there's a couple like bars in Stoughton or up a back road, and
Yeah,
under an old slit sign hanging outside.
that's it, and that's it, right? Yep.
It's a throwback town, man. It really is. It needs like an uplift, but just no room. You got this awesome park in the middle of Stoughton, where there's like old cannons and big mortar guns, and it's like it's a fuck around and find out town. Hey, you like my new name today?
Dumpster Slug, love it.
Oh my. Oh goodness gracious! Yeah, the ripping white. I was ripping fucking Paul Gallagher of the Canton PD, Canton Police going solo.
Really?
with a dead body in the snow, solo cups. Like this guy actually tried to keep a straight face and tried to tell us that Stop and Shop bags were fine. You have any prosecutors would probably even prosecute the case with the chance of this getting dismissed because of chain of custody? Like show me pictures of the temporary evidence room. I want to see this. Maybe it comes out with Helena. I want to see if it's really just a fridge where everybody's putting their lunch. Honest to goodness, don't believe it for a second.
Evidence.
Don't believe it. So what would you collect as evidence in Canton that you need a refrigerator for, other than blood, right? And you really wouldn't be doing that because it's a homicide. CPAC comes in. So I'm trying to find the connection.
That's it, right there. CPAC comes in.
Right.
Canton does not do murder investigations.
No.
They don't.
No.
They'll do break-in entrance, little stuff like that. They will not do that. But they'll cover up a house that gets destroyed by a bunch of kids. They'll cover that.
They get paid you. You know that, right? Yeah.
In John's fence or the neighbor's fence that got broken with the tow truck that took John's vehicle the next day, which is kind of hard. How do they get the keys, by the way, to move the vehicle? That's my question, guys. How did you get the keys? How did you get the keys to the vehicle?
Ball. Probably. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking
John's vehicle? No.
You don't think he has an extra set of keys? John had always had spare keys.
John had a fob, extra fob. It's a new car. Yeah. It has a fob.
Yeah.
No fob, no move. Car don't go nowhere without the fob.
Well, you need a key to turn it after you open it with the fob.
So let me ask you a question, Mike. When you go out drinking for the night, what do? Yeah. You take the keys with you, or you leave them home?
I'll leave them home.
No, you always take your keys with you.
Why?
To get in your house.
Oh, that's different. I have a thing on my. I'm sorry, man. I got a code. Sorry,
but but people when they leave, they could take their keys. On their keys is the key to the house, key to the gun safe, key to the vehicle.
Gotcha.
Those three things he had. If he was a police officer, I promise you, those three things were in his pocket somewhere. He had his keys. So if he had them, and he never came home, there's no keys to get in the house. Again, they went into the garage, right? Karen did, because she had access to the garage. Maybe key to the house.
Code, right? Gets in the garage.
Get you in the garage. What about getting in that door?
It sounds like when Jen, Karen, and them, they just walked in, but I can't answer that question. Maybe she had a key. I'm not sure. I don't know. Good question.
I'm sure he had a lock in his house. A house like that has a lock on it. You don't skimp on it.
Mine does. If you open my garage, if you get through the code to go in my garage, you still got to go through another code on the other door to get in. Yeah.
Bingo.
Okay. All right.
So think about that. You pull in your garage. You unlock the door to get in the house. You have the key to your vehicle. You have the key to the house. You have the key to your gun safe.
No, do people do this? Do they take a key, leave it in the ignition, and just use the fob to unlock and lock their door? So, like, if you leave it, you turn your car off, you get out, just shut your door, you hit your lock button, you're done. Now you have a fob. That's it. I don't know if people do that. Who knows?
Some cars
That's a good question.
The fob just has to be within proximity.
Oh yeah. I know that. Yeah.
Some of the gun boxes have thumbprint.
So keys today, some of the high-end keys have a spare key inside the fob. Yeah, and then you got to pull up the transmission thing. I remember Volkswagen used to do that.
You have to pull the plastic up to get that to use that key.
Yeah, unlock the transmission or whatever it was. I wouldn't put nothing past Paul. Did anybody watch Turtle Boy last night showing the pictures of Paul all banged up Sunday? Oh my god.
So if you have a fob like this,
you have
a key. Hit that button.
Yep.
And you have to pull the plastic covers off to be able to use this key to turn.
Yep.
Because where this goes in the ignition is covered with plastic.
Right.
So it's all right. So it's just everyone usually has a fob, and the key's usually right there.
What I would do if I wasn't driving, I would drop my keys on the passenger front floor, and I'll carry them, just leave them there. When I go home when I was young, just leave them right there.
So they somebody supposedly took a flatbed and took John's vehicle to an auto body shop not far away.
Well, yeah, it's literally a minute drive from his house if it's the one we would think it went to.
Why?
I don't. My point is, why would they tow it?
Why?
I don't know.
Just, but in general, why?
Shit. Yeah.
No, it wasn't. They said it wasn't. No. Call. You can't have us. You can't call you shield and sword. Commonwealth said they didn't hit it. Remember?
Yeah. Remember Paul?
We saw it moving. We saw it.
Trooper Paul had that whole demonstration for Paul Keefe and his friend after the trial.
In his driveway.
Then we just got the schematics of it. It wasn't a big deal. They didn't want to recreate it, whatever. I just feel like there's something up the sleeve of the defense. Like they didn't cross Ray again. Just let it go. Which they're a lot smarter than you and me, and especially me, is that they know what's up.
Yeah.
You know, like to second guess them at this point on round 2, I think I'd just be like, I don't know. Okay, you guys know better than me. Obviously, I'm not even thinking about it, but it comes to mind. Like, why wouldn't you ask a question or two? You question the weatherman. Okay. Made him, I don't even know what happened. Like, what did he prove anything? And we got to hear Lally lull me to sleep again.
Yeah.
I was so tired after that. You know, the guy lives in Hull, Brockton by the sea.
Mm-hmm.
Just,
That's exactly it.
It's a great place if you're a boat owner, but man, to get there from here is horrible.
Can't.
One
way in, one way. It's like Winthrop, right?
Sucks. Oh.
Winthrop is,
and they have the Nantasket Beach is so nice, and it's so like Revere Beach, right? It's just like, yeah. Go ahead. What? I used to go to Paragon Park when I was like 5.
I remember that place.
Paragon
Rocky Point.
Park.
Remember Rocky Point?
No, was that
Rhode Island?
No, I didn't went there, but I did go to Paragon Park. I remember the song I used to hear in my mother's car, "Rhinestone Cowboy."
Yep, I remember that. Who was that? John Denver, right?
John Denver. You're a rhinestone cowboy.
Remember that, man.
I used to be so excited to go to Paragon Park, but I was so small.
We're old. We are our old parents with the music. You put that music on nowadays.
I'd be driving over there to the station wagon in the back wheel seat facing outward with no seatbelts on, rear window down.
Remember that?
Crazy shit, dude.
Mike, me and my father, my grandmother bought land in Florida, in Ocala, and we went down there. We drove down there in a wagon. I remember the same seat looking backwards.
Yeah.
as we're driving, my father's going slow because they're just grid lines. They just gridded it out. So it's just grid like Vegas. It's just grid. So he's trying to drive to find which grid number we're at, and it's all over. It's all not developed or anything. Dude, as we're driving, I look behind him and I go, something's not right. There was smoke and the grass was so high. He's going so slow. The bottom of the car was catching the grass on fire. So as he's driving, he's making a trail of smoke because it's all just starting to smolder and driving down the road. Oh my God.
The shit we used to do with the seatbelts. We never.
No seatbelt.
Wore seatbelts.
In a big metal box. Remember the big wagons? I mean, you could get tossed from the back to the front. No doubt.
Did you see, speaking of old cars, Mass Accountability's 81 Olds got hit yesterday.
Did it?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah,
no!
Someone broadside. Yep.
I feel bad for he's probably all right. The car's
he's fine. The car's junk, because it's the 81, but you can't find. I love those cars.
Yeah, you're not gonna get a door or a fender and stuff.
There's GM Olds,
Yep, I live right Kings Castle, and I can walk to it. Yep. Remember that place?
Cool.
Wow, poor guy. His car got hit.
Because you can't replace that car.
No.
And he got hit right behind the driver's side door, so the rear quarter is just smashed.
Done.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a metal car too, though, so I don't know if
what hit him? Do you know?
No, I don't. He was all right though. He was
messed up.
He's pissed.
Wow.
Because on the books it's worth nothing, but hopefully you get insured for what it's worth,
Well, no, you don't, because it's big dollars for that. Wow. Poor guy.
Well, I know.
It's a loss, guy.
You don't see too many of those. I grew up with those cars. Those cars were always around.
I had so many 78 and 79 Monte Carlos I had. Many.
That's an awesome car.
Many.
That's an awesome car.
Yep. I built one.
Doesn't surprise me, you fucking nerd.
Well, it's a Chevy, so you use a Monte Carlo Super Sport rear end, like an 86, with like a 323 gear ratio in the back. In the motor mounts are just GM. So I took a junked IROC motor and transmission, and put it inside the Monte Carlo. Done.
Again, you're a nerd.
Yeah. Oh, hey. I bought the car for $600, had a 6-cylinder in it. I sold the motor for $500, so the car cost me $100, and I bought the motor and training out of a junkyard at Chuckrin's.
There you go.
Yeah, it was $1,000 in labor to hook up all the wiring. Pisser. Yep. I never had one of the bigger ones, the early ones, the 70s, the 70 ones, like the 70 and the 71, like the big ones.
Yeah,
the 70
T-tops. I love them. I love the Montes with the T-tops back then.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't people make T-tops anymore?
No more. Just center roof. It's easy.
Because of just the structural damage that possibly could happen with T-tops now, you think?
I think it's just production wise, it's easier. Less.
What was the acronym for IROC?
International.
But it used to be an Italian thing.
International Racing of Champions.
Yeah, but there was an Italian name for it too.
Something.
Italian something. It was. We all made fun of them.
Oh, he's got a square body. Oh,
look at this. 80 Monty, 68. Wow, dude.
There you go.
Wow. He can hang with us.
Yeah, you're in the right crowd. I like the Impala. The Impala is it, man.
Hey, you know what I saw the other day on, I don't know if it was a commercial or somebody had an old Chevy 454 SS pickup.
Yep.
Oh my.
All black. They only made them. My brother had one. Yeah.
43 miles on it.
Big bucks.
Big
bucks. Big bucks.
What's that thing worth? That's $100,000 car.
Oh, if it's you got to replace everything. Anything that's rubber.
Yeah.
And I have to do it with my Z. All the rubber back in the day, how they made the plastic compounds break down quicker. And when they break down, they just disintegrate.
Right.
So you have to replace all the rubber in the car, like all the hoses inside, the cooling hoses, and everything.
Bond, like Midwest somewhere, or just north.
It's just how the plastic was produced. It dies. It's like if you pick a rose, it's beautiful for a certain time, and then it wilts. Same with the plastic that when they made back in the 80s, that plastic
We got
There you
13
go.
Kings. 13 Kings. Oh my God.
Nice, buddy. There you go.
My buddy had an 87 IROC with a 305 stick.
A lot of everything was a 305, and I think in 87 was the first year they come out with the 350 in it. It was a detuned out of the vet. That's why
that 77 Cutlass is badass. Fuck, dude.
That's a 350 rocket motor. Yep.
Yeah. Anybody selling any of these? And where do you live? I don't want a New England car, so I don't want anything from New England. My Bronco came from North Dakota. But anyways, yeah.
Hold on.
Oh my God, it's fucking awesome, man. You guys have some fucking great cars in here, man. A green Pinto. Holy shit. What do you think? What kind of car does the weatherman drive? What do you think? What do you think what do you think the car the weatherman? An 82 Zephyr. I love that car.
There you
go. Everybody had Monty's. What was that? What's that, buddy? Impala?
No, it's a Roadrunner. I had a 69 Roadrunner.
Oh my God. Where's that car today?
It's not. It's gone. I don't have it.
Yeah, 87 Grand National was unbelievable.
Yep. I had a bunch of Grand Nationals. Actually, I had a bunch of T-types.
That's the one we need. Yeah, T-type.
The T-type.
And they had those with T-tops.
They did.
That car, AMC Pacer, love that car. I like the Pinto. Who had the Pinto? I love it. I had a 72 Chevelle in high school. I was the man. With the air shocks in the back, I could go to and pump my air shocks up and pump them down and stuff. I came from Kansas. One of my relatives was in the Army. Someone brought it home with them. My dad bought it for me in the first car. Man, I watched that thing. But yeah, Grand Nationals was sick, dude.
Loved them.
Rear wheel drive, heavy car, but they had that little turbo. They had what? They had a 3.6 turbo, right? Grand Nationals.
The smaller one. The GNX had the bigger turbo.
But it was a turbo, 6-cylinder, right?
Yep.
Buicks, yeah.
Sequential fuel, SFI, sequential fuel injection.
Wow. Yeah. 69 Suburban C10. Yeah, the 15. Oh my God. Idaho Sunflower.
They only made
Mary. Oh my God.
They only make so many of a vehicle. So the GNXs, they only made so many of them.
So it has GNX at 75 cents a gallon back in the day. Wow. Yep.
And when you stepped on it, you burned that 75 cents a gallon because you were burning petrol.
Bughouse. It was Glenn Campbell with the Rhinestone Cowboy.
Glenn Campbell. That's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. We all had toys growing up.
It was a 3.5. It was a 3.5 liter for the turbo.
3.8 SFI. 3.8.
Donkeys. I thought it was 3.5. I thought it was a 3.6, but it was weird. It was a different liter engine on this, but it was a 6-cylinder turbo. And I'm like, wow, that's one of those like turbos for me. I didn't really understand them. I'll see them on. We can talk cars for hours, huh? Holy shit!
Yep. You see the new GNX they're coming out with, or they want to do this like a what do they call it, like a prototype of a brand new GTX, like not the old one. They're coming out with a new version of it.
I don't know, man. I wish somebody would make a throwback car with like the key start, no bullshit, heavy metal again. I wish someone would do that, but I'm just saying. But no. Yeah. Paul's clip from right. You get all banged. You get all banged up on Sunday, I guess. He was double fisted, stumbling around Bridgewater for some kind of parade so I don't know, man. I'm not gonna piss on him anymore. Like, you know.
All right, who wins next? Hold on. Who wins? The Hellcat powered or the GNX?
Hellcat?
The new Dodge Hellcat or the GNX? Which one wins? Let's find out. Taking the Buick. Love that. Hellcat might be a little bit heavier. 3,800 pounds, and that may be 4,200.
Yeah, this is gonna be this Hellcat's gonna fly, dude.
Get a GNX. I take my buddies. Rubber.
Comes down to the driver, but you start swerving in that GNX, dude. You're fucked.
That's a Hellcat? But show me the front above the emblem. There's a special recess in the hood. I don't see it.
Hear him revving it up right now.
Got it. Nice.
Holy shit!
Okay. All day, baby. All day, baby. Come on. Come on. Get him. Nice. 10-9.
Fucking smoked him, dude.
10-9. No. 10-9-6 to 10-9-7. That's
Oh,
a race, buddy. Wow.
Wow. And the Hellcat was doing 126, so it was right there. He was catching him.
That's a trap.
So that was a driver right there.
That's a race right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun to watch, man. I could watch those.
That's badass.
Oh, sidebar.
Here we go. Right away. Good morning.
Oh, Karen looks good today.
Yep. Liza. There we go. Is Paul in the back?
Get some volume for us, bro.
They mute us.
Oh, okay.
No, that the same girl or different girl?
Same girl, I think, bro.
Okay. I didn't notice yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know her. Don't know her. Mr. and Mrs. Reed.
Paul looks hungover.
That Paul?
Who's that guy in the left-hand corner again? He's always there. I can never figure out.
I don't know who he is. He changes every day. He looked good yesterday.
Some friends of ours. Okay, okay, Donkey. I thought he was pulling up on him, but that was just a quarter mile.
We could just talk cars, man. He's got a scat pack. All right, he's my guy.
We should do a night talk conversation about old cars. Yeah.
No, Donkey, my friend who lives in Florida, he has a Viper. He's got a Hellcat that runs, I want to say 8s, 9s. He's got a what's the other one? Limited edition one. Red Eye with the crate. The one you have for $1. You get a crate and a set of slicks for the freaking thing. All right, so let me do this.
Hey, Detroit, April from Detroit. It's like every other car is a Hellcat up there.
Oh yeah.
So they make a Durango that's a Hellcat.
Yes, he has one of them too. He had one with Mike. He had one of the fastest Hellcats in the country. They rate them. I think he was. Let me find out. This guy's crazy. He was bidding on a Mustang. He tapped out at 4.2 million. Like he was bidding on a Mustang.
Wow.
Yeah. He tapped out at 4.2. Trackhawk. He had a Trackhawk. That's what it was. The fastest Trackhawk.
Trackhawk. Right. Okay.
That's what it was.
There's Gretchen Voss. She's taking pictures of the jury right now. So no Aaron, no Dougal today, no nobody. And the Reeds are packing it in. And you got that dude that's always sitting at the end of the journals at the end there in the corner.
He hangs out there all the time.
He's there every day. Yeah. How does that dude get a press pass every day?
Dude, they don't even write anything down.
Okay.
How are they like doing press stuff? Everyone else got laptops and stuff going on.
You can tell that girl does squats. Look at her go.
That dude doesn't. I'm looking for the list of Trackhawk. Where's the list?
So that's Sue O'Connell's brother. Is that who that is? He does journal. He's a journalist too.
There's a brother.
Is that him right there? I can't tell.
I don't know if they reproduce.
I don't know. Looks like a brother.
Fastest Trackhawks in the country.
Well, I don't know if Estee's there. Probably. VA, stop it. Oh, yeah, that must be Sue O'Connell's brother. I'm not sure who it is. Can't tell from here. Looks like him. I think she might have a twin. I mentioned the word cars to Tom, and
yeah, dude.
someone sent me a picture of their cars. I love it.
The record
Oh, that's-
7.8 at 176 for a
Nice dude.
Hellcat.
Good citizen. Nice car, dude. Nice car,
Seven.
dude. Well, we get some car people in our chat, dude. I love it.
Of course, they gravitate to us, right?
I should post a picture of one of my cars, but I won't. Like, so you know, I'll be fucking run over and fucking can't.
No. We can talk cars for like forever here. I don't know.
I can have like a big garage somewhere, like an airplane hangar.
Yep.
We all pull in, just
Yeah.
hang out, and have a bunch of tools there. We can pull our cars in and tweak them, and then take them down the fucking airplane strip. Whoa! Right?
Do I have it? It's funny because I know a guy that has a collecting edition of vehicles. Like,
oh yeah.
It's in Boston. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
it's in Cambridge, I think.
Right.
It's in a building that has no windows. The dude owns a freaking shoe company. And he collects vehicles.
I remember when Chambers had a Bugatti.
Yeah, one of them too.
Quirk, guy from Quirk Chevrolet had a Corvette, an old Corvette in his wall. Like they really craned it up and put it in there. A lot of guys with F1 money, like they'll put their F1 cars in and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yep. And it's they open dealerships just to play with their cars. Like if they want Audi, like racing dealerships, they open a dealership and then they become part of the Audi team, so they can get Audi parts for their team. So,
that's fuck you money.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, I'll just do a couple. I'll get a dealership. I have this one guy. He does 10 dealerships, Mike.
Yeah,
10. That's 10 headaches.
They are a pain in the ass, dude. They
really. Yep.
But they're a cash cow though. If you get them going right, they're cash cow. Yeah. Glenn Campbell did Rhinestone Cowboy. I guess you guys caught my version of Rhinestone Cowboy.
My brother had a freaking Ford EXP. That thing was the bomb. If you had that car today, 4-cylinder, peppy, stick, a lot of fun. A lot of the older cars, right? The old Datsuns. My friend had a Chevette that was a stick.
What did Starsky and Hutch drive?
It was a Dodge.
Yeah.
Was it a satellite? Was it a satellite? Or was it?
Equestrian's asking. I forget. I know the car. It's red with the white stripe.
Yeah, red with the white. I want to say it wasn't a Roadrunner. It was not a Roadrunner. Maybe a satellite.
Gran Torino?
Oh, what was
it? Lee and I worked for Ernie Bach Jr. and Sr. What a shit show. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, Liz.
Liza's beautiful. I think she's like the backbone.
Smoke. I don't know. She's a smoke, dude. I don't know what's going on, man.
Yeah.
They smoke.
Brilliant too.
Oh my gosh. I'm surprised nobody's locked that down yet. Put a ring on that. And she's
no, I think she's with the guy. I think they're good. Yeah.
She's not dating Sue. She's not dating Sue O'Connell's brother.
No, he's a little better looking than that.
All right.
Little, yeah. 78 Datsun 280Z.
Everybody's saying it's a 74 Gran Torino.
Yep.
Starsky and Hutch.
That's a Ford. That's about right. Yeah.
It could have been a Ford, right? Yeah, it could have been a Ford.
Yeah.
What did the Duke brothers drive?
That was a Charger, my friend. 68 Charger.
Was it?
Yep.
Just the good old boys.
69. The only difference is the front marker lights. They're either square for a 69 or round for a 68.
You are the biggest fucking car nerd I know, dude. Jesus Christ.
68 is RSSS and an RSSS.
You know the difference between the lights? Are you serious right now?
Yes.
Jesus Christ. How many wedgies did you get in school? Honestly.
None. I played sports my whole life. I didn't.
I'm kidding with you, dude. I'm kidding with you.
We used to go around the locker room and try and give everyone else the jock straps with the cups and just friggin' rail on them, Yeah,
Karen does look beautiful today. She always looks good, man. From what's going on in her life, man.
I couldn't
wake
do it.
up and
No
look
way.
that good and
Nope.
confident. And, the jury picks up on that stuff right now. Like, they're looking at her like we're looking at her going, this girl's got her shit together. There's no way. There's
This
no
one's in
way.
charge.
Right?
Copo.
Usually,
Who's got it? Someone talk Copo. That's my language, my God. There we go. Copos. I love Copos.
what's
my
a
friend,
Como?
my friend who tapped out has on the Mustang has a 68 Camaro. It's a Nicky. If you know what that means, you'll know what a Copo means. He has a Nicky, one of like 4 in the world. He's got one starting, beautiful show car right there. It's a Nicky. So if you know what a Nicky is,
No,
it's a dealership back in the days. You could order whatever you wanted. Like I want an all aluminum 427 in that. Okay. You couldn't just order that car with it. You had to order the car and then separate had to order the motor, and only the dealership could put it in. So
I know it's I know you're talking about. Yeah.
You built it.
You can do that with vets. You do it. You got your vet built and then sent to another place and built up again. Yep.
Yes, it's like Hennessy, just like Hennessy and
Hennessy,
all the performance ones. Like yes, yep.
All right, no volume yet, bro.
No, they're up. It's up. Pretty sure it's up. Oh,
she drives a Subaru. Yeah, definitely a pre-owned Subaru too. Definitely
a pre-owned.
Definitely a pre-owned. She's not paying sticker for anything. And she definitely bought it like a Planet Subaru, like in the South Shore somewhere.
Corporate office production order. It's corporate.
She's donkey dogging, throwing the knowledge around.
No, he's right on the money, dead on. Yep. You had it was a specific number for that motor. So you had to order that motor specific, and you'd get it, and then you take
Liza's divorced. I thought she just had a boyfriend. Oh wow. She's divorced. Who the fuck would let that go?
Who the hell would divorce her? She'd win.
Shit.
She'd win. Just take it all. Here you go. You win. I'll walk away with my life.
But Sue Colin reminds me of Milhouse from The Simpsons. I love it. That is so on the money, bro. That is so Andy Bear 17. That's so on the money. That is it. I was trying to put that face. That's her brother, isn't it? I don't know who that is today.
Somebody. 305 or 350. Yep. 87. Yep. So it's funny. A kid had an IROC.
International racing
champion.
Something.
Something. It's a big block Chevy. My friend had a IROC, and I raced him with. I had a 85 Z28, and he had a 87 IROC, and I beat him by like 2 car lengths up at Westgate Lanes. And they're all like, "Oh, you got a hyper chip. You got a hyper chip." And I'm like, "No, I got nothing. Stock."
What the fuck is a hyper chip?
It recalculates the fuel curve for the computer.
Fucking nerd.
So, like, if the computer says I need a gallon of fuel, this chip.
Had an opportunity to review the redacted exhibits from yesterday, and I don't think there was any objection to them.
Yanko is the guy. Yeah, there's more Yankos out there than Nickies.
69 Shelby GT500. Yeah, well, that shit's the bomb. Thanks for the sharing your cars, guys, man.
Yeah, this is awesome. I mean, really, I'm really
impressed. Oh yeah, remember the 66? Yeah, the half years. I remember the half years.
Jessica knows that smell. She's been to the drags. She knows that smell of burning friggin' nitro, right? That smell in the air and the rubber, the mixed with it. Yeah.
Donkeys. Didn't the one generator convention have the 389, 427? I don't know. That's a Tommy question.
Didn't the first gen Camaro had for the Copo? It was a 427 or a 30, maybe a 302 also. The aluminum.
Was it 84 Corvetto? Dog year for that one?
Yes.
Yeah, right. It was the fuel injection one.
Yep. Crossfire fuel injection.
Yeah, it was horrible year. Oh my god, horrible.
Yep. Yeah, that
crossfire fuel injection. Yep. CFI.
Fucking quadrijet. Take them off.
We have the volume all the way up, pal. Yeah.
Yep.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively.
Bev. Oh. Were you at Paulie last night? I must look like that in the morning when I first wake up too. With all red eyes, I get going.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or
Oh.
read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
Mustang GT, yeah.
All right, Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Come on.
The Commonwealth calls Connor Keefe.
Connor Keefe.
State
Yeah,
Trooper.
next contestant. Come on down.
State Trooper.
You know what's up. So, chips were the bomb back in the days.
I don't see him on the list, man. I don't see him on the maybe get up there.
Hold on, sir, follow me.
Yeah, I don't see him, man. I got Kearney, Juvenile, Clean, Knowles, Levinson. He was definitely on the defense
He's a
witness
cop.
list.
He's a cop.
All right, so the defense is going to call him for sure. And he's not on the list for both. Nope. So he was a defense witness
All
originally.
right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
Sure.
Yeah,
my name
I'm a
is
douchebag.
Connor Keefe. The last name is Keefe.
Mr. Keefe, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your position with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Are you a trooper?
Yes,
When did you first start beginning working as a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
2017.
Did you go to basic training?
Yes, the Academy.
How long was the academy?
18
Approximately
weeks.
6 months.
Did you have any further training after the academy?
On the job training?
Yes.
Yes. In various specialties.
What's your role at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I am assigned to the homicide unit where we investigate homicides, unattended deaths, suicides, stuff like that. And I'm also a digital forensic examiner at the district attorney's office.
Did you have a
Oh.
role in investigating this case?
Yes,
Were you assigned investigator in this case?
I wasn't the main investigator, but I was involved. Yes.
Did you deal with any of the digital forensic evidence?
Yes.
Specifically regarding the digital forensic evidence, did you meet anybody to obtain a phone?
Yes.
Who did you meet?
I met Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts.
When you met with them, did you have to obtain anything from them?
I obtained a consent form and their cellular device.
After you received their devices, where did you bring them?
They were brought back to the forensics lab located at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
And what, if anything, did you do with either or both phones?
I conducted a forensic extraction on those devices.
An extraction, is that a copying an image of the phone?
Yes.
Is that different than analyzing the phone?
Yes.
Were you involved in analyzing Kerry Roberts' phone?
No.
Were you involved in analyzing Jennifer McCabe's phone?
No.
Was your role limited to attaching it to Gray Key and doing the extraction?
That is correct.
And did you do that?
Yes.
In addition to the phone extractions, if you take us back to January 29, 2022, were you involved in going to 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts?
Yes.
Do you know about what time you went there?
Approximately 5:30.
What was your
PM?
role at 34 Fairview Road that evening?
I was asked by my supervisor, Lieutenant Brian Tully, to assist in processing the scene at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, was there anybody else there?
Yes.
Who was there?
Lieutenant Tully, members of the Massachusetts State Police CERT team, the Special Emergency Response Team.
Are you part of the CERT team?
I am not.
Did you see what the CERT team was doing?
They were conducting an area search very front of the lawn and the street or road in front of 34 Fairview.
Did you have any role in that actual searching of evidence?
No, I did not.
What was your role, limited role that night?
To process any evidence that was discovered during the search.
When you say process the evidence, can you explain briefly, what does that mean?
Sure, I was had evidence bags, and if a piece of evidence or an item was found, I would place that item into the evidence bag.
And why would you do that?
to secure it.
How would you become aware if there was a piece of evidence found?
The CERT team would alert the supervisor, Lieutenant Tully, or myself that there was an item or a piece of evidence, and Lieutenant Tully would then take a photograph of it, and then I would secure the piece of evidence in a bag, evidence bag.
Do you know if those photographs were time-stamped?
I believe so.
Your role was to put the evidence in the bag and return it to the evidence room?
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes.
If I could begin, I'd like to show you on the screen a series of exhibits. If we could start with Exhibit 74, please.
I just think they're trying to get out in front of this guy, the Commonwealth, just because he wasn't even on the
That's not even the right
That item?
shoe.
Yes.
What is it?
That is a black Nike
Wrong,
shoe.
Mike. That's wrong.
Did you see that item that night?
Yes.
74A, please.
It's got a black sole, right?
74B.
I've never seen shoes with black soles. That's weird.
Thank
It's a
you.
different.
Is that the same sneaker?
Yes, sir.
After you were alerted to that sneaker, did you place that sneaker into an evidence bag?
Yes.
Did you bring that item with you today?
Yes.
Do you have gloves?
Yes, sir.
If this comes out with a black sole as opposed to what
A white.
what Buchanan did, there's going to be an issue here.
There
Legit issue. This better have a black sole.
Please, thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Gilman, you can take the photo down, please.
This is fucked.
With the course.
Because I have pictures of Buchanan holding up a white sole shoe.
Yep.
Legit.
It's not the same sneaker, Mike.
If this comes out with a black sole, people,
Let me ask you a few questions before you open it. Could you stand and show that bag? There's red tape on it. What's that for?
To secure the bag closed.
If the bag is open, is it then retaped?
Yes.
Do you write on the outside of the bag?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
To memorialize the date, time when the evidence was collected.
Could you open the bag and show us what's in it?
Yes, sir.
you have to understand too that 34 Fairview was not that far from the Norfolk County District Attorney's office either. They could have went there for supplies.
Yep.
You know, legit, like it's almost the same distance from where they were from Norfolk County District Attorney's office to Canton PD. Like they're right in between it. You just go right down the road. Blue Hill Labs on your right. Blue Hill Country Club's on your right. You
Right.
pull right into the Norfolk County on your left, where Top Golf is.
What-
Or you go the other way.
And how far is John's house from there?
You're better off going to Canton PD. It's on my. We went by it. Remember, it's right by the residence.
But it's
So
what,
it's-
10 minutes? Not 5 minutes?
Wait,
6
from
minutes?
Norfolk, from the
From
Norfolk
the
County.
DA's office.
With
Yeah.
the court
Yeah.
permission, can he show the
Yeah.
item?
Yes.
We'll see which soul this is. It's not showing the soul.
Trooper, is that the same item that you found that night?
Yes, sir.
Let's get a white soul.
Placed back in the bag? I'd ask for this to be marked as an exhibit.
All right, any objections, Tina?
White
Let's get a white
soul.
soul.
White soul.
All right, good.
Okay.
Sir, you mentioned there's writing on the outside of the bag.
Yes.
What type of information do you write on the bag?
Date, time, location, who was collecting it.
The time that you write in the bag, is that the specific time the item was found, or does that represent a different time?
That could represent a different time.
And why would that be?
If you're processing multiple things at once, you're bagging things at different times. Then when you seal the bag, that can be the time that is annotated on the bag.
Can the item be found before the time on that bag?
Yes.
Would you ever write a time later than when the item was found?
Yes.
I'd like to move now to Exhibit 75, please. And preferably 75A, please. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that one of the items you bagged that night?
Yes.
And if we could turn to 76A, please. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that an item that you bagged that night?
Yes.
Do you have both of those items with you?
Yes, sir.
Could you produce those, please? Ms. Gilman, you could take that down, please. Thank you. 570.
Yeah, I mean, still, they only showed one.
Court Commissioner,
You're
I
right.
asked
We didn't see both
the
shoes.
trooper to open the bag and show the jury.
Why did we see both shoes?
That's a good question.
Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why not just put both of them up? Fucking cucks. Oh, Aiden's saying that Bukaki's going to be called in today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sounds like another pot of coffee to me.
I love me some Bukaki. Sorry, Buchanan. Jesus. I get Sue O'Donnell's brother and Buchanan mixed up all the time. Jesus.
Sarah sent me a picture of her red Durango. Nice. Real nice.
That did not happen, people. Those two pieces of glasses did not come up. That is
Sir,
how
on those
hard is that to
items are
break,
stickers, did
people?
you put the stickers
John
on there?
would have broke his
I did
arm,
not.
people.
Do you know where the stickers come from?
I do not.
Do you know if these
What?
items are ever sent to anybody other than your evidence locker? Are they ever removed and given to lab personnel and technicians?
Yes.
Do you know if that was done in this case?
Yes, I do.
Inside that bag, is there just two pieces or is there another piece in that bag?
There's another piece in the bag.
When you put the taillight pieces in that bag, how many pieces did you put in the bag?
I put 2.
Do you know if the other piece in the bag is a piece that broke off, or do you know how that arrived there?
I do not.
Could you just pull out that other small piece and show the jury as well?
They're definitely trying to get in front of this. Hank playing this fucking the long game. I love it.
Is that smaller piece consistent with the same color as the two bigger pieces?
Yes.
Is it consistent with the same material?
Yes.
If you could put that back in the bag, please. I'd move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
You're taking some good notes there, Gretchen. Gretchen Voss. I'll never buy another Boston magazine because of you. Just so you know that.
Sarah, the plate that you have is freaking awesome. Awesome, awesome. Yep. That's it right there, girl. That's a track hawk all day. Love it.
Yeah, I don't think they ever sent away for DNA on the back of the taillight. Or they did, they couldn't find nothing. I forget. We have to go back and look, man. Because we don't know who the fuck he's calling every day. We can't do our homework.
Mofo, Jarhead Marine said on the stand, right? And then he said,
Jarhead Mofo. Oh, we gotta pick a new pope. Oh.
Oh, yeah, we do, don't we?
So, Mr. Brennan, I leave it to you and the witness how you do that part.
Yes. Sir, on the small chip piece, you don't know how it became chipped?
I do not.
I'd ask you to remove that chip. Like you to safely secure it, bring with you, and bag it when you leave.
Yes, sir.
And then I'd like to introduce that exhibit.
So we're going to mark the little chip.
You
Ms.
would like to
Giannetti
mark it?
asked to
Okay.
mark that. Yes.
Then we're going to submit that for identification. So the small chip that I
Madam
asked you to
Clerk.
secure.
Like my question is,
Madam
how'd
Clerk,
you
if
find
you-
the small chip? Where's the picture of it to memorialize it in the snow? Right?
Yep.
Where is it? Okay. You showed one big picture just now of one piece. Where are the other pictures of these pieces before you bagged them? That's kind of. They didn't break off in the bad guy.
He didn't label the envelope. He just put
Trooper, we
the
have one
evidence
more
in.
bag of items to go through.
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 73, please?
Gail's right. See what they're doing, Gail. You can't do that.
Well, they had a sidebar about it. So,
Sir, if you could look at Exhibit 73 on the screen, do you recognize that?
Oh, Claire.
Yes.
And what is
Yeah.
it?
A piece of clear plastic.
Is that piece of clear plastic, when you saw it, was it at ground level?
Yes,
Did you bag that item?
I did.
When you bagged that item, was there another item along with it in the same bag?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photo. Do you recognize what's in it?
Yes.
What's in it?
The piece of clear plastic.
Is that
Baby
the second
Buchanan,
piece in
that's
the
what he
bag,
looks like.
Separate from the last exhibit?
Yes.
Fair and accurate depiction of how you saw it that morning?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
There's no objection, Ms. Giannetti?
There's no objection. No.
Exhibit 79.
With the court's permission, could we show Exhibit 79 to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, would you be able to close? Thank you. You recognize that item, sir?
Yes.
And did you bring those two items with you, the past exhibit and this exhibit?
Yes.
Could you produce those, please? Are these different in color than the last pieces you showed?
Yes.
With the court's permission, could the trooper show these pieces?
Yes.
Thank you, trooper. I'd move these items into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right.
Exhibit 80.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trooper Keefe.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any questions, Ms. Giannetti?
Please, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Trooper Keefe, you testified that you received the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe and of Terry Roberts.
Correct.
With regard to the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe in particular, you had her sign what is called a consent form, correct?
That's correct.
What is a consent form?
It allows the trooper or law enforcement to, with the owner's consent, we are able to conduct an extraction of the device.
Okay. And on that consent form, there is a description of the item itself.
Yes.
In this case, it would have been an iPhone 11.
Yes.
And there also is an identifier with regard to a specific phone called the IMEI number.
The International Mobile Equipment Identifier.
Okay. And that would be included on the form as well because it identifies the specific iPhone 11 that Jennifer McCabe had, correct?
Correct.
The password was provided on that consent form,
Yes.
and the form was signed, correct?
Yes.
By both Jennifer McCabe and by you, correct?
Yes.
And there was also a second trooper that would have signed the form as well.
That's correct.
With regard to the timing of the signing of that form, Jennifer McCabe dated it February 2nd of 2022.
Yes.
You also dated it February 2nd of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer McCabe did not list a time, but you did, correct?
I would have to look at the consent form.
Okay, so your memory, you don't remember what time you indicated or if you indicated a time, but looking at the consent form would refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, this is going to get good.
Now, I just ask you to read that silently and then look up at me when you're done, Trooper. Having reviewed that form, does that refresh your memory as to whether you indicated a date and time?
I did, yes.
And what was the date and time that you indicated?
It was February 2nd, 2022, 12:08.
And that would have been 12:08 p.m.?
Correct. 12:08 p.m.
The document that I handed you is not an original, correct?
No, it's not.
Does it appear to be a precise copy of the original, however?
Yes.
May I offer that into evidence, Your Honor,
Is
please?
there an objection, Mr. Brennan?
No, subject to redaction.
Okay. So don't put it up on the.
I will not.
Exhibit 81.
Uh-oh.
Now,
Yanni's up to something, dude.
as of
Yep.
January 29th of 2022, you were colleagues in the same state police unit as Michael Proctor, correct?
I was.
At that time, was the unit called the CPAC unit or was it called Norfolk County Detectives?
I don't recall when it changed.
Okay, it's been called both, correct?
It has.
As of January 29th of 2022, there were only 10 troopers in the unit, including supervisors, correct?
I don't know.
It's a small unit, is it not?
Relatively small.
Within the CPAC or the Norfolk County Detectives, every case that comes in is assigned to one particular trooper as the lead investigator in the case, correct?
That is something that a supervisor would do, not me.
And have you been assigned as the lead investigator in other investigations?
No, not a homicide investigation. No,
You have not yet.
no.
The lead investigator is the trooper who is responsible for the case, correct?
Yes,
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator for the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe, was he not?
yes.
If somebody asked within your unit while this case was going on, whose case is it or who has that case, your answer would have been Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes,
The two of you have worked cases together in the past, correct?
a few.
You've worked on this case with Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, within your work on this case, you actually partnered with him for certain assignments within the case, did you not?
you'll have to be more specific.
Sure. So for instance, on October 21 of 2022, you and Michael Proctor interviewed Sarah Levinson together, correct?
No, I don't recall that.
If I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
you not remember interviewing Sarah Levinson on October 21 of 2022 at 12:20 p.m. at the Norfolk DA's office? Is that your current testimony?
Yes.
Okay. If you saw a copy of that report, would that refresh your memory?
To an extent.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Oops.
I've placed a document in front of you. I would just ask you to read that silently to yourself. Look up at me when you're done.
Well, this is going to get good.
Uh-huh. Wait till McKenna gets up here. It's over.
He's like, oh man, I just
Sarah Levinson. I don't remember that name.
What? How do you forget that? How do you forget that face?
Yeah.
Really? How do you forget that face? Fucking muppet.
Unreal.
Right? Seriously, how do you forget that face?
Didn't they ask if he was a police officer prior to going to Norfolk County District Attorney's office? Because it's like he got just
Well, he's been a
willed in
trooper
there.
since 2017. Where was he before that? Right. Good question. Right. I don't know how he looks like. He's maybe 30ish in his 30s.
And then he went right to the DA's office.
Wonder who he knows.
Yeah.
He's upset. I hope Proctor didn't sign his name to this report.
Trooper Keefe, just so we're clear, I'm not going to ask you any questions about the specifics of what Sarah Levinson said, so you don't have to brush up on that.
I'd just like to refresh. Take
Sure,
a look, sir.
go ahead.
He's supposed to make sure you didn't, so you weren't there for this interview. And remember that he did not testify last year.
Nope.
He
First
was
time
not
seeing
involved.
this guy. Yeah.
Yeah. And he was only on the defense witness list when I had it, which I printed a while ago, but he was not on the prosecution's witness list. Probably because of this reason right now.
Memory as to whether or not you participated in an interview of Sarah Levinson with Michael Proctor on October 21st of 2022?
Yes, I don't recall the specifics, but.
So when you say yes, is it your current testimony that your memory is refreshed that you were actually there?
Yes.
Okay. And the two of you would have participated in that interview together, correct?
Yes.
But you did not write the report, correct?
Wow.
No, I did not.
Michael Proctor wrote the report, correct?
Yes, he did.
He was the lead investigator writing the report, correct?
Yes, he wrote this report.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
I did not have any input on how he wrote this report.
Right. You had no input. You weren't standing over him while he was typing it, correct?
Correct.
Now, other examples of, and actually, let me take that back from you if you don't mind.
His name's on
Wow.
that. His name's
He's
on that.
pissed.
Proctor
He's
wrote it.
pissed. He is pissed. Oh, he looks uncomfortable. Go get him, David.
Other examples are the reports on the videos that well, strike that. Let me start by saying this. Asking this. You retrieved videos from both the Waterfall Bar and Grill and CF McCarthy's, did you not?
That's correct.
You and Sergeant Buchanan retrieved the videos from CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
But lead detective or lead investigator Michael Proctor was the one to analyze the video and write a report on it, correct?
I would have to see that report, sir.
Sure.
Yeah, here you go.
Dave's not going to ask a question he ever doesn't know the answer to. It's just so you know. When he says that, he's trying to see if he can go off his memory. And then here you go. It's just one step they do just to try to fuck with you.
He's doing it too.
This guy's like, what a demeanor change, huh?
Okay.
He's looking around. He does not look happy, man.
Massachusetts finest on the stand.
He's looking at Hank like, help me out, dude. I didn't sign up for this. You didn't prep me for this.
He's a baby Buchanan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Buchanan, baby Buchanan.
Look at his eyebrows. Look at his eyebrows.
What?
Oh, no.
You said what? Look at this.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Is the jury looking at me?
Oh, no. Oh, look at his hands. Oh.
What?
He's like, that never happened. Oh,
What
no.
report is he looking at? What report? Do we know?
Yeah, the extraction of the Waterfall Bar and Grill, the report of what was on there.
Okay.
All right. Oh, no. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Oopsies.
Dumpster slug. He's praying. Yeah, he's got his fingers crossed like, oh, no, this could be my career here.
If his name's on it, he's responsible. You know that. Doesn't matter what Proctor wrote. His name's on it.
Well,
he's done.
Did he sign the other one? Did he sign it?
Okay.
Yes.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory about Michael Proctor being the one to write the report on the analysis of the waterfall video?
Sir, I only obtained a copy of the surveillance video. I
Right.
did not do any analysis on the video.
That's my question. It was Michael Proctor who did the analysis, correct?
Yes.
Anning and
And
Crawford.
by the way, I said waterfall. Is that CF McCarthy's there, or is that waterfall?
This is CF McCarthy's.
Okay, I meant CF McCarthy's. He was the one to review that video, correct?
Yes, again, I only got a copy of the surveillance video.
He's covering for himself right now.
With regard to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, that was another circumstance where you and Sergeant Buchanan were the ones to retrieve the video, correct?
Yes.
But again, lead investigator Michael Proctor was the one to analyze the video and write the report on it, correct?
Yes, I would have to see that report as well, sir.
He's pissed.
Now, another member of your unit was Trooper David DeChico, correct?
Oh, donkey lips.
Within
That
your
boy.
unit, did Trooper DeChico have a nickname?
Look at,
for
he's
a person?
rattled.
May we approach?
He is rattled, dude. Look at him.
Nickname. What's his
Wow.
nickname?
Donkey lips. DeChico.
What's the Chico?
Yeah, DeChico's name is Donkey Lips.
Donkey.
Lips. That's what Turtle Boy calls him. Donkey lips.
Wow. We are witnessing
This is-
the death spiral of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in real time.
Yep. Everybody back at the DA's office packing their desk up right now, going, "We out." Wow.
Dude, think about this.
The
Look
doors
who-
stop.
Look who left.
I know.
Right after the last trial, look who left.
Oh my God.
This guy's not a happy camper. He got thrown under the bus.
I don't think he knew it because he wasn't called last year. He thought he was like, okay,
He said, what?
I hope, right, So where's the chain of custody from? Okay, so you took it from the waterfall, you brought it back to Nova. What did you do? What did you do then? How did it go in?
I see what you did there, Connor.
Trooper, in terms of the troopers that were in your unit as of January 29th of 2022, which members of the unit had the least amount of time in the unit at that time?
I don't recall.
Who's the
Were
rookie?
you one of the newer members of the unit?
As of January of 2022?
Yes.
Yes.
Trooper Michael Proctor had more experience than you did as of January 29th of 2022, correct?
He could have. He'd been on the job longer.
Okay, well, if he had been on the job longer, then certainly that means that he did have more experience, correct?
It depends.
You attended the
What's he trying to do?
on January 31st of
I did.
2022. And with regard to other members of your unit, you were the only one to attend that autopsy?
Yes.
That was done at the medical examiner's office
The medical examiner's office in Sandwich, Massachusetts.
in Sandwich, Mass. And it was Dr. Irene Scorti-Bello who performed the autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Had you met her prior to that day?
No.
Had you spoken to her prior to that day?
No.
Did you know before the autopsy was performed that your former colleague, lead investigator Michael Proctor, had discussed the case with Dr. Scorti-Bello without telling us what you knew of what was said?
Objection.
With regard to Dr. Scorti-Bello's knowledge of what the state police theory was of what happened, did you have to explain that, or was it your understanding she already knew what your theory was?
Objection.
What, if any, conversations did you have with Dr. Scorti-Bello about what your unit's theory was about what happened to John O'Keefe?
Objection.
There was no theory.
Okay. You did not provide any theory to her, correct?
I did not provide a theory.
You learned at the autopsy from your observations that John O'Keefe had 2 black eyes and a swollen right eye, correct?
Yes.
You also learned that there was a small cut above his right eye, correct?
Yes.
And there was a small abrasion on the left side of his nose, correct?
I would have to reference the report for the exact words.
Okay.
Here we
May I
go.
have a moment?
It's a report, Bill. These guys, you don't understand, they're not going to come without receipts. The lawyers just don't do that, you know? There's no trust me, bro.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Poor kid. He's probably mad with a couple of young kids at home. This is going to be his legacy.
You want this one back?
Oh, please, thank you. So I placed another document in front of you. Just take a look, read it silently to yourself, and look up at me when you're done.
Yeah, he's turning pink. Look at him. Look at him. Oh,
Wow.
look at that face. Like,
Wow.
And
oh,
I direct
Proctor.
your attention to the second page for the question I just asked you.
Oh man, Proctor, what'd you do to me?
Wow.
Having reviewed that report, Trooper, is your memory refreshed as to whether you observed a small abrasion on the left side of John O'Keefe's nose?
Wow.
Yes.
Now, was this the first autopsy that you had attended, or had you attended ones in the past?
I cannot recall.
It could have been the first one?
Most likely not.
You never forget your first one.
When you're attending an autopsy as a member of the CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, you are expecting that the medical examiner is going to examine the body, correct?
Yes.
And you're there to witness that examination, correct?
Yes.
At the end of the examination, you are expecting that there will be a determination as to cause and manner of death, correct?
Not.
In this case, when the autopsy ended, you left the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
When you left, your understanding was that the cause and manner of death was still undetermined, correct?
Objection.
You knew when you left that Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the scratches or bites or injuries to John O'Keefe's arms, correct?
Objection.
You knew when you left that in your presence, Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm.
Object to the line of question.
May we approach?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
This kid's getting smoked.
Proctor did this guy bad.
He did him dirty, dude.
Yeah, not good.
Did him dirty.
Wrote the reports. This is going on the board.
Oh man, Scorti-Bello. She absolutely knew. Remember, because the text messages from Donkey Lips, I would have gotten her to say homicide. You know,
Blasted him. You're a rookie. I could have gotten a homicide ruling out of that. What are you doing? Remember that?
That's it. Yeah, that's coming out too. Donkey Lips. Oh, and Proctor. Yeah, he's looking for help now.
Mike, he can't get help because he wrote the report. Doesn't matter. Proctor wrote it. His name's at the bottom. If it says Proctor and him, he's responsible for everything in that report. Every single syllable, every single letter, even the form, all him.
Right. Now, it's not uncommon for sometimes, like, to say this is an autopsy of a guy that was in a car accident that went over the guardrail, blah, blah, blah. You know, I don't know. Who knows? I don't know how it works, but or an OD. I don't know.
Mike,
this guy's praying a couple Hail Marys.
Proctor wrote the reports, and this dude signed them. He's just going along with the crowd, Mike. That's all he's doing. Because guess what?
No,
his
no
boss,
doubt, dude.
There you go. That is corruption.
Yeah.
Not doing what's right, and he knows it now. This guy.
I bet you they're gonna have a throwdown. I bet you they're gonna meet up and have a throwdown.
Oh God, that would be something to see, huh?
Right.
Proctor screwed this guy's career.
Oh yeah. If this guy gets caught, he's gonna go on the Giglio list or the other list. And
Brady list there.
And anytime he testifies, it's NFG. Seriously.
Mike, this guy's job is investigating. When you do that, like, you memorialize everything you do for 8 hours during the day when you go for a shift. Like, this happened. I was involved with this. I touched this. I witnessed this.
Were you watching Dr. Scorti-Bello as she was conducting the autopsy?
Yes.
Did she appear to be looking at John O'Keefe's body?
It's the same thing. Just ask him different.
What direction were her eyes facing when she was examining John O'Keefe's body?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was she looking at the ceiling, Trooper?
She was doing her job conducting the autopsy.
And in order to do that,
body.
I'm sorry?
She was looking at the body, I assume.
Thank you. And looking at the body, you saw her looking at the body, correct?
Yes.
And looking at the body included an arm, correct?
Yes.
And it was at the arm was not covered up during the autopsy, correct?
No.
It was open for you to see, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
And you saw the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
You didn't see any bruising on his arm, correct?
Here we go.
I don't recall.
You didn't notice any obvious broken bones, did you?
I'm not a medical expert.
And it is common practice for the state police to attend autopsies when there's an undetermined death, correct?
Yes.
It is not at all common for the defense to attend an autopsy, correct?
I've never experienced that.
Right. And there was no defense attorney or defense expert at the autopsy of John O'Keefe, correct?
Not when I was there.
You were there, correct?
Yes.
And there was nothing that prevented you from giving input to the doctor as she examined the body, correct?
We don't give input. We give the facts that we know so far in the case.
Okay. Well, giving the facts is giving input, is it not?
It's not input.
Wow!
Did you talk to Dr. Scorti-Bello during the autopsy?
Yes.
Rookie.
And you gave her information, if you don't want to call it input, correct?
Yes.
And at the end of it, you left without her ruling it a homicide, correct? I have nothing further.
No, none. Thank you.
All right, you're all set, Trooper.
Oh man, smoked.
Like that one. Bring them all up. Let's go.
He seems
All-
just.
If it's all going to be like that, bring them all.
He doesn't seem credible at all now. He looks pissed at Proctor.
Absolutely agree.
He looks pissed at Proctor.
Yep.
All right, we're going to take a break. The lawyers and I have some work that we have to do, so it's a little bit longer break than we normally take, and it's a little bit earlier, but we did get coffee for you, so we'll take a recess now for the next half hour, maybe. I want counsel to stay.
Oh, here we go.
What's going on now?
She's having a little
What?
non-juror.
It didn't go the way she wanted it. Now she's got to go and change the rules here.
He just completely reduced his credibility to nothing.
Yes. Wow. Half-hour break, Mike. What?
Well, that's all right. What time is it? It's only 10 o'clock. It will be going an hour or so. Oh my God.
Let me see if I can pull up some.
No, she's going to have a hearing here with the lawyers.
So I want to talk a little bit more about what we talked about at sidebar. And I read the decision from Maryland, just cursory while we were waiting for the witness. And that was a March decision. And I can't stress enough that this should have been brought up before today. So I'll hear you about your concerns, Mr. Alessi. I'll hear the Commonwealth's response, then I'll go finish reading everything else you gave me. So what are your concerns about Jessica Hyde? I don't know if she's Dr. Hyde or what, but I remember she testified the last trial, so you have transcripts.
Understood, Your Honor. I first want to just get the evidentiary basis. This is straightforward judicial notice. There are two separate decisions which require two separate.
One's a Massachusetts case, so that's easy enough.
Okay, so and that's a shall.
It's an SJC case, so yes.
Yes. Okay. So now to the Maryland case. So that's governed by federal, Massachusetts Rule 39A. And that is records of courts of other states or of the United States. The Act provision is the records and judicial proceedings. And of course, a court is judicial proceedings of a court of another state or of the United States shall be competent evidence in this Commonwealth if authenticated by the attestation of the clerk or other officer who has charge of the records of such court under its seal. So I have with me, Your Honor, that State v. Herrera, Maryland case. I have the certified copy with me from the clerk.
All right, so we can mark that for identification.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
CC for ID.
Okay, thank you.
So, assuming Your Honor determines that the seal is the seal, it is a mandatory under the rule that it shall be competent evidence. It shall be in evidence. And to the extent the Commonwealth seeks to argue relevancy or materiality, that argument is precluded, Your Honor, in the best evidence of that preclusion is the immediate section below in Rule 39, which is notice of foreign law, which is not this, but it says there, the court shall upon request take judicial notice of the law of the United States or of any state, territory, dependency thereof, or of a foreign country, whenever it shall be material. So the drafters of this rule knew how to put in a qualification or condition when they introduced materiality in B, but they didn't do it in A.
Okay, so focus on what it is you think Jessica Hyde should be prohibited from testifying about.
Oh, Your Honor, I am not seeking to prohibit her from any testimony under this rule. What I want to do is to have it admitted in evidence, have it published, and question her on what she presented to the court in the Maryland case, what was presented, her report, because it was deemed not reliable. And that is what.
In one area, right? One specific area?
Well, you can call it one
The
area.
decision.
Right. Oh, yeah, just what's in the decision, but there's two parts to that decision, two areas. It's FLH, frequent location history.
Right.
But what the court also got at was Apple source codes, that she didn't have the Apple source code.
Nobody in the country has the Apple source codes, right?
Point exactly, Your Honor.
So what is it so you want to put in her report and question her about a proceeding in Maryland? I need to know exactly what you're asking
If I could
me
proceed
to allow.
give you the answer, Your Honor, I
Go
will
ahead.
explain it. It's a very short answer.
Okay.
What I want to do is with regard to her 227 timestamp and her anticipated testimony on that, where she uses a tool, Celebrite, to determine and come to a conclusion about that timestamp, she is not using Apple source code to find out where that's located specifically in the phone and what it means. She is using a surrogate to do that. And I want to cross-examine her on the topic using this decision to say, in Maryland, you tried to do the same thing with regard to FLH. You tried to use a surrogate approach and make an opinion about whether that is in fact what's in the phone. She can't do it, and that means her testimony on 227 is not reliable. I'm not looking to exclude it. I'm looking to cross her on her reliability for the conclusions I anticipate she's going to make on 227.
So if she is not asked about that, then what?
Oh, if she's not asked about the 227, and I want to think about it, but I'm 99% certain I am not going to pursue that at all.
Okay, what do you say, Mr. Brennan?
This is an attempt to try to malign a witness with something that's wholly unrelated and not relevant to what she's going to testify to or the basis for her opinion. It is not a law that is admissible. It's an opinion. It wasn't even about a specific case. It was about a peer review. And so in a Daubert hearing, the court did not allow testimony on significant location. That's not the case here. Try to conflate the argument saying it has something to do with Apple 227. There is absolutely no basis for that argument. They want to say that another court rejected something about you, therefore the jury should reject you. There is no relationship between what she is going to testify as a basis and that opinion. That opinion did not say she was wrong. It said that it was not admissible under Daubert, unrelated. Nobody has the Apple source code. No expert can testify about Apple source code. It's only owned by Apple. And so using the words like surrogate is a way to try to cheapen her testimony in front of the jury. Here, number one, what he said, I really can't follow him. I don't understand, other than he's trying to draw some type of relevance and materiality. There's none. There's none. This is not a denouncement. She hasn't been found incredible. There's nothing about her methodology that has been rejected by a court. This is on significant location. And although she looked at it, that's not part of this opinion whatsoever. And so because another court didn't allow something under a Daubert, has nothing to do with this case. Nothing.
And what is it that you expect her to testify to, Mr. Brennan, regarding the 207 stamp? We did not have this issue with Mr. Whiffen, right? This was not raised with Mr. Whiffen.
Oh, it was. The 227 timestamp.
No, that that was raised, but this, what was problematic in Maryland, the same thing that was problematic in Arrington.
That's correct, Your Honor. It wasn't raised because Mr. Whiffen has not been advertised with regard to Apple source codes. And if I could, Your Honor,
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has made a relevance argument. He keeps anticipating my cross, which he has incorrect, by saying it's not relevant. That doesn't go to the admissibility in my cross. I'm entitled to cross her on her reliability. And if I could, Your Honor, in the state Herrera decision, if Your Honor would look at page 3, please, at the bottom, the paragraph, it says, in assessing the reliability of an expert's methodology, I get to do that on cross. It's not limited to a Daubert hearing. Every expert can be crossed on their reliability of their methodology. And
that's why we're here.
With regard to the Apple source code, if Your Honor would please turn to page 6, the last paragraph, it says the issue raised in this case stems from the fact that Apple's algorithms are proprietary and the expert did not have access. That's exactly the situation here and what I want to cross her on. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the fact that how she tried to get around the Apple source code, her methodology in the Herrera case, she got Daubertized on because it wasn't reliable. That's exactly what I want to cross her on, is her reliability, how she's trying to get
as he should.
In this case,
yep.
It's just basic cross-examination.
You can see the plan to dehumanize somebody.
Oh my God.
Oh, Mike.
To suggest
horror.
a conclusion that has no basis in fact is an attempt to just dehumanize her and limit her testimony and credibility without any basis in fact.
It's exactly what he
In
does.
that case, it did not deal with the search of a tab and a suspended state in Safari. It didn't deal with the timestamp.
Nope.
It was an entirely different issue.
Yep.
By their analysis, if an expert goes into court on a motion on anything to do with data forensics and the court says that issue is not admissible, they should be impeached when they go and talk about a totally different issue in forensic data analysis at another case. They have not shown any evidence that this issue has anything to do with her effort in the timestamp. They just used the word methodology. Her methodology was questioned in an opinion in a different court. Has nothing to do with her opinions here. What information do they have that her methodology in this analysis has been rejected by any court?
100%.
What evidence do they have that the methodology used in this case is unreliable or improper? They don't have any. In fact, they called an expert themselves in the last case who tried to provide what he believed to be methodology, and they presented that. They proffered that evidence as reliable. No different on this subject. Herrera case is a totally different subject.
Your Honor, first of all, as the court has noted, the first trial is the first trial. This is this trial. I wasn't at the first trial. The most important and probative aspect, Your Honor, is I don't want to have to give away my entire cross in this argument.
No one's asking you to. I'm not asking you to.
There is parts of Ms. Hyde's slide that go to location. There's a good part of her slide presentation. I don't want to depart from the 227.
Karen. Karen's like, yes, give it to him.
Yep.
Is on location. It is with regard to health data steps. So there are certainly aspects directly relevant. Here's the issue with the 227.
I think AJ's getting ready for Buchanan.
There is, for her methodology, she's claiming a certain conclusion and opinion about the 227. There is no peer review. There is no article that she can cite to support her methodology to come to the conclusion that the 227 timestamp, one, doesn't exist anymore, or two, doesn't mean that the search occurred at 227. That's what she's opined on in her reports pre-trial, and that's what I anticipate she's going to opine on when she takes the stand. I'm entitled to cross her on that. We can't be saddled. It's irrelevant what our witnesses said in another proceeding. It's what this witness is going to talk about in this matter, and I'm entitled, and my client's entitled, to have me confront this witness on what she's going to testify and her methodology. So my point is, Your Honor, this decision, how do you impeach an expert? one of the fundamental ways you do it is, and I don't mean to dehumanize her, I won't even use the term galvanized anymore. She's been deemed unreliable. Attorneys who do experts all the time, that's the verb you use to shortcut it, but I won't use it. I have no intention to dehumanize her. What I intend to do is to impeach her on her reliability. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the Herrera case, she was deemed not reliable. That's competency. You, in any expert that's been deemed that, you get to attack that. If the Commonwealth believes the case is not relevant, if Ms. Hyde believes it's not relevant, let Ms. Hyde defend that on the stand. Let Mr. Brennan make that point on redirect. But I can't have my client's constitutional right to confront her on the very subject matter she's going to testify on by anticipating what I'm going to provide for cross. I've given it, and I respectfully submit, Your Honor, this is basic cross of an expert witness, particularly when their methodology on data forensics has been deemed not reliable by a court. And one part is the location. She has in her PowerPoint, she's going to testify.
Do you intend to introduce that, Mr. Brennan?
It's not significant locations. There are locations in the database that develop the opinion that the timestamp for 227 is not related to the search. They're conflating the issue. She has not been deemed unreliable. It is the issue of the significant location.
Hank, what are you afraid of, dude? What are you afraid of, Hank? What is your problem?
The truth. That she's an
He's afraid of the truth.
And this is how they're going to distort it. Invoking the Constitution and invoking the client's rights has nothing to do with the analysis.
Jesus.
That this is a totally separate subject, or an opinion simply wasn't let in a different court out of this jurisdiction. It wasn't this opinion. It wasn't this methodology for the opinions that she's going to offer in this case. And so if you look at the case, it is a totally different related item. It's as if a reconstruction expert went into a court and attempted to give an opinion about a medical diagnosis, and the court wouldn't allow that medical diagnosis in. In another court, in another jurisdiction, they would not be able to be cross-examined that in some court there was an opinion they offered that was deemed inadmissible, unless they were talking about the very same methodology and the very same point. This has nothing to do with her opinion whatsoever. It's just an attempt to try to endorse the defense's attempt to suggest she's not credible by hiding behind the shield of a different judge and distorting the fact that it's two different methodologies, it's two different issues.
One last word. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. He just said credibility. This isn't a credibility issue. This is a reliability. This is the essence of what experts do. You have to show that your methodology is reliable. It's a red herring to bring up credibility. The court opinion.
And this is the equivalent of a Superior Court opinion, right? It's not an appellate decision.
It is, Your Honor. It is the equivalent. I respectfully don't think that the level of the court is at all relevant. Any court, unless you get it overturned on appeal, then this would be a different matter. But this is a valid case, and even if it wasn't, it shall be in evidence. So there's two issues here, and I think the Commonwealth is conflating that. The question first for the court is this admissible? Can it come into evidence? To me, that's a non-issue. Rule 39 says ipso facto, yes, as long as I've got a certified copy. So it is in evidence. I don't know why we're perseverating respectfully on whether I can question her on something that's going to be in evidence about her. Final point, Mr. Brennan incorrectly says that this wasn't about her. The final sentence, the decretal section on page 7 says, accordingly, defendant's motion to exclude expert testimony regarding the significant location data obtained from the forensic cell extraction is granted. She's the only expert, and her name is mentioned throughout this opinion. It's all about Ms. Hyde. And I'll conclude my last point, Your Honor, where I started, and that is Ms. Hyde's methodology with regard to her PowerPoint. You heard Mr. Brennan's answer. He is going to include, he has included in her PowerPoint locations, steps, etc. It's exactly what was at issue here. The 227 timestamp, she has no, and this will be developed further on cross, She has no peer-reviewed article to say that how she is determining that that 227 timestamp should not be in the data. She has nothing to support that, just like she had nothing in this case with regard to data forensics. Final point is, if the Commonwealth believes that this is irrelevant to what Ms. Hyde did, let them come back on redirect on that. I shouldn't anticipatory have my cross-examination struck before I even get to pursue that with the witness. And I believe once I pursue it with the witness, it will become evidently clear that it's a proper basis for cross-examination.
Good job, buddy.
And
Good
Mr.
job.
Thought about if the Commonwealth does not get into the 227 timestamp, whether you think you're still entitled to do this?
Your answer, or your Honor, my answer is I would be entitled, but I would say this: if they don't get into 227, I won't go after it. I won't pursue it. I won't pursue use of this opinion.
We necessarily would have to on some basis, because in order
Oh,
for the witness to explain
he
to
knows.
the jury
He
her
absolutely
opinion
knows.
that Ms. McCabe did not delete any Safari browser searches, she would have to identify the search, where it is in the databases, and how she can tell, how she knows that it wasn't deleted by a user. The same with the second part of the phone calls. But if I could avoid talking about 227, I would, but it is necessary for the basis of her opinion. There's just no way around it. And again, this is something that after a defendant expert may or may not testify, could be addressed at that point. There is no burden on the defendant. I'm not being presumptuous, although there was a offer of proof earlier on similar evidence, but not knowing the court's wisdom on whether I'll be entitled to rebuttal, I do not want to lose the opportunity to address points that were made in the opening that have absolutely no basis in fact and have not been proven in any way to this point in the case.
So I asked earlier whether the defense intended to call Mr. Green, and you believe that you do, right?
Your Honor, we have not made a decision on what data forensics expert we're going to call, but if I could just 10 seconds.
Okay, but then answer my question after your 10 seconds.
But I will. Mr. Brennan can't have it both ways. He can't say, yes, I need to address the 227 timestamp, and then deny me the ability to cross-examine fully on this expert's methodology and to impeach her and to get at her reliability and her competence, which is a key issue of crossing an expert. Her competence has been determined in this decision. And it is her, because it was her report that was the basis for the court to not allow her to testify. They can't have it both ways. You can't say, I need to do it in direct, but no, I want to handcuff the defense on cross-examination. Now to answer your question, Your Honor, we are going to have a witness that is going to address the 227 issue. Whether it's Mr. Green or somebody else, we haven't determined. My point on that, Your Honor, is we shouldn't be limited in our cross-examination of the Commonwealth.
No, I'm just thinking it in terms of whether this might be appropriate for rebuttal. That's.
Yeah. And Your Honor, my point would be that's obviously going to be Your Honor's decision ultimately. But again, the Commonwealth can't have it both ways. They're the ones who are triggering this issue, and I say triggering in a legal sense. They are putting at issue the 227 timestamp with this issue, with this witness. If they weren't doing that, I wouldn't be having this discussion at all. But they're putting it at issue. I have the right, respectfully, to cross-examine on the issue that they're putting in issue. And
look at you, Nettie. Look at you, Nettie.
Just with
wow.
Having a pre-authorization of rebuttal to deal with it. They should have to meet their burden of rebuttal depending upon when the evidence comes. But I don't believe just because we may call a witness, that should dilute my ability to cross-examine this witness on an issue they're raising. I'm not raising it.
You can see why I wish I had more notice on this, right?
Your Honor, I have no good answer for that.
So I will do what I can in the next half hour. I might need more time on this, frankly, but we'll see. She's here.
Your Honor, may I ask one thing?
I just want to know, is she here?
She is, Your Honor.
Can she stay another day if need be?
I think she'll do what the court directs her to do. She would have to leave by Friday. She cannot be here. Well, may I approach?
Yeah, why don't you come up?
Hank's in
job,
trouble
Bob.
here, man. Hank
Yep.
is not going to win this. No way.
Well, she's not going to be able to testify today. That's for sure.
Unless he made a great point, man.
He's awesome, dude.
They're the ones bringing her in, and the defense isn't being allowed to question what they bring in. That's bullshit, Mike. That's not right.
Wow.
To limit what you can question on somebody they bring up, I don't know.
Wow. Wow. That was awesome.
Man.
Jesus Christ.
Look at the girl at the.
Which one? What's Gretchen Voss? Gretchen Voss is the only one without a computer. Why don't you keep your seat up, Gretchen?
No, that dude at the end hasn't have a computer either.
Oh, that's a. Oh, Jesus. Who is that?
I don't know.
Can't
see.
Can't see from here. Looks like a guy though. That a dude?
Guy with the white shirt, got a twin.
Oh. No,
brother.
the guy in the red jacket. That's a guy. That's a girl. It's guy, girl, guy.
I don't know.
Guy, girl, guy, right? Is that how it goes?
Guy, girl. I can't tell.
I
And there's that 5 guy. He's a putz. The guy next to him, him's a yum.
He's a yum.
Man, them 2 guys right there.
Gretchen Voss.
Yeah, she's doing nothing. And the only one in there, is that Jess at the end? I think that's Jess. She's the only one giving us real stuff out of it. Yeah, I think that's Jess Machado.
Yeah. Oh, good.
We're getting some information out. This is good.
Yeah,
Jess is there, so we're all right.
She just won a big award, man. Like journalism.
Yeah, you see that? Yep, she did great. Good for her. I'm happy.
I love Jess. Jess is awesome.
Gotcha.
They're moving her away from that corner so she can't listen to the sidebar.
Is that why?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yep. Look at Gretchen, you little weasel.
Goodbye.
All right, so I guess we're now at break.
Yeah, she's gonna get on and fill up her tumbler with
whatever it is, claw stuff.
Yeah, whatever she's having today.
Wow.
Carl Keefe, I guess Carl Keefe is already spotted at the bar down the street already.
Already, it's only 10:30. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, he just drank his career away.
Yep.
Oh,
that trooper, man. Ah, man, he made the board, Mike.
I feel bad. I don't feel bad for him, but I feel like he got sucker punched.
Proctor wrote the report and he signed it, Mike.
Yep. So this is Michael Welsh, very defensive. Keefe knows there's something inaccurate about the report Proctor wrote about the C.M. McCarthy video. Thanks, Muggy.
And he did all the reports, didn't he?
Well, he pulled the data, but didn't write the reports. He just pulled the information.
Right. He went and got the actual extraction.
Then he gave it to
Proctor.
Bear Proctor there, former Trooper Proctor. Oh, Jessica! Remember Gay Jim's imitation of Jessica Hyde with the headband on and stuff?
Yes.
Oh my gosh!
Yep.
That was a great video. That was one of his best.
He did with the court reporter with the CPAP mask and everything.
Remember, because we lost like a camera. They only had that camera down by Jessica Hyde that was just facing her face, and all you could see was the headband in her face. It wasn't like a big, it wasn't like a big camera. Oh my god!
Yep. And you know what's funny? It's like last year, there's a lot of stuff that went on during the trial that I didn't even know about because I was outside with the camera running around. This is the first time I've actually got to sit and absorb what's going on. You know, you're outside, you don't hear as much.
Right. Bedrow just tweeted, so trying to discredit an expert by arguing that the witness analysis is not reliable on a key point is now maligning a witness, says the guy who thinks ARC is full of corrupt paid for liars.
Right.
Now it's dehumanizing Hyde. Oh my God. You can tell Bedrow doesn't like, He's got some choice words for Brennan. I shouldn't say he doesn't like him.
Yeah,
He says this is an absolute joke on Brennan's part. Absolute gaslighting joke.
yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah. We don't give inputs, we give facts. This is Connor O'Keefe. Oh, dude.
But he signed his name to the friggin' report, Mike.
Oh my God, there's a picture of Jessica Hyde on Twitter. My goodness. I'm gonna send it to you, Tom, while we have a break. It'll be in your X.
Yeah.
Oh my God. This lady's cray. Cray.
Oh my God, is that really her? Is it?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Here's some dramatic gay bitch. This is for you. Oh my God, I love it. But to look at the
we have the best freaking viewers there is, Mike.
Oh my God. I love me some flaming hot Cheetos. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. You know what? Mr. O'Connell likes this.
This is where is she? What's it say here?
Oh, I don't know. Can you zoom in on that thing? Don't zoom in too close. I don't want to get sick.
I can't get no closer.
That's all right. Institute of something. I think it's the Cheetos Institute of fucking Hot Cheetos or something. Oh gosh.
National Computer Forensics Institute.
All right.
That's where
now she gets dehumanized in a Maryland SJC court and is
I'll show you how I found it, Mikey. You ready?
Wow.
You're gonna like this, Mike. This is how I found out what it was.
Was it National Lampoons? What's that right there in the middle of her? Is that her stomach?
That's the fupa.
Is that Julie Bagel's mother? What is that?
It's a frontal bum. It's okay.
Frontal bum.
Yeah, she got a frontal bum.
National Computer of Cheetos Institute. Okay. Oh my God, she was a paid Oh my God, imagine getting paid for this.
No. Nope. I can get rid of that one.
God, I got. Oh,
she got a muffin. She got a whole tin.
Aiden Carney. Yeah, sources tell me that we'll be hearing from Jessica Hyde, the Commonwealth's hand-picked digital forensic expert, who was there to allegedly debunk Jennifer McCabe's Google search. How long it was down the call? Reported it actually says she actually says McCabe Googled that. So a report says one thing, and her words say another. Aiden also quotes, Connor Keefe is just like all the state police detective is a smug prick who knows that John's injuries do not align with the motor vehicle collision. Oof.
I could have got a homicide, you rookie.
Yep.
So this is the shoe they found outside to the left.
Yeah, what's this big old, what is all this about?
And this is the shoe to the right. Nike.
I don't know.
I'm telling you, Nike makes shoes.
They make
each one has a model number. The black shoe and the white shoe, two different model number shoes, Mike.
Why don't we get both shoes? Why don't they have both shoes, by the way?
I don't know.
You know, why have both shoes with us?
Mike.
What?
Is that the right foot? That's the left foot. Is that a left foot shoe? That's a left foot shoe, right?
It's the same shoe.
Okay. Same foot.
Yeah. I can't tell you, oh, this is me. He's trying to grunt one out, dude. He's like, oh, and then here I come in here. Oh, but it's dunking on your ass. Fucking ass clowns.
Yep. To this day, the state police have not said who specifically found the taillight during the team search. The person who found the taillight.
Tommy, you gotta play this. This is dramatic gay bitch. Doing Jessica Hyde right now. It's coming at you. Yeah, we can turn.
You guys ready? This is gonna be good.
He's funny.
He's awesome.
It's all about Miss Hyde. 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 It's all about Miss Hyde.
Wow. You imagine having that dude in your crosshairs, him looking through the scope, looking at you, man?
No, you're done, dude.
No. Good.
Oh, God. We should get more of him to do so. We should just do like a whole lunch of just dramatic gay bitch doing his shit, man. Oh, Auntie, you're killing me, dude. Oh, God.
Let's check on Twitter and see what else they picked up. The Commonwealth and Mass State Troopers have nothing to hide. Clearly, just look at how Clerk Jim reacted.
Thanks, Pablo, and happy birthday or whatever. Hi, Kathy. What's up? Pablo sends $10. Goes, say hi to my girlfriend, Kathy. And,
oh, God.
Or whatever.
Watch Jim. Nothing.
Oh, yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this red tail light. Yeah, this is crazy. Okay, that was caused by an arm. Okay, all right.
No.
Who's smoking crack this morning? Who's smoking crack? Oh, you guys are liking my commentaries, huh? Right. Yeah. I try to, you know. It's spot on. It's spot on. I saw this one. Look at that. Oh my God. Oh, just think for the rest of your life. Anytime someone Googles that, this is what they're gonna find. This is fucking crazy, man.
Oh my God.
Fucking dude.
Fuck me.
Oh, I'm gonna send you something else too about Jarhead Marine. Is just Jarhead Marine. So yeah, Michael Welch.
Yep.
Yeah, he's
ready to go. This guy. He ain't playing. I love
it. Yeah. He did 60 days, man, on the like two like days.
Oh my word.
God. Gosh. Oh yeah, this is another. Yeah, that's a good one too, man. Hey, I just sent you a video. Oh God.
Track off. Get a track off. A track off. That's what it was. The fastest track off. Track off. Right. Okay. So there's Gretchen Boss.
What's playing?
She's taking pictures of the jury right now.
Why do I hear it?
Good, what?
I'm hearing something. I don't know why.
That was me, dude. Danielle's posted a clip. Sorry.
Yeah. So, can you see this?
Oh, yeah. This is one of the best, guys.
And I want people to remember what that little mofo, Jarhead Marine, said on the stand, right? And then he said, but we never went anywhere near that taillight. Oh, really, mofo? I got you busted, you little bitch.
All right. Busted.
Oh, my God. This is good. Here's another one from Danielle.
She's great,
by the way. Oh, she's funny, dude.
Thank you, Danielle.
Good morning, by the way. Oh, God.
This is ridiculous. Let me share this. Oh my
God. Gosh. Jesus Christ.
That's friggin' awesome. Check this out.
Get a chance to look around that living area at the items.
I didn't look around, or just with my eyes.
Did you get a chance to look around items?
I didn't look around, or just with my eyes.
Oh my God. $322,000 he paid that mofo.
Did you get a chance to look around that living area at the items?
I didn't look around, or just with my eyes.
I just sent you another one, dude. You got to go. I just sent this to you a little while ago. It's from Danielle. If you can find it, it's in your messages. Yeah. Oh man, I need to laugh. Oh god. Yeah. This is the stuff. This is the stuff I. Yeah, thank you. This is me and you, Tom, this morning.
Trackhawk. Yeah, Trackhawk. A Trackhawk. That's what it was. The fastest Trackhawk.
Trackhawk. Right. Okay.
That's what it was.
There's Gretchen Voss. She's taking pictures of the jury right now.
Yep.
So no Aaron, no Dougal today, no nobody. And the Reeds are packing it in. And you got that dude that's always sitting at the end of the journals at the end there.
Yeah, he hangs out there all the time.
He's there every day. Yeah. How does that dude get a press pass every day?
Dude, they don't even write anything down.
Okay.
How are they like doing press stuff? Everyone else got laptops and stuff going on.
Let's how that go with the squats.
That dude doesn't. I'm looking for the list of Trackhawk. Where's the list?
So that's Sue O'Connell's brother. Is that who that is? So he does journal. He's a journalist too.
Is a brother?
Is that him right there? I can't tell.
I don't know if they reproduce.
I don't know. Looks like a brother.
Fastest Trackhawks in the country.
Oh my God. I don't know if Esky's there. Probably. VA, stop it. Yeah, that must be Sue O'Connell's brother. I'm not sure who it is. Can't tell from there. Looks like him. I think she got a twin. I mentioned the word cars to Tom and
yeah, dude.
Someone sent me a picture of the cars. I love it.
The record 7.8 at 176. Oh, Mike, we got the best freaking people. We really do.
Danielle, stop it. Killing me, man. Oh, man. You're a funny motherfucker, man. That was good shit. Woo! Oh, man. I didn't know.
Oh, dude.
What?
Oh. I feel bad for this guy. Dude, let me share this.
Dude.
This is horrible.
Oh, man.
This hurts.
Oh.
You ready?
Oh, this is, yeah. Right?
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. No.
Hit play.
Oh! Bad hit. Right down the side of the car.
That dude was taking the left, too. It's all completely. He must be so pissed right now.
Hey, I want the car.
He's listening to reggae. He's listening to reggae right now.
I want a demolition derby, that car. I want it.
You fucking idiot, dude.
Yep.
Fuck, man.
Oh, he's pissed.
Fucking idiot.
I wonder what kind of driver it was.
Poor kid. That's a good car too, man.
I know.
Damn it.
Yeah, look at this right here, microdots. Look at this. What would you rather have? This is how they did John O'Keefe dirty. This is what they thought of him.
Yep.
This is what they thought of him.
Cop.
And they had, they could have went to the police evidence and got the stuff, but we don't need that. Fucking nuts, dude. Keefe should be outraged with this shit.
They should. Absolutely should. But nope. But they did more for the Rubber Ducks.
Yeah, they're right. They're 36 pages or something like that.
Yep.
I hit the cameras they pulled for the Rubber Ducks.
Then the Ponce and Washington Street, D&E, Elise's Table, Chai Jewish Center, Cabot Duvall Fieldhouse, Transfer Station, traffic cam from Pine Meadow and Boulevard Streets.
Boulevard Street, yep.
When the Canton Police Department was investigating the death of a Boston cop, they didn't bother asking for a single neighbor for their surveillance cameras.
Crazy, dude.
Yep.
Crazy.
Oh, yeah, no. Oh, my.
Is it 50 cal?
2,150 grains, 1 inch in diameter. This is a Campbell soup can, and this is the 4-bore. It's going to be putting out upwards of 200 pounds of felt recoil.
Yeah, no.
That's
I'm
an elephant
good.
shooter.
I'm good.
That's an elephant gun right there.
Here we go.
You do this once and that's it.
Here we
Lean into
go.
it. Lean into it more.
He's
You're
into
gonna hurt.
it.
Oh!
Yeah, no.
Oh!
Wow.
I'm good. Oh my. Oh my. You broke it off the wood.
It broke the 2x4.
Yeah.
You. These
Yeah, look good with that, man.
Love me some hot Cheetos.
I just want to see what else comes up here, man. Wait till she
I swear, the whole outfit. The outfit matches the red.
You don't think that there's a correlation here, Mike? Mike, correlation? Correlation?
What's the next one after her? It's the Canton Major from last night.
Yeah, that's Whitey. He
that's Whitey.
Yep. Yep.
And disinformation. So how dare you sit on that board and accuse someone else? Yeah, I'm looking at you, Chris.
Yeah.
Of misinformation and disinformation when you yourself spread it on a daily basis. You should be ashamed of yourself. You do not do this town any service with your actions. I hold a sign on a weekly basis that requests your resignation. Why don't you do the town a favor and honor that?
Just name and town, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know. Give it another tap. Just
Another tap.
okay.
That'll work.
Here we go.
Brenda Sweeney Canton, my humble opinion. From our Select Board Administrative Code, the board recognizes that it both represents and is accountable to all citizens of the town. It's time to establish policy holding leadership accountable. We want consequences, keyword consequences, for elected and appointed positions in town, enforceable by policy. The reprehensible behavior of the Police Audit Committee Chair Bob McCarthy was an absolute total disgrace.
True.
Shame on the former and current board members that played a part in that.
True.
Shame on Randy Scollins who appointed him. And
True.
let's not forget the role town council played in that debacle either.
Yep.
Mr. McCarthy's behavior is a direct reflection on all of you. And spare me the cock and bull story. Nobody could do anything about it. That was your intention when you manipulated the article.
Yep.
323232 sound familiar? What a disgrace. Commitment, decorum, and accountability are paramount and need to be formalized into policy. Not a vote by your buddies and sorry we couldn't do anything about it, but consequences driven by policy. Mr. Albert's missed 20% of these meetings since his election. That
Wow.
lack of commitment is unacceptable and needs to be addressed.
Wow.
We also witnessed Mr. Albert threatening physical harm to a restaurant patron and laughing with a gang of thugs in the process.
Whoa.
That event itself warrants automatic dismissal. Your apology was full of excuses without accepting responsibility, Mr. Albert. What a joke. You don't get to play the victim card. The only victim was the person you threatened. Public pressure is part and parcel of being a public official. If you're so stressed out, you're lashing out, you shouldn't be making decisions that affect the lives of 25,000 people. The position requires effective leadership. If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. We're protesting in Canton Center for Mr. Albert's resignation until he's gone, one way or the other. His support system's crumbling with Theodore and Conley gone. Helena has one foot out the door, and don't bother looking to Mr. Loughran for help. He's the next failed leader on our bucket list. There's been decades of intimidation while leadership did absolutely nothing. The power of our voice and our vote says those days are gone. We're not your kids, we're not your employees, and we're not your subjects. We're the citizens that pay for this room, this building, and every single item on every single agenda in this town. Open meeting law demands respect. This board is accountable to the citizens and has a duty to implement formal policy requiring accountability with consequences for all town officials ASAP. Welcome to Canton's pep rally. We're here to remind you that gavel is not a crown. Everyone sitting in those chairs acts appropriately or they lose their seat, period. And we won't lose any sweet sleep over it. Remember, we're the Terminators. We'll be back again and again.
Oh, sweetie.
Man. So Chris Albert went into a restaurant and berated someone because they were wearing Free Karen Reed shirts.
Oh, that's right.
Not good.
He's slowly. Oh, losing his mind.
All right.
Thank you.
Me look at the DoorDash charges on my statement every month. Whoa.
Oh man.
This poor guy's gonna get lambasted.
Yeah, I feel bad. Yeah.
Kathy, keep up the good work. Thanks, Pablo. And happy birthday or whatever. Hi, Kathy. What's up? Pablo sends $10 and goes, say hi to my girlfriend, Kathy. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Pablo. And happy birthday or whatever. Hi, Kathy.
Oh my God. Oh man, you guys are good, man.
People are picking up on the shoes. Brian's got that. Why in the world did no detective assigned to 34 Fairview death of John O'Keefe not seek the Arlo security camera footage from the cop neighbor's house located across the street at 32 Fairview? Why didn't the homeowner offer up any footage? Does the presence of a camera assume or dispel the capture of the incident? Was it an epic fail? That's the neighbor's house. That's what it would see from his house. Everyone in the trial is getting tiny eyes from now on.
Oh my God, man.
Man.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, no. Civilians were able to walk freely through the unsecured scene right here and right past offices.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Nice, huh?
These guys, I'm telling you, man.
Cincinnati courthouse. No. Oh. Joey Bag of Donuts.
Going solo, yeah. Howie Carr.
With a dead body in the snow. I should read that later on at lunch.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Cherry, what's up?
Cherry's here. Good morning, Cherry.
Is the fan back on yet?
Yep, fan's going.
All right.
What else we got here? Yeah, justice for Sandra Birchmore. Oh, that's funny. CEO of IKEA was just elected Prime Minister of Sweden. First thing he'll do is assemble his cabinet.
Oh my God. Oh God.
You need to step back a bit. You are beginning to negatively impact Karen's trial. You can't threaten her supporters for not showing up outside of the courthouse and call them disgusting. Please stop. You are going to cause more harm than good. Please die in a fire. Oh, beautiful. Love that response. You win. That's good.
Oh man.
Love it.
Oh.
Emily D. Baker.
Yeah.
She's great. Let's listen to Emily.
I briefed my superiors, yes.
Okay, other than briefing, was there a formal report written?
No.
No.
Or a formal interview conducted?
How do you say this so confidently? Anyone in law enforcement is going to look at this and go, what? And he's just like, no.
No.
Who writes a report? Literally everyone that collects evidence. No. Nope.
I think we get along good with her.
Why would I do that?
Yeah.
I am perplexed by his incredulity at the suggestion that you would, I don't know, write a report when you collected evidence or uncovered evidence.
Yeah, I briefed my superiors, yes.
Okay, other than briefing.
She's awesome. I love
she's
her.
Yeah, she's good.
You see this? A raccoon? Raccoon's trying to smoke a meth pipe. Pet raccoon.
What?
Mike.
Come here.
Hello?
The raccoon has her meth pipe.
As what?
Oh my God.
Her meth pipe. He's playing with the meth pipe right now. No, don't reach for it. That's evidence now.
Oh, I don't want him to have
Well,
that.
that's why I'm gonna do it. Hey, buddy.
Huh?
It's okay.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
you're on. He'll be here in 2 minutes. I'm right across from my office.
Is that what that
Okay,
is?
man.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what she's smoking meth in.
Okay.
The raccoon's playing with her meth pipe.
All right.
Oh, there's no. He's trying to smoke it.
All right.
Look at it again. Look at.
Thanks.
There's no way. All right. Enough fun.
Raccoon smoking meth.
Oh my gosh. What was that in Canton?
Yeah, that's Canton right there.
That's Marina Bay for sure. that's old Berkey's boat.
Yep.
All right, guys.
Well, they got her out at least. All right.
We're gonna go out and solve the cold case mystery. Oh, okay, here we go. We found her. Is that the happy face killer?
Yeah. That's it's no easy. This mic right off the back.
Oh yeah, you be gone. Yeah, it happens all the time.
Yep. Gallagher, I don't know that Proctor was the lead investigator. Great work, guy. Come on. It's so small, Mike. Wow.
Oh my God. Oh my God. There's so much good stuff out here. Oh, Bettero's going to be on the Grace Curley show at 105 today, guys.
Oh, really?
Bettero. Yeah. I'm glad he's speaking. Like, if he's not here, he's getting out there and doing other things, to keep eyeballs and ears listening to this in a professional platform. Not to say Mike Crawford wasn't doing an awesome job, but to hear Bettero is kind of cool too.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah,
and again, Nan is just like Bedro, right?
Yeah. I wish her the best. Get a big prayer going on for her family and stuff,
Yes, much prayers.
Yep. Get do what you gotta do. Oh my God.
Love it.
Thank you. Is that Auntie Deb? Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
He's amazing. Dramatic gay bitch. I'm telling you, man. He's good. What's going on here?
This is interesting.
Thank you.
Pause this. This MFer is a plant by Morrissey, not just for Karen Reed either. Watch him consider what Hank announced, then twist his neck, then low-key nod. Don't believe a district clerk could be a DA plant? Hold my Lone Star beer. That's from Gillies. And see the article.
Calls Nick Garino. Your Honor, I'll inform this will be the last recall for Mr. Garino.
Thank you.
Just nodded.
Thank you. The Commonwealth
At who?
At what he said. Watch. Watch Jim.
Your Honor, I'll inform this will be the last recall for Mr. Garino.
Watch him. Yep. Okay. Yep. I got you.
Thank you.
Yeah, where's the Epstein files? Where's the list? Remember that list that was coming out?
Way too much money behind that, man.
Yeah. That's not true.
Squeezy's what? God.
Hanky.
All right, yeah. That's it's anonymous.
Well, no,
yeah.
there were other people that participated in the search that were not team members.
Right.
Kevin Albert.
This is downtown Canton, yeah. This is that the Jewish thing that signed that. Yeah.
Why they do that?
I don't know what happened. I really didn't pay attention. I got other things in my life to worry about.
Unnecessary.
Right.
No need for it. We moved it. What's this? Oh, someone hurt the poor dog. Good. Who's this? Neil Harbison. Thank you for making a difference. In there you go.
Oh my God.
Really?
You know what that looks like? Remember that movie Cher was in with the song?
Yeah, The Mask or something.
What was that? Oh, he had elephantitis or something?
Oh my God.
Oh, The Mask. Yeah, that's what it was. Oh my God. Oh yeah, well, this is a bullface lie. Bullface lie.
Yeah, lies.
Oh God. Oh my God.
Ooh.
Jessica Hyde. Yeah, this is me. Julie Bagel. She's wearing pink underwear at least. Wait.
Oof.
She ran onto the field for a free beer and she
Yeah.
got taken down. Yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nice. That's confidence right there, huh?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Oh God. Oh, this is so funny. All right, I'll be right back. All right.
Yeah, bud.
All right.
116 miles an hour. Yeah, no. You guys on Twitter are something else, I tell you. Yeah, she didn't do good over there. Dog on the surfboard. You know, and he's just the man. Gotta give it up to him. He's doing this for free, people. Like, legit. He came on here to help Karen and nothing else. Not bad, huh? Not too bad. Got the fan back on. Close that out. I don't need that. I need this. Boom. So, I hear we have, yeah. Dave, my pleasure, my friend. I mean, I'm glad you're all enjoying yourselves. Oh, while we're on break, can we just hit that like and subscribe button, guys? I keep forgetting about that. That little thumbs up, that helps a lot. If you're not a member, please subscribe. So when I go live, you'll get the notification. It is a long break. And wait till lunch happens. I think maybe at lunch we'll turn the phone lines on. What do you think? You guys want to turn the phone lines on at lunch? Talk? It's up to you guys. Yep. We've been on break today longer than we've been testifying. Ain't that something else? Yep. 760 people watching the fan right now. Man. See what else we can do. What's this? I got Aiden getting assaulted by Joe Daniels. I have some of that. That went live. So let me do this. Let me stop this. This is when Aiden got assaulted in Canton. And where's my button?
And then in terms of gym, I know we have plenty of. Yeah. What let me see the gym.
It's like at the very beginning.
He's gonna come back.
Got a crowd developing here. Again, we're just trying to stimulate the economy, man. Keep in mind, Chris Albert's also a selectman in this town. He should want people from out of town to come here and spend money, which we did. Like, not to brag or anything, I spent like $85 in there for a dinner for two. It was good. I tip well. And like,
oh, what happened?
That's stimulating the economy. This is a tax base. CF McCarthy's pays taxes, unlike Chris. They pay their taxes. And, you know, that's good for the local economy. That funds the schools. It funds the roads, all that stuff. It pays the DPW, it pays the police, it pays all that stuff. And so we're stimulating the economy. And we have an elected official, a member of the Board of Selectmen, telling us to get out. That we're not allowed here. I mean, can you believe this? This is outrageous. I've done nothing. She was touched. Like, that really pissed me off. Like that scum. Sam is his name. He smelled like shit. He touched you. What they want. He's not allowed to touch you like that. Again, what they want me. They go up. They touch her. They want me to knock him out or something like that. I'm not falling for that.
You'll see the whole video, guys.
So, to Colin do anything? Oh, you'll see the whole video, guys. He has a lot to say. We got crowds developing across the street. Everyone in town's talking about this now. Oh, is here. Hello. It's been crazy. Yeah, I know. Well, I didn't do it. So Jill Daniels is being charged, and so is Jim Ferris. They're both being charged with assault and battery. They're going to get summons. They can't get arrested. So police have to witness it. They have to be there to actually take someone in cuffs and see it. But they've seen it on video from multiple angles. Dozens of witnesses that all told the police this. I mean, she was insane. You should have seen when she drove up here. Like, that's how they park. She jumps out of that car like a mad.
Can you hear me?
How's it going? How are you?
Yep.
She jumps out of the car
How are you?
like a lunatic.
I just don't know how to turn the camera around so that you're not staring at me the entire time.
To be on the side, on the right hand side. On the right hand side.
Yep.
On the side on the right hand side of the screen. Is there an arrow?
No.
In the circle, there's nothing.
I'm just going to turn the phone around.
Okay.
Piece of shit.
We got Rita here too.
Trying to get the best views for everybody here.
We got Tom DeRosa on live.
Oh, so we got
This
news
is
here now.
turned into a thing. This has turned into a
Tom
thing.
DeRosa on
I can't
live.
even go
Oh yeah,
upstairs.
this is turned into a thing. This has turned into a thing. I can't even go out to dinner and
We
can't
have
getting
news
assaulted
crew
by the McAlberts.
across the street. We have Channel 10 here.
Oh my God.
Looks like Ed
Yeah,
Daniels
he's
might be
Chris
here.
Albert, Colin Albert, Chris Albert Jr., Ryan Nagel, Julie Nagel, all of them. They went, get the fuck out. You can't be, get the fuck out of Canton. You're not welcome in Canton. Get the fuck out of here. And then Jim Ferris just came up. They all started crowding me, and Jim Ferris came up and he hit me. Oh, it's a McCabe. We got a McCabe.
Oh, there
That's
it
Jen
is
McCabe's
again.
car.
That's Jennifer's
Jen
Jeep.
McCabe's car. Yeah, we're attracting a crowd.
I think that's just coming.
Oh, great. The news is here. Like, bro, what is happening right now?
I can't even
This is
go
my
out.
Sunday night out to dinner. And this is like how I can't even go out. I can't even go out to eat a meal of food without everything. We got kids showing up now. Kids on bikes. News counts, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, I'm just trying to eat dinner. There's Jim Ferris. Jim's there. There's Jim. So Jim is here. So Jim assaulted me first. He hit the camera out of my hands. Hit he hit my hand. I was holding the camera. Knocks the camera out. Was in the middle of the road. And he's like telling me he's gonna.
Sorry, they better do something to them, or it's gonna just get
I just been
ugly.
filming. The next thing you know, this person drives up, some chick who looks like Courtney Proctor, I don't know who it is, some McAlbert, drives up here, double parks, Jill Daniels jumps out of shotgun like a lunatic, like an absolute lunatic, and just comes at me and steals the phone. Right? And I'm like, what she wants me to do, what she wants to do is she wants to provoke like me to be like, try to grab it from her. And then she's gonna be like, that's assault, because that's what the fake on Christmas Eve. Like, she,
20 minutes to get here, just
and
to
I'm like,
let
can
you
I
know.
get
I
that
had to
back?
call them.
They want you to be
I had
like,
to call them.
I don't do that.
I had to call the police
You take my
twice
shit,
to get them
I'm
to
gonna
come
ask for
here.
it back. I'm not taking it back out of your hand. You take my shit, I'm gonna ask for it back.
Took the police
Okay?
20 minutes
And so
to get
that's
here.
assault, what she did. And she held on to my phone for about 2 minutes. And now,
called the police twice.
now look what they've done. This is what Chris Albert does to the town of Canton. This is what your selectman is doing to the town of Canton. Can you believe that? An elected official. And this is how.
Unmute your microphone. You can.
All right. I appreciate the time. I appreciate people's patience. So, in reviewing the rules, I look at Rule 2. So, Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure, Rule 2, purpose and construction. And so, upon reflection and consideration, it says these rules are intended to provide for the just determination of every criminal proceeding. They shall be construed to secure simplicity in procedure, fairness in administration, and the elimination of expense and delay. Also looking to Commonwealth versus Durand. I don't have the site. I know it's from 2016, 2017. A judge, Robert Kane, was the trial judge. So because none of the purposes here in Rule 2 are served by the admission of the Maryland trial judge's decision, particularly were offered without notice to the court previously, I'm excluding that decision. Your rights are saved, Mr. Alessi. We've got that decision marked for identification, and you certainly are free to cross-examine Ms. Hyde regarding her methodology. So that's my decision. So bring the jurors in, please.
You are unmuted.
Chrissy, do you want this under that?
He's gonna eviscerate her. So she's gonna be allowed to testify to the 227. Okay.
Who was it again, Mike?
Jessica Hyde. I just heard the ruling, so.
All right. So, but is there something that they're not going to bring up, or they are going to bring up the 227?
She's allowed to.
Okay.
But unless he's going to be able to cross her at anything.
Good. Good. You know, they moved Jess Machado so she couldn't hear the sidebar, but that
saw
Tara
that.
Keegan, the friggin' the Klinger stage 9, she's all over that. She's right there.
Put it back in session. You may be seated.
Jurors, I appreciate your patience. So your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
The Commonwealth calls Jessica Hyde.
Follow me, please.
Please tell me, swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Yes, I do.
Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jessica Hyde, Jessica space Hyde.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a digital forensics examiner. I'm also an associate. I'm also an adjunct professor at George Mason University, where I teach mobile device forensics in their graduate program. I also own a digital forensics company that does training, services, and research.
In addition to teaching at Georgetown University, do you teach in other ways?
Correction, I teach at George Mason University,
I'm
not
sorry.
Georgetown. But thank you. I also teach, my company writes and develops training courses. I teach a mobile forensic analysis course and a data structures course there to law enforcement, civilians, et cetera.
Do you engage in any other type of academics or research?
I do. I do other research as part of some volunteer activities I do in the digital forensics field. So I'm the chair of DFIR Review, which is a body that reviews practitioner-created research so that it can go through peer review. I often do reviews as a member of a reviewer for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal, which I was a previous associate editor of.
What does peer
Oh, I'm so sorry.
What does peer review mean?
Peer review means that when a study is done or a research paper is done on a topic, that an assessment is done of it. There are 3 types of assessments that can be done. One is a methodological assessment, where you read through the methodology of the academic or practitioner-created paper and state if it is acceptable or not. The second is you conduct your own testing using the same methodology to conduct a peer review with your own generated data sets. And the third is if the original author has shared their data sets, reviewing their data sets and checking that against their work.
So if you read the comment with Nan, so they're not going to be able
I've had
to
2 peer-reviewed journals.
make her unreliable.
I've had
We're
an
not going to be able to
article
bring
that
that up.
was peer-reviewed and published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations regarding the standardization of file classification of recovered items. The layman's term of that would be talking about what deleted means. And then I have another paper that's been accepted that I was a co-author on in terms of timelines and correlations of forensic evidence.
You mentioned you work in forensic data analysis. Generally, what does that mean?
It means that I look at evidence of digital forensics devices, be them mobile phones, computers, Internet of Things devices, and do analysis to provide meaning and context to the data that's recovered from them, as well as performing data recovery of those same computer-related devices.
Did you have any specific education or training to learn about forensic data?
Absolutely. I have professional training both from courses I've taken, as well as I have a master's in digital forensics from George Mason University. A master's degree in that. I've taken multiple courses, advanced mobile analysis, iOS forensics courses from SANS, computer forensics courses from SANS. I have multiple certifications. I hold the GIAC GCFE, which is the GIAC Certified Forensics Examiner. I also hold the NWC 3CFE, which is a Certified Forensics Examiner.
Do you, through your company, teach other forensic examiners how to study forensic data?
Correct. I teach government agencies, both federal and state and local, how to do digital forensic analysis, as well as private sector digital forensics examiners.
How do you teach private digital forensic examiners? What's the method?
I've developed an online virtual course that we teach virtual live, so I'm always there when I'm teaching, but I also have a team of instructors. So for example, the mobile forensic analysis course that I developed right now this week is being taught to a police department in Texas right this moment.
Forensic data analysis seems like a broad field. Is there certain parts that you focus in?
I personally specialize in mobile phones and Internet of Things devices.
I want you to just give us some very basic, very general and brief background. When you're looking at a forensic device and you're analyzing it, do you rely on any tools?
That is a really interesting question. Reliance on tools is not precisely what we do. We utilize tools to extract data from a device, and then we utilize a variety of tools to attempt to parse results from those devices. But the forensics examiner has to take the additional step to both understand, validate, and provide meaning to those results.
Is there any shortcomings or dangers in simply relying on a forensic tool for a result or an opinion?
There is absolutely a danger in just relying on parsed results. When an algorithm is used to determine what data is stored as, it doesn't tell you what that data means, and that's where you need a forensics examiner. Tools don't necessarily understand how the data got there and what causes the data to exist, and that takes deeper and further human analysis, as well as, you know, if you think about it, if on your phone you can go to the Google Play Store or the App Store, and you can actually download millions of apps. There's like 6 million apps between the two stores. Digital forensics tools maybe support generously 1,000 applications. So in order to be able to parse and understand the data from applications that the tools don't know how to support, you need a forensics examiner who knows how to dig into that data, conduct testing, and determine the meaning of the data.
Were you asked by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to look at and analyze a phone that was related to a person by the name of Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, with a very, very specific scope to a specific date range.
Were you asked during that scope and date range to analyze it and provide an opinion about whether there were any user-initiated deletions of any web searches or Safari-type searches?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of Safari searches within the scope of the time frame that was dictated by the purpose of the exam.
were you asked to look at the phone device and determine whether or not there were any user-initiated deletions of phone calls on the device?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of phone calls in that same date range.
And did you do both of those tasks?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you ultimately have opinions on both of those issues?
I do have opinions on both of those issues. That's correct.
And in engaging in the efforts to answer those two questions, did you necessarily have to review and analyze a web history that included searches on January 29th, 2022 at 2:27 a.m.?
I did analyze web searches that occurred at 2:29 a.m. on local time here in Norfolk on January 29th, 2022 from the device that was provided. Yes, not the device, forensic image for clarity.
So before we get to the two opinions that you were asked to consider or what your opinions were after analyzing the data, I want to begin by giving the background and having you share with us your analysis and your observations and opinions about the search on Safari relative to the 227 time frame. Before we begin that, let me just ask you one question. Did you do anything to ensure the integrity of the data that you were looking at?
Upon receiving the forensic image, the first thing I did was I did what's called a hash of the image. So a hash is an algorithmic representation of a file. So a forensic image, all the data from the phone, it comes in one file that can then be extracted and have the rest of the data. That singular file that's really received, there's actually three, but focusing on the one that has all of the data, that archive file, you can run what's called a hash algorithm against it. There's actually multiple hash algorithms, and I hashed it, and then I validated that hash to the document that was provided along with the image file that contained the hashes that were contained in. Those hash values matched. Now, just for clarity, if you change one bit in a file, it will not have the same hash. So the hash provides integrity, and having used both hashes, which are available in that report, and ran two different algorithms, they both matched. Additionally, I reviewed the PDF that was received for signs of alteration. The PDF that comes with a Gray Key report is not signed by Adobe Acrobat. However, I was able to take that PDF and then examine it just like I would a phone. So I'm using the same techniques on the phone. Using a tool called EXIF tool, I was able to learn a lot about the creation of that particular PDF. And what I was able to learn about it was that it was created by, it's labeled it as being produced by Grayshift using a particular code-based application to create the PDF called PYF PDF, standing for Python Framework PDF. It is on, it's a program that you can download, and developers who create tools like Magnet Forensics, who owns a Gray Key, utilize that script, which is why it says it's produced by it, to create the actual PDF. That's what the evidence there in the data tells me.
The hand gestures are killing me.
It contains a time of when that is created, and that time
This lady's killing me. And I know what she's talking
February
about.
2nd, 2022 at
Her hands are shaking.
See, that's the global constant time. Think what's in the UK at 22:49, which local time would be 5:49.
Her head's way far
So
ahead than
that
her
says
mouth.
that it
That's
was
why she's
created
doing that.
Approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes
eight
after the document
eight
said the
steps ahead
image
in her head.
started.
I think she's trying to blend in with all the other troopers with the bald hair, you know, just trying to match up.
So that provided some
You know,
level
with
of
the
certainty
conehead.
that that document
Yeah.
was factual.
conehead.
And on top of that,
I think Auntie Deb's gonna have a
further
field day with this
opened the
headdressing.
file of that PDF.
The
in
glasses,
what's called
too.
a hex editor.
Oh,
which
yeah,
lets
he
me
got
see,
the glasses,
every
definitely.
byte, every 1 and 0. And from doing that, I looked for tag markers that are made sometimes in some
I'm already bored.
modifications of
I'm already
PDFs
fucking, you already lost me.
called
I'm done.
SMPs, which is
I'm thinking about what's downstairs for lunch. What are we doing? We got
format
hot
of
meal. We have cold cuts
and I
again.
did not find
Did
any
John
evidence
Conley bring the
of
cold
those
cuts from
tags.
Pages yesterday?
I
That's
know.
what I want to know.
When you're trying to
beating all of
determine
us, that
whether
guy.
there's
And
integrity in
is the
data.
potato salad any better than it
Are
was?
you able to tell whether or not there's been any alterations or tampering before the item is put on the gray key machine to make the extraction?
That would be when you're talking about if the physical device had been manipulated. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
I cannot tell if the physical device has been manipulated prior to it being imaged. I can only validate if the image was correct. In theory, all of the data of anything that you did on that device would still show in the evidence of device logs and whatever locations that were touched or communicated with. But at that point, it's the same as any user interacting with the device itself.
After the phone's extracted or at the time it's extracted, does it have the history of the device on that extraction?
Yes.
Could you rephrase?
Yes. At the time the phone is extracted and the copy is made in the PDF and the digital copy, does the digital copy and the PDF contain the history of searches and calls and other items on that phone?
The forensic image itself contains a variety of different artifacts or traces that are left behind by activities that a user does on a phone. Yes.
You use the term artifact. What does that mean in a basic sense?
An artifact is any type of evidence that is left behind on your phone of an action. So, for example, if you receive a call, there are multiple places in the phone that show that a call was received. That can be in the call log, that could be in a notification, that could be in a unified log that tracks the activity that the phone's doing. There's multiple locations, and each one of those residue of the fact that the call came in, that's what I would refer to as an artifact.
I'll give
so
you
you can
that.
have an artifact not just about a call, about a web search, about taking a photo, any action.
Anything you do
take
on the
your
phone is logged.
may create an artifact.
Yes.
Before we get into those two questions about any alleged deletions from Safari, a Google search or an internet search,
Nice.
and any alleged deletions of phone calls, I want to start with your explanation or your sharing how the timestamp works relative to that search beginning at 2:27 a.m. on January 29th, 2022.
So for clarity, there's more than one search that happens actually at 2:27. There is some activity that's looking at, and I don't want to mispronounce the name of the town. I'll try Hockomock Sports, looking at activities for the sporting events at that school system, I assume, or county location. There is a timestamp for the search Haas Long to Die in Cold. However, that timestamp isn't about active searches. It's about the time that a tab was either opened or moved to the background.
Right.
So Haas Long to Die in Cold is the most current search in the tab that you opened at that was opened at 2:27. So if you're using your phone and you go to your browser, you have some choices. You can just open an existing tab or you can open a new tab. A new tab was opened at 2:27 a.m.
Sure was.
And that search was done there. Another tab actually at 2:27 was moved to the background. And its last search at the time it was moved to the background was for, I believe it's Raining Men, the YouTube video. So those two searches both exist as what's called browser state searches, but that's browser state isn't about the time that it was searched. It's about the time that the browser tab that you opened.
But browser state doesn't equate to that. No.
If it's never been moved to the background, the current search.
Yes.
So the time in the instance of the It's Raining Men video is the time that that video was moved to the background and the new tab took over.
Correct.
The tab that's
Which
active.
is the one she typed.
And that tab, the last search done in that tab is Haas Long to Die in the Cold, because that database holds the current search. It constantly gets updated, and the time that the tab was either opened, if it's the first time it's opened, or moved to the background if it's an existing tab.
Done.
Put together an exhibit that would help explain some of the different databases.
I did put together an exhibit that would show that.
Have a nice day. 2:27 happened. Next.
What is she? Is she Muslim? What is this?
Listen, she's our hero. She just confirmed 227 happened.
Oh,
That's
she's
what
Amish.
She just
She's
said.
She's Amish. She's Amish.
And
That's
the
what
Bill's
it
the
is.
barn
I
when
do.
she's
This
done.
is table 1 from the first report I created on this case on the phone that I was told was for Jen McCabe.
Yeah, she's gonna be Amish.
That will help you explain.
So she searched, 227. Yeah, that's what we just heard.
She just said yes.
What? She makes good furniture. Go back to she's not Muslim and she's Amish. She's right. She's gotta be Amish, yeah.
She related to that guy, Sue?
I think they're looking at each other from across the room. I think we get a love connection. Hey, what year's your Subaru? I drive a 2022. Really? You want to play rock, paper, scissors? Oh my God. Oh, fuck. She just said that the search happened at 227. Someone just snip that and play that. We got it.
Done.
Next.
She just confirmed what we all have been saying.
Right. I think she's we're gonna find out. I think she's Amish. I don't know.
Listen, we'll bring anybody on.
She's an Amish deadhead. Yes. I think I saw her in Vegas, man. I think she's at Dead Company.
You guys heard that, right? That's not me. She just said that. Yes?
Yeah. I think she's nervous because she knows what Mr. Bob Alessi is going to ask her, and she knows if she was sitting in the back room where the witnesses are and the door was cracked open, or she is absolutely because she took a break and Hank went back there and said, "Hey, listen, game on. Listen to me. Look at me right here. Game on. We got to go out there. You got to do your best bullshit."
I heard that. I heard that the actual search was done on a new tab that was the active tab. So when you open the new window, it took what she had and put it in the background because It's Raining Men was up. That's what was up. New tab.
Right.
Put this in the background.
That's right.
New tab. How long to die in the cold?
Right.
That's what she just said.
That's what I heard.
At 227.
Right. And then she did 227. Then Raining Men came forward again. I don't know, man. I don't know. I see the new piece. I wonder when did they have their furniture sale going on? I got to figure that out. I'm Googling it right now. I think she came up with like a U-Haul truck and is selling furniture this weekend somewhere at a flea market.
We shouldn't even be. Why are we at break?
Hank just objected to his own witness.
I think they tried saying the tab was moving in the background at 227 and House Long was the last to be searched in the active tab. Yes. So done in the morning, but kept the 227 time. I don't know about that. It doesn't. Everything. Mike.
So the search has to have a time. Period. Stop.
Yes.
Right.
Every single thing you do on my phone right now is asleep. If I wake it up,
once you hit search, it puts a time to it.
Yep.
I don't care if you do it at 6 o'clock in the morning again.
It has to bring what's up front of the window, whether it's Yahoo or Google, whatever whatever comes up in your search, that goes to the back.
Right.
That's what she just said happened.
Someone just texted me. They just saw Connor Keefe at McDonald's filling out an application. That's sad, huh? That's too bad. Oh God.
This may have backfired on Hank.
Listen to Attorney Neil Gallagher. Jessica Hyde. I'm sorry, but she is a terrible and reckless expert witness. Presents horribly. In my opinion, she's also sweating more than a hooker in church. I'd be sweating too. She knows Alessi's coming.
A lot of sweat talk lately, huh?
Yeah. That front bum has got to be just soaked. Soaked, right? Just soaked. Especially if she's selling furniture this weekend, we got to find out where. Because that's the only reason why she's getting paid. Remember, she got to leave by Friday She had to open up the tent wherever she was going. Probably a state sale somewhere going on. I don't know.
Javier, let me tell you something. If this Google thing falls through, is going to be a lot of people in prison going to want to get out.
She's got swamp ass.
That's exactly what I heard.
Yeah, I heard that, man.
Before we look at any chalk, I want you to explain
back
the
and recorrect.
entire basis
Here
of
we
that
go.
chalk and your ultimate opinions that are reflected in the chalk. So let's start from the beginning.
May I
And,
look at my copy of the chart or no?
Why don't I just
Your
ask
Honor,
you?
may I?
See if you can answer the questions.
Yeah, let's see what you got, girl.
Yes, Your Honor.
When you looked at the phone to analyze it, were you trying to determine when a particular search was made, specifically the search "How long to die in cold"?
Correct. I
People
was
are
looking for
laughing.
two searches, both
I'm
how
all glad
long
you're
to
laughing.
die in CIKD and how
How long
long to
to
die
die in
in
the
cold.
stand right here?
So
That's
as
what we
a
have.
forensic examiner,
How long to
did
die
you
in
begin the
cross-exam?
process to try to identify and determine when that search is actually made?
So the first thing we would want to identify is what application was being used at the time to make the search. So looking at that date time stamped, it was able to, on that date, be able to determine that Safari was the application that was being used as the Google browser. And
Yes.
then you would begin looking at the artifacts for Safari, both those that are parsed by the forensics tools, but then further looking into the data structures that hold that data itself, and then ultimately conducting testing to determine why a certain artifact exists.
So you mentioned the beginning step is the forensic tool or tools. Did you use forensic tools to get information or parse any data regarding this potential search at 227?
Yes, I use multiple forensics tools.
Can you share with us the multiple forensic tools that you used?
Absolutely. I used Celebrate Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used just the tools I used at first. I used iLeap. There are further tools I used later, but those were the three that I started with.
What tools did you use later?
Later, I used specifically, I've used Sanderson's Forensics Toolkit, the forensics browser in Sanderson's Forensics Toolkit, which helps exploit SQLite databases. And then I further reviewed in a tool called Rabbit Hole.
To begin with, Celebrate, is that a tool that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Is it a commonly used tool in the industry?
Yes, commonly used mobile forensics tool.
Is it reputable?
Highly reputable.
Why did you use Celebrate?
I use Celebrate because on any mobile exam, I'm going to validate what is captured by Celebrate and Magnet Axiom because they have the most robust parsing of what is in my tool arsenal. And then I would also follow up with iLeap closely behind because iLeap has a lot of artifacts that aren't supported by either of those tools. Using a variety of tools is going to give you different coverage, and each tool has a different perspective on how they view and display data.
You said you also use Magnet Axiom?
That is correct.
Is that a leading forensic tool as well?
Yes, that is also a leading forensics tool.
Are you familiar with that company?
I'm very familiar with Magnet Forensics. I was actually their director of forensics for 5 years, then continued to consult for them for an additional 2 years under my company Hexordia, and my company continues to be a reseller of Magnet's products.
You mentioned different tools may present information a different way. Do
I
those
got that out
tools
there.
change the
Thank
underlying
God.
data at all?
That's a great question. So when we're talking about the results that a tool shows, the tools maintain the integrity of that original forensic image. And that's actually something we verify as we continue through our exams to make sure that the underlying data hasn't been changed. There are some tools, I did use some other tools, I apologize. I also used ArtX and Mushy. But the, I'm sorry, ArtX is capital A, lowercase RT, capital E, lowercase x, and then Mushy is M-U-S-H-Y. You're welcome. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I got this, the spelling threw me off.
I mentioned, or I asked you about using multiple tools and whether or not the use of different tools changes the
Oh.
actual underlying data?
So the actual
No.
underlying data is always maintained, and we do validate that. Some tools allow you to see parsed results and then allow you to dig deeper into looking at the actual files and data structures. Those would be tools like Celebrite, Physical Analyzer, and Magnet Axiom. Some tools show you the parsed results and tell you where they got them, like iLeap. It shows you the parsed results and tells you the file location, and then you would open that up in an external tool. And then some of the tools I used are not tools that parse the results, but are tools that allow me to manually look at the data structures. So they directly allow me to look at the data structures. And all of the tools I use in this instance are tools that do not change the underlying data.
Nothing changes the
Is it
data.
important or critical to go beyond the tools presentations and actually analyze the data yourself?
It is absolutely critical. Actually, in the NIST Scientific Foundations paper from the National Institute of Science and Technology that states the foundations of digital forensic science, it states that it is the examiner's duty to not only verify and validate tool results, but also to provide meaning to forensics parsed results.
Does software update regularly?
The
Yes.
software updates all the time. Typically, we get an update about once a month. And to be honest, it's not enough to keep up with how many new apps are developed and how many new phones come out and how many of your applications get updates, new features, for example, maybe in Instagram or
matter.
Facebook. So the tools update very, very regularly.
When you use the Celebrite tool to analyze the 227 search, did the search "How's Long to Die in the Cold" have a timestamp on it?
There are actually multiple artifacts for How's Long to Die in Cold. Remember earlier we defined an artifact and we spoke about it was one of the types of traces. So there are multiple traces.
Yes or no question.
How's Long to Die in Cold. Only one of them is associated with the 227 timestamp, but there are other instances of evidence of that was parsed by Celebrite.
Is there
What does that mean? What the fuck was that?
I rely simply on the software when looking at a
Hold on a
search
second.
like this, "How Long to Die"?
What the fuck was that?
Seeing the 227.
It looks at numerous fingerprints.
Absolutely.
The reflection of a
There's
fingerprint.
really
Imagine. Think of
scary
it that way.
danger that an examiner who has not dug into the artifact and tested to see what it means may assume erroneously that 227 timestamp is the time that what is there is searched. The search in that field of that artifact is going to always be the most recent search in the tab, but that timestamp actually means either the time that tab was backgrounded or if it's the first time the tab's been opened, when it was opened. So you
Yes.
could erroneously implicate a search was done hours or some time period or even days before it actually occurred. Some of us leave our
No.
tabs open forever.
Doesn't
In
matter.
your teaching,
No.
examiners and students, do you teach about this specific concern and concept?
Yes, I teach about this concern both in my mobile forensic analysis class, my mobile forensics course that I teach at George Mason University and their digital forensics master's program, and in the data structures course where we specifically learn how to analyze these databases in question.
In your experience, how common does an untrained examiner make this mistake?
I wouldn't be able to speak to how common an untrained examiner does it, but regularly my students get those questions wrong on earlier examples I give them in class to kind of indicate to them that they could easily make mistakes without understanding meaning, and I use it as a teaching aid. So teaching, 90, 100 easy students a year, I regularly see that in untrained examiners that I'm teaching in my class, but I wouldn't be able to say that across the discipline.
You mentioned that Celebrite showed the search on the report as "How's Long to Die in the
Bolena.
Cold" with a timestamp of 227.
Bolena.
Is it 22740?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether or not Celebrite has updated its software?
In May, Celebrate of last year, Celebrate made an update to their software actually to remove this artifact because of its ambiguity and the risk that an examiner may overstate or misstate what it is.
I'm lost.
Is this ambiguity reflected in other types of software?
Could you rephrase, please?
Sure. For example, when you did a report in Axiom, did it have similar reflection in the report?
Ask it differently.
Did you run a report regarding this time frame through Axiom software?
I did process the image through Axiom, yes.
When you did that, was it the same or a different result?
Axiom and Celebrate really show their data very, very differently. So
Very, very differently.
Celebrate takes a perspective of alerting people to possible deletions by annotating either a question mark or a red X next to artifacts that come from different areas. Magnet instead marks if the artifact was parsed or carved. I feel like now I need to explain to you parsed or carved. So parsed means that the data was where it was expected to be found, and the algorithm was able to cleanly see that this is there. Carve means that it had to run that algorithm against the data structure as a whole and found it as a partial result. So it carved it out when it found it, instead of it just sitting there exactly where it was expected to be, and shows you both the results. So it'll show all of the results of, in this instance, the sessions, tab sessions, but the data browser DB, the tab state, it's going to, instead of telling you this has a red X, it'll instead say it was carved. So it's a different presentation of the same data.
So I want to talk about deletions in a little bit, but I want to get back to the 227 search.
Sure.
So when you produced or you looked at the report for Celebrate and it showed this timestamp as well as the phrase, how's long to die in the cold, where did you look? How did you make an analysis to determine whether or not that search was actually made at 227 or another time? What was your next steps for us?
So in looking at that timestamp, the first thing I did was actually go and look at what literature exists on the artifact, if anybody had reviewed this artifact before. I also created my own data set and tested how we could get what that timestamp means. So if I make a search in a tab and then I make another search in the tab, which timestamp is it? If I make a search in a tab and then open a different tab, what changes? I also looked at the documentation in the artifact reference guide for Axiom, which does state, it describes that timestamp as the time in which the tab is backgrounded. And it gives a stipulation that in certain circumstances, the timestamp can be earlier than the search.
Did you specifically look at
fucking lost? No idea.
No, she's right.
Databases or
But I don't know. It's like gibberish to me, just so you know. So layman terms, right?
Analysis of when
I'm a juror.
Of when the
You
search
know,
happens
half
as a
of
whole,
them, at
absolutely.
least half of them.
So there are multiple
Yeah.
databases that I looked at that show search information for Safari. So I looked at the plist, mobile Safari plist. I looked at the browser state database. I looked for the history database. I also looked at the Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge CDB is a little bit different. That isn't a database for Safari. It's a database for all of Apple, so it can predict your behavior. So it takes in information that Apple wants to take in, including browser history.
Okay.
And it saves that information so it can make predictive information. I also looked at the caches in the Safari, which is the things that Safari is trying to make quick reference to. This would include suggested terms for commonly searched items.
When a URL or a search through Safari is typed in, or if it connects, does it leave a trace in different parts of the computer or the phone?
Yeah, so when you actually do any search, you're going to leave traces. Now, it does depend if you are in private browsing or non-private browsing. So non-private browsing is what most of us use regularly. Private browsing might be what you elect to use. Well, some people would elect to use it if they're doing searches they wouldn't want their spouse to see, like maybe they're looking at porn, or maybe you're doing something secure like looking at your banking information. You may intentionally use a private browser. For Google users, this would be the equivalent of incognito in Google Chrome. And you may intentionally use that. And so the artifacts for that are more limited than artifacts for non-private searches. So some of these artifacts only exist for non-private searches, and some exist for private searches.
And in this case,
she's getting paid by Pornhub now, for sure.
Non-private or private?
So specifically the two searches we're talking about, how long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKLD, excuse my differentiation there. Both of those searches were done in non-private browsing.
So they weren't hidden?
I don't understand the question yet.
Was there any applications on to mask those searches?
Not to the best of my knowledge. I did not see any.
We began with the 22740 timestamp. The next recording on that tab, do you recall what time that was?
I believe the next, and I'm trying to remember the chart from memory, if that's correct. So I believe the next thing we're looking at is the 623 suggestion from Apple search terms for how long to digest food. Am I matching what you're seeing on your chart?
Well, let me ask you.
Okay.
When you saw that, do you look on the same tab or a database? Where do you find that information?
Fair. Understood. So all of those databases I was just mentioning before, we're looking at all the parse results from all of those. And I was looking in the entirety of the scope from the time of midnight till noon. That was the time frame of my scope of all of the content that was done in the tabs for BrowserScape DB, Cloud Tabs artifacts, History DB, Mobile Safari plist, Knowledge C, each one of those. And then I was combining them to timeline out the activity.
At 62351, did you look into how long TIDIE in CIKD?
So that would be the next thing that we see after the Apple suggested term of how long to digest food. That's the next thing we see an entry of that. There's two immediately next to each other. I don't remember the precision on the seconds of which one's first off the top of my head, but one is in Knowledge C and one is in the Mobile Safari plist.
Can they appear in different rooms in the data bank in different places, the same search?
Searches appear in many different places. They can leave traces, such as that Knowledge CDB. I love that Apple calls that knowledge. It's like what it's trying to learn. So the Knowledge CDB, what Apple's trying to learn about you, as well as in that Mobile Safari plist, as well as at the moment of that search, which I don't have the device in that moment, but just so there's an understanding, that open tab, the URL would have been updated, or URL is the website, would have been updated to that search at that moment. Had we imaged it at that moment, it would have been how long to die in CIKD.
And finally, at 62447, did you identify any artifacts with that search that appears with the timestamp of 22740? Did you find the same?
Correct. At 624, we have two timestamps in the same two locations for Hoslong to die in cold, the Knowledge C and the Mobile Safari plist.
So based on your analysis in that issue, did you come to an opinion whether or not the phrase "how's long to die in cold" was actually searched at 2:27 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
There are no artifacts.
So the answer is yes or no.
Can you repeat the question, please?
And so based on your analysis of the phone and the data using all of those softwares, did you come to an opinion whether or not the phrase "how long to die in cold" was searched at that timestamp tab of 2:27:40?
Yes.
Yes, I came to an opinion.
And what is your opinion?
Yes.
Rephrase the question as to the opinion.
I'm sorry?
I'll see you at sidewalks, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. The answer is yes. It'll always be yes. And what does that mean? That means that Karen Reed couldn't have done it. Oh,
Gretchen
Jen.
Voss looks like a horse, doesn't she? Look like a horse face. Look at her face.
Jen,
Thanks,
Jen,
man.
Jen.
Look at her face. Look at her face. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Paul, give me a little rub down there, Paul. Where's David Traub when I need him? My shoulders.
I
are
know,
killing me.
huh?
What's up, Jess? Jess looking good. The only real reporter up there.
Man, what do you guys think so far?
I love it. I am like so she's confused with
All
word
right.
salad.
Mike, here you
What?
go.
What?
You get a toddler running around and he's touching everything. And he leaves his fingerprints on the stove, on the cabinets. Everywhere there's glass, there's fingerprints. It kind of proves where that child went, yes? If he walked through the kitchen and touched things
Yeah.
as he went through.
Yeah.
Each fingerprint that he left gets put in a different spot, but it's still the same person.
Okay.
And what he's saying is, well, if I looked at the left side of the kitchen, I wouldn't know the fingerprints on the right if they meant anything or if they're going in a different direction. We don't know anything about, we know they're there. We can see them.
Right.
We haven't looked at them. The ones on the left
Right.
side saying he's going down the left-hand side. And when I
Right.
looked at the right-hand side, the fingerprints were also walking in the same direction. So yes, somebody walked from here through the kitchen, touched stuff on their way, and each piece is on glass. It's on the refrigerator. It's on the window. It's on the door. It's each piece is each fingerprint.
Okay. Well, why can't she just explain it like that?
Because she's it's not my way isn't the accurate way.
You should become a professional consultant. First of all, you should talk about cars. What
Don't
cars?
even
First of
go
all,
there. Don't even want to go there. So when I started computers, there was no internet. They actually, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. There was. It was actually in a lab. They were trying to just be able to send data from one computer to another. So me and my little brother, we each built a computer with like 1 meg sticks of memory. And we hooked a null modem cable up to computer so we could play a game against each other through the computers. And then there were these websites that people were putting up, and they were BBS boards, bulletin boards, and people would just dial in to that computer, and you'd be able to read what was on that person's board, what they typed on it. So it was like a newspaper for the most part. You go to someone,
Gotcha.
you hang up and you dial another phone number with the computer, and that calls his computer, and they talk. And on the screen is what that guy puts on his bulletin board.
yeah,
You can,
you already lost me, dude. You lost me, dude. I'm sorry. No, I'm just.
all right, Mike, you have a house. Dave's channel has a house.
Dumb it down. Just keep it down. All right.
Trying.
All right.
Trying to figure out how to put it. I don't know. Let me think about that one.
All right. Yeah, get back to me on that. I'll be watching the trial.
Yeah, but no, what she said is true. And what I said, how I say it isn't the path that file takes. It's what I say is how the file gets there, not
Right.
Not the specific directions on how to get there. And that's what
Right.
she's doing. So,
All right. Do you think she makes furniture in her spare time on the weekends with her girlfriend, or does that just not come into play anymore?
you know, Mike,
She does an
there-
online course, right? She's teaching something. I don't know what she's teaching, because if she's teaching what she just spewed out of her mouth, I'm not buying what she's selling.
well, listen to this guy. There are people out there that are like her. Like,
Really?
that's a geek to me, or a nerd to me.
Okay.
Right? That her knowledge, right? So there are people out there. I met the guy that made Windows 2000. Him and his friends would come over to his house and hang out and drink and just try and crash Windows. And if they did, they'd get a prize or something. These are other people like her would go to this guy's house and try and crash or break into Windows 2000 that he would make. And he designed it. He wrote the code to it for Microsoft. Like, he had the keys to the kingdom. You know how they talk about the source code? This guy, Clive, I met him. He wrote the source code for Windows 2000 for Microsoft.
Okay.
So, like, he wrote the instructions. That was everything on the screen, everything you saw. So, like, he knows how it works. What she's doing is she's interpreting how your cell phone talks to the internet. That's all she's interpreting. That's her job. What happens?
Can we answer this question? Make it real
Yeah.
simple. Did she Google 227?
Yes.
Okay. And she's just trying to word salad around it right now with these.
That's all Hank's doing.
All right. Okay.
Because there's no fingerprint, Mike. There's no fingerprints on the floor.
Gotcha.
That's what Hank's saying. Look, there's no fingerprints here.
I gotcha.
There shouldn't be.
All right. Okay.
Because the kid walked. Does it make sense? Like,
Yeah.
There's no fingerprints on the floor or on the ceiling.
Right. Or on the clock.
Light switch hasn't been touched.
Gotcha.
So it's just each time you do a search, every single piece.
She's a former Marine, somebody said. She must have been was she a cook? What was going on?
Here we go again.
What's my book?
The prosecution is trying harder to prove Jen McCabe not guilty than to prove Karen Reed guilty.
Yeah, oh yeah. Big time.
They're trying to defend Jen more than they're trying to convict Karen.
That's part of the deal.
That's bad.
It's part of the deal.
You've explained to us the analysis you engaged in and the process you engaged in. In forensic data analysis, is there a methodology that you use, not just looking at the printout of the programs, a methodology you use that is accepted in the industry for experts to analyze this data and come to your opinion?
Absolutely. Beyond looking at what was in
It's a yes or no question.
results, I further looked at those databases independently and conducted testing of the artifacts.
And in addition to what you did, can you share with us how and why this methodology is accepted in your practice as forensic analyst?
This methodology is accepted by NIST and by organizations like the Scientific Working Group of Digital Evidence. I'm intimately familiar as both a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, who helps work towards the building and development of these consensus-based documents of procedures to be followed in digital forensics analysis, and as a member of the National Institute of Science and Technology, NIST, Organizational Scientific Area Committees, OSAC, Digital Evidence Subcommittee, where we also produce guidelines such as the data set guidelines for generation of the guidelines for data set generation, which is how you do your actual testing and creation of data sets. And I was also a part of the subcommittee that drafted that. So I'm intimately familiar with the accepted policies and procedures because I am also a member of the groups that help author these, as well as review them and look and use them.
God, I can't,
Are
Jerry.
there
I can't.
articles and guidance in the industry about this particular practice of analysis?
For analysis, just for clarification, you're talking about for analysis of Safari artifacts, of mobile forensics, of browser state DB, just for clarity on the question.
Let's work our way through it. How
Sure.
about through Safari?
For Safari, there are multiple different blogs that talk about Safari, as well as
Blogs.
I have
Okay.
analysis of Safari through classes I took, such as SANS 4508, which is their, I'm sorry, 518, SANS 4518, which is the Mac and iOS analysis course, which I took.
How about the specific guidance regarding searching the different databases for artifacts?
In terms of methodology for digging into databases,
Yes.
is that correct? There are multiple, I've taken courses throughout my master's program, courses on how to analyze digital forensics artifacts, including mobile device forensics, throughout my GIAC certifications. I've taken multiple instructor-led courses on how to do these, as well specifically that cover mobile Safari history in mobile forensics at GMU in his master's program as part of the SANS 4518 class. And in terms of data structures, I've taken study on how to analyze databases like SQLite and PLIS are covered in those courses.
There are books on study on this methodology?
There are multiple books on digital forensics, many of which I've read, and including books specifically on analysis of SQLite databases, such as Sanderson's SQLite Forensics, which is probably the most authoritative because not only was it written by Sanderson, who makes a tool, it was tech edited by 3 renowned forensics examiners, as well as Dr. Richard Hipp, who created SQLite itself.
The methodology, the technique you use to look past the reports and actually look at the data to make your determination and arrive at your opinions, is that methodology regularly accepted within the forensic data community?
Absolutely. Again, using the methodology from the consensus-based documents from the community, from the Scientific Working Group Digital Evidence on best practices for analysis, as well as specifically for the SQLite databases I was looking at. I do that deeply verifying and in accordance with the understandings from Sanderson's book.
Now, you share with us that you had an opinion regarding the timestamp and whether that it was applicable to the search term, "How's long to die in cold?"
That is correct.
Now, I want to ask you, to a reasonable degree of forensic data, scientific certainty, what is your opinion about whether the phrase "How's long to die in cold" was made at the time of the timestamp 2/27/40?
It's the last time, Mr. President, on this issue, okay?
So I wonder what kind of furniture she saw on this weekend. It's interesting. She's Amish, right? Does she have kids? Because that needs to be discussed. You know, just make up as many words as you can and they'll believe you. Just talk long enough. Oh my God. Forensic. Oh my God. Flip thinks she looks good. Oh my God, Flip. We gotta talk, bro. Oh gosh. Oh.
All right. She's definitely not everyone's favorite here.
Oh no, she's getting crushed, dude.
Poor girl.
Well, I think she knows what's coming, and I think Brennan obviously knows what's coming. So he's trying to get ahead of the question a little bit. Maybe I don't. That's all I can figure out because I'm lost, dude. I don't even know what she's. I don't even know what she's saying right now. Means it's just blah blah blah. Google nothing in my brain right now. You mean nothing to me. I know people are like, hey, pay attention. I can't, dude. Can't pay attention to this lady. I want to know what John Conley brought for cold cuts today, is what I want to know.
Mike, if I'm trying to get you to say a word, that's what Hank's trying to do. He's trying to get her to say something, and she's trying to find a way to make it work. It's not happening, unfortunately. It can't, because the phone's just like a computer. It's factual. It's specific.
I see. Gail just said Hank keeps trying to sneak some kind of question that Alessi is catching every time, and Bev is pissed. Okay, just like you said, he's Brendan's trying to get us to say a couple of words, and Alessi's objecting to the question,
as he should.
All right, okay.
Because once she answers his question, it's kind of set in stone, even if she's wrong. And I think that's where they're having this disagreement with the sidebars and stuff. Make sense? I think.
I don't know. People, I mean, are you with me on this stuff? I don't know, man. Yeah, Proctor did say last time, guys. Like I think her cup's getting empty, and she's like, "I need a fucking drink bad. This guy's driving me crazy."
This is what she does for a living. Can you imagine that?
Oh God!
Every day,
and she's got somebody's life on the line, and she's acting this way. I mean, you would think she'd be a little bit more courteous in the ways that things are done in her courtroom, but she's letting Hank Brennan just run the show. Run the show. Go ahead. And then when they object, I'm tired of you objecting. Well, it's for the fairness of the trial of my client, Your Honor. I don't care.
Wow.
It's just like, what the fuck, man? Oh, God. Yeah, she sounds like she literally mumbles with her head. I can't wait for Auntie Deb's take on this. Right. Oh, my God.
I mean, to me, 227 happened.
Just you don't need this dribble drabble.
So, Mike, my phone.
Oh, here we go. Now I got the Tom CPO. Go ahead.
Yeah. Right now, I open my browser on my phone.
Right.
That's logged. Okay.
There's a timestamp. Okay.
It says I opened my Chrome, my Google Chrome, and I have 1, 2, 3.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Brennan.
I'm now going to ask you for your first opinion. So you shared that you have an opinion about whether that timestamp 22740 was, whether or not that was the time the search "How Long to Die in the Cold" occurred. Can you tell us, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, your opinion about whether that search, "How Long to Die in the Cold," occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Okay, the objections are overruled.
What I can state to a scientific degree of certainty is that that search occurred at 6:24 a.m. and was the last search in the tab that had been opened at 2:27.
Do you have an opinion to a degree of scientific certainty whether there was any other searches similar to "How Long to Die in the Cold" that evening on that tab?
I'm going to allow it.
Yes.
May I first inquire, you meant morning, as I
I'm sorry,
assume?
that morning, yes.
Just clarifying, I did not look at evening searches. And can you repeat? I apologize. I disrupted my own train of
Do you have
thought.
an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether there were any other searches on that tab before the final search at 6:24:47, "How Long to Die in Cold"?
Yes.
Overruled.
Just ensuring that I have the question correct.
Please.
You're asking if
this is it.
What else occurred in that tab prior?
Yes.
That I cannot say with a clear degree of certainty.
Did you develop a chalk that I showed
I did.
you earlier?
Yes.
Like to approach?
Yes.
document? Do you recognize it?
Yes,
What is it?
it is the exhibit that I created that was labeled Table 1 in the first report I had delivered.
And does that provide information that will assist us in understanding your opinion?
Yes.
Has moved subject to redaction?
I can't go in now. I can't.
Your Honor, I have no issue with regard to the redaction aspect, but consistent with my prior objections, I would object to that.
Okay, I'm going to allow this into evidence. You're right to say it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, 82? Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 82 to the jury.
Okay.
Could we enlarge the first two? And we're going to need to get the right column in if we can, please. Thank you. Ms. Hyde, can you see it from there?
I can. Thank you.
If you can walk us through how this exhibit assists us in understanding your explanation and the basis for your opinion.
This exhibit shows the Safari artifacts and artifacts of Google searches in Safari related to the two searches in question, How Long to Die in CILKD and How's Long to Die in Cold, that occurred on the morning of November 29th, 2022 on the device under examination.
If I look at this chart and I see in the top left, it says 2:27:40 a.m. And then under the search term, it says, How's Long to Die in Cold. How do I understand your opinion that that search didn't happen at 2:27:40?
This document is showing you the data that is the parsed result. The source of that artifact that you see in the last column is a little bit cut off, the browser state db-wall file. That database does store how the data is stored, the search term How's Long to Die in Cold, with an associated MAC absolute epoch timestamp that translates to 2:27 a.m.
Right.
That is what is physically stored. That does not annotate the meaning of that artifact. That was determined through testing following the NIST OSAC data generation guidelines for testing.
In the second row, we see a timestamp on the left-hand column, 6:23:49. And it provides artifact, the cache record.
Mm-hmm.
What is the term, and what does that mean under the search term?
iOS Safari cache records. A cache refers to something that a computer program wants quick and easy access to. When we search on our phones, anything, a lot of times, be it in Google or in Safari, depending on what type of phone you own, it'll suggest what it thinks you're going to type in, right? So you can click it. It's trying to be helpful. In this instance, at 6:23:49, we have a cache record that indicates that Apple suggested the phrase, how long does it take to digest food?
And then under that, 6:23:51, it appears it says a recent web search, and the spelling is changed. How long, TIDIEINCIKD.
So this, in reference to these two search terms, this is the first actual search that occurs at 6:23:51 a.m. Upon beginning the typing of that phrase, Apple provided the suggested search, and the person inputting into the phone at that time continued to type out a phrase and finished it as how long, TIDINCIKD, which that is available to us in the Mobile Safari P-list, which tracks recent web searches. And then we'll see 6 seconds later, we get that reference in that Knowledge C database that I mentioned before. That's the next line. So that's the Knowledge C database is Apple's way of keeping knowledge about what the user's doing. It sees and holds your knowledge. It's an easy way to remember it. That's what I teach my students. So that Knowledge CDB tracks a lot of things for predictive purposes. And so 6 seconds later, it's logging that same search. So that search is being tracked in 2 places.
And so one search can be left as artifacts in different locations on the database?
Correct. There can be multiple traces or artifacts of the same user action in different places on a mobile device.
And if we go down to the bottom, the last column, at 624.47, we again see house long to die in cold. And if you look in the first column, it's the same phrase. Is that a coincidence that it appears at the bottom at 624.47 and also appears up at 227.40?
As mentioned before, through testing of the artifact for browser state DB, that artifact will hold the most recent search that happened in the tab. So it is logical that HOS long to die in cold was searched at 624.18, tracked in that mobile Safari P list, repeated in Knowledge C, Knowledge made its tracking in the Knowledge CDB, and then that table for browser state DB, which again has the time that the tab was opened or the last time it was backgrounded, and updated just the website that was visited. So the website, that is why we get that 227 time. That's actually, as far as the data storage is, the first thing I have in there, because I want to put it in chronological time order for exhibit purposes, is actually the last thing to happen because it's the update to what's in the tab.
You offered that the house long to die in cold is the last thing to happen. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the time when that search was made?
Objection, Your Honor.
To a reasonable degree of certainty, I can say that HOS long to die in cold was searched at approximately 6:24 a.m.
Now, moving on from the 227 search, there are two other issues that you were asked to analyze. We talked about them at the beginning. Let's begin with whether or not you looked at the data and analyzed the data and came to any opinions about whether that phrase, how long to die in cold, was user deleted on that device.
So there's two really key elements as to if that was user deleted. If the question is, did I come to opinion? Yes.
And can you explain how you came to an opinion that we'll ultimately share with the jury?
The first line in that exhibit, the ending of that, if you remember, it said browser state.db-wall. That's important. So we'll talk about that in a second. But the first thing I want to bring up is kind of how the database works, because I didn't just look at the tool result. I extracted that database and I did a deeper analysis on it using Sanderson's tool, because that information was in that -wall file. So when a SQLite database, which is a specific way of storing, very, very common on mobile phones, actually one of the most common, when that database stores data, it has two versions. The most recent version, and the version in use here, uses what's called a write-ahead log. So before data is committed, it is written to a write-ahead log. I'll kind of explain it. So let's say we're in a restaurant and we're sitting at a table and we're ordering food. Our table is the table. Data is going to come to the table, and that's going to be our food. So when we order food, let's say we've got a chicken sandwich, a burger, and a pizza coming to the table. The chicken sandwich, the burger, and the pizza, the kitchen puts it in the
What the fuck are we watching right now?
It's the write-ahead log. The server grabs it from there. It's where data sits before it goes to the table. Just like your food goes to that serving station before your server brings it to your table. Server brings it to the table. That table's got its burger, its chicken, and its pizza. Another table orders waffles and pancakes. They think it's breakfast. The waffles and pancakes are made by the kitchen. They're put on the serving area. Waitress comes over. This pizza has pepperoni. I don't eat pepperoni. Can you send it back? Waitress picks up that pepperoni and sends it back. That's a deletion. Pepperoni pizza was just removed from the table, right? We're deleting it. We said it's not what we wanted. The waitress is removing it. She brings it back to that serving area. At that moment, that serving area has the deleted pizza, but also the waffles and pancakes that are waiting to go out to the table. That's how a write-ahead log works. Any changes that are happening sit in the write-ahead log until the database is closed, and then when it's reopened, all those changes are made, both additions and deletions. So often when a phone is imaged, when we make a forensic image, the applications are still open, so we have those WAL files. When we look in our Safari browser, the database knows to read it to you in its current state. So it tells you where the waffles and pancakes are going. They're going to that table. So it shows it as if it's in the table, but it's not in the table yet. So if when we parse the data and we look at the restaurant and we don't look at the back kitchen, we would only at that time see the chicken and the burger, right? Pizza got sent back, waffles and pancakes haven't come out yet. So when we get the data, we get two files. We get the restaurant, that's the database, and we get the serving area, that's the WAL file. Just because it's in the WAL file does not mean it's deleted. It means that that record wasn't where it naturally sits yet. It could be that WAL file can contain deleteds and food or data that hasn't yet been delivered to the database. So the WAL file consists of both. So an assumption
so fucking lost right now.
The data was deleted just because it's in the WAL file is actually not true. And the peer review paper I mentioned earlier that I had accepted in Forensic Science International actually has a section that explains this exact presence for SQLite databases about how we refer to that as recovered and not deleted. Actually, through that entire document, we don't use the phrase deleted. We refer to things in statement of recovery because we need to determine why it's there. So we can't say that it's deleted just because it came from the WAL file. Some tools will automatically indicate to the examiner that they need to dig deeper into that. I did do further analysis by looking at the WAL file. That particular item is a little bit more complex, actually exists on multiple pages because it moves as the database is being created, but all of them have the same unique identifier. So it's the same entry. It's not more than one search of Ha's long to die in cold. If there was more than one search that had occurred where it became the top element in that database, we would see that. There are, as I mentioned, other carved from the database, from the WAL file elements such as the search for the YouTube video, It's Raining Men, because at some point that was the last viewed item in a tab when that tab was retired right before, also 2:27 a.m., but a couple of seconds before the Ha's long to die in cold search. So we can see that that table is put to the rear. The newest tab that's open, which is why it's in the WAL file, it's the most recent thing because it's like our waffles and pancakes hasn't been delivered to the table yet. So it can sit in the WAL file for that reason. That doesn't indicate it's deleted. The second reason is there is no user interaction in the interface to delete a tab. You can open and close a tab, and open and close tabs are tracked in that database, but you cannot delete a tab. There's no, if you were to pick up your iPhone, I know you don't have them right now, but if you were to pick up your iPhone and look, that wouldn't be a physical option you have in the interface. So it could not be deleted by a user through the interface for that most basic reason.
So a user, could they delete a tab if they wanted to?
There's no actual option to delete a tab. For your web history,
X button right there at the top.
For example, most of us are familiar with clearing the cache in your web history. You might do it because you don't want your kids to see what you searched, or maybe your kids don't want you to see what they searched, so they'll delete it. But you can't delete the tab history. It's just what tabs are there. The
That's how they found it in Celebrite, Tom.
When you look
That's
at
what,
the software,
right?
whether it was Axiom or Celebrite, when you look just at the report, not the data itself, do either of those reports have any indication noting that that web or that Safari search is characterized as deleted?
Tools, Celebrite denotes it with a red X. which means that it is recovered. Axiom indicates that it is carved. In the same paper that I referenced earlier that I authored, there's a chart in there that shows the distinction between how different tools, some will use red X's, some will use question marks, some will list carved or parsed. So every tool chooses to do that differently. That does not mean deleted. It means it needs further analysis.
Should an examiner who looks just at the reports of the software assume that if it is marked as recovered in Celebrite or carved in Axiom, should
an examiner should never assume something's deleted without doing a manual examination.
The manual examination, is that a method that's used, that's generally accepted in the forensic data field?
The NIST Science Foundation paper, as well as the dataset generation guidelines, both speak to conducting testing to verify and validate, and it states clearly that an examiner is to verify and validate findings and to determine meaning.
So given that you've used multiple tools to look at reports regarding this phrase, how long to die in cold, and have seen indications or characterizations of recovered and carved, and in addition to the fact that you actually analyzed the data, did you arrive at an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not the user deleted, any user deleted the phrase, how long to die in cold?
Yes, if it's how's long to die in cold. Sorry, trying to clarify.
Pardon me. Did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether any user deleted the phrase, how's long to die in cold?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
My opinion is there was no deletion that occurred by the user because it is not something a user can delete.
Finally, I want to ask you about your
Thank
analysis
God.
of the phone records on this phone attributed to Ms. McCabe. Did you go through an analysis of the phone logs and the phone records on the phone?
I analyzed the call logs and the phone logs on the device that I was given, that I was told belonged to Ms. McCabe, yes.
Would a suggestion or a claim that a user deleted irregularly a number of phone calls, would that be accurate or inaccurate in your experience?
It is inaccurate in this instance.
Can you explain to us why and how you came to that conclusion?
Yeah, this is actually really interesting because of what it appears in the forensics tools and additional artifacts that I looked at that are not parsed by the forensics tools. So the call logs, when you look at it, it appears, I don't remember if it's 8:57 or 8:59 a.m. in my mind at the moment, but approximately either 8:57 or 8:59 is the earliest phone call we see on the 29th of January. We see
So
no
the 507 didn't
call
happen?
logs before,
It
but
happened.
we do see FaceTime logs before. So if an examiner, again, was making assumptions without testing or reviewing, the first assumption might be, well, things must have been deleted because there's data that exists before, but not current data. So then you have to go, how do phone logs work? And again, create test data and review. What the situation here is that there are three types of call logs on this particular phone. There's regular calls, incoming and outgoing. There are FaceTime video chats, incoming and outgoing, and FaceTime audio chats, incoming and outgoing. The storage for that is actually 200 records. So you can only store up to 200 of each. Now, if you were a user of, let's say, WhatsApp or Signal or Telegram, those would each count too, and they'd get their own logs. So when we look at the database for the number of calls between 8:59 a.m. or 8:57, again, I apologize, I'm not looking at that precise time, on the 29th of January in 2022, there are exactly 200 calls still in that record from then until the imaging of the phone. There are 199 FaceTime video calls and only 27 FaceTime audio calls. So the question is, how do you validate that that's what's happening? So we actually have call logs that we can pick up in other places for recent call logs in the last 7 to 30 days, depending on the exact version of the device and how the biomes are running. We can actually see incoming call logs, the number they go to, and if they're incoming or outgoing in the biomes. So we actually can see the history going back for the entirety of that day on January 29th till midnight. Again, my scope was from midnight until noon. So we can actually see all of the calls. They're just not all on call history state DB. Now, the call history state DB, from a user perspective, that button on your phone doesn't say call history. It actually says recents. And what it's determining as recents is the most recent 200 of each category. Now, how did I determine this further? There is a running log that exists in a phone. It lasts about 3 days. It's called the unified log. The unified log tracks multiple things that are happening on the phone. In manual analysis of the unified log, from this phone, I can clearly see each time a 201st call comes in, the 200th call gets deleted. So it's constantly just the last 200 calls. It may not be typical that we see 200 calls in 3 days, but on this device, we do see 200 regular phone calls in the 3 days between 8:59 a.m. on the 29th and when the phone was imaged.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether there was any user deletions from the phone call log that morning?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
The opinion is that I can see that it's done by the device itself utilizing unified logs, that the system is deleting the 201st call every time a new call is received or outgoing.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Oh, thank you.
Good sidebar regarding scheduling and a few things.
I'm like asleep over here. You're on mute.
That was tough even for me.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Look at all the little Keefes are like, holy, what happened?
Yep.
Did she delete it? Did it happen?
It did.
What's
227.
going on? I don't know what happened. Did we win that one? Oh, goodness gracious. Look at Gretchen Haas.
Yep. Getting up there, warming up. Wow. It does. It deletes. It. By the way, she said it holds 200 calls. When the 201st call comes in, it drops number one. It drops the longest. It drops number like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
200.
Yeah, the 2 go to the 1 and
drops it down.
Right.
Yep.
Oh my God. All she did was make everybody hungry talking about food. So I guess when the waitress brings the food over, that would be your fucking thumb.
Yeah.
In theory, right?
Yep.
If you got to move the pizza back, well, okay, I don't want that. You stop it, right?
Well, here it comes. You ready? None of that happens if you don't touch the phone.
Right. She's
talking about stuff that's not relevant. I didn't find this, Mike. There's no fingerprints of that kid on the floor of my house. All over the windows, doors, everywhere, not on the floor. Who cares? When you sit and you order food, you know if you're in the mood for spaghetti or tacos or whatever. You order it, it comes. Well, it ain't exactly what you wanted, but it's tacos or it's pizza. You ordered pizza, didn't you?
Yeah.
You ordered with 3 toppings, it came with 2.
Gotcha.
That's all she's saying, dude. That search, how long to die in the cold, has to be touched. Those.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
All rise for the court, please.
I want a pizza with no pepperoni.
All right. Now that's what you want. And you get a mushroom pizza. What do?
I send it back.
There you go.
Now, am I exiting
it
out?
You delete
it. That's what I do.
Gone. But guess what's in the queue? Guess what's in the warming table? Another fucking pizza.
Are you looking at my head, sir?
I feel bad. I really feel bad for the people that don't understand that she dodged so many questions, Mike. She didn't answer some questions, and it was ridiculous. And she just went on and on and on. I hope the internet catches that. I'm sure they will. Her course is not going to be signed up by many people.
I want a fucking refund. If I've ever bought one, if she teaches a course and I'm not advanced enough in the extraction part of sell it, what did you do? You're a horrible teacher, first of all. Didn't explain anything. And she got laughed out of a Maryland court for this exact kind of spew, according to Eden. Just posted it again that this lady got laughed out of a Maryland courtroom, Supreme Court, and was found not to be effective in gibberish. And here we are, and we're letting it happen here.
Right.
This is like thank God we have attorneys, defense attorneys that Karen has to fight this bullshit that we pay for.
That's what this is, Mike. This is just bullshit.
That
they
we're
found
paid
this
for.
lady who can confuse everybody. She sounds smart. Okay, we'll listen to her. No,
I don't even think she sounds smart, Tommy.
Mike, she's not. She is in a way. She is in a specific way. She is. Bigger picture, I don't think so. No.
She brought up food, porn, and phones.
Yep. I mean, we all know about what do you call it there? The private browsing, incognito mode.
Yeah.
All that
I've never even used on incognito mode.
I'm pissed when my phone does it. I have to get out of it. I can't use it.
Everybody's making this jury right. Even Bedroll's like, this jury's like not good. They're just whatever.
And again, I feel bad for the Twitterverse and
she's getting crushed, dude.
All the people that are out here. It's sad that she's confusing you this way. She could have done better.
She's getting crushed on Twitter right now.
Yeah,
they got pieces. They got waffles around her. They got Charlie Brown. God. I mean, Jesus Christ. Are you gonna eat? What are you doing? You all set? Are you gonna play a video for our fans? What are you doing?
Yeah, I could do that. I'm gonna eat some lunch.
All right, we're gonna put it on. You got it. Then I'll be back. Then, all right.
Yeah. Let's see. What do you guys want to see today? Let's see. Let's go old. Next page. I have 370 pages. 370 pages. I have 370 videos. At the average length of 5 hours. Average. This is old. Let's just see what this is real quick. I don't know when this was. This is early. All right. That's Aiden. That's old. That's really old. What's this? All right. This is Karen coming to court. Let me share it from here. Present. This is some of my video I recorded. And you know one thing? Let me pause this real quick. Hold on. You know what? Something's really awesome you guys don't realize is when Karen was walking into court all the time, she knew everybody's names. Hi, Neil. Hi, Mary. Hi, whatever. She knew everybody's names. And if there was someone new, she'd stop and talk to them and get their name, and she'd know the name the next day. I don't know how she does it. I'm down there every day, and I still have problems with names. But she's right on the money. She's sharp as a tack when it comes to names.
Karen, why are you always smiling during these walks instead of mourning John? Karen, are you worried about the juror who lied about hearing about the case and then Aiden Kearney bragged about it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So that's Karen coming out and other friend there. And I'm sorry. Yesterday I tried very hard to not have him on my stream. I don't want to film him in any way. So if my camera's turned a different direction, it's because he's there. So I'm trying to remove him from anything that I'm producing or making. That's Grant. All right. And we're going to do this because this was the best. Where are we? This is going back, guys. This is a long time ago. All right. Almost here, guys. There we go. Make sure we're here. All right. We're going to see her leave. And this is a wonderful, wonderful thing.
Comment.
You guys see the filing that the prosecution wants to keep the Morrissey office? Dragging out longer than you're just make sure there's an adequate number of people.
Yeah, I think the judge is being very careful, making sure that once we get started, we keep going.
Every day you get something at this point.
Every day. Every day. I'm going to be doing this. We'll figure it out. Don't worry. That's a good idea.
All right. And there you go. Karen coming and going. A little bit about that. The walk back it was not contentious. It was easy. It was hard to explain, but that is how anybody for any purpose. If you go to court, you should have that privilege to be able to walk unimpeded in and out of the courthouse. I absolutely get that. Totally understand. And the whole buffer zone thing, I get that for the jury. I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. I saw a couple questions I wanted to answer. I highlighted them. They were good. Where is it? Chrissy was blocking Grant. Here we go. Where is it? There's a question somebody asked, and I wrote it down. Little Irish girl says that she's proud of all of us, right? And if you go back in time and you look at Grant's thing when he was first kind of running around, things were he was the out of control person, and he's calmed down a lot. So everyone's calmed down. It's nice to be able to come out and not worry about something just stupid, you know. The courtroom. I'm not going to go in the courtroom, but I believe it is absolutely the same place as we've been. So poor Aiden's got to go into the same courtroom. I think it's the same courtroom that Karen was in, or the other one that's smaller. Thank you, little Irish girl. La, 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 la. Zoom link. I know we got to get that. I would love for the men supporters to come to the trial, right? We're in blue for John and pink for Karen. I looked at the stats on YouTube. It's like 70% women that are watching this. 70% of women and 30% men. That shocked me. But that's in my stats. When I look at the stats of like where people are coming from and whatnot, more girls than guys by a lot. Unetti has, see what this says. Unetti has that man with no name stare. Oh my God. And I'm like, how do I explain this? When they get out of the car and they get together, there's a thing. There's a thing about them. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. She's so beautiful and classy. Absolutely. I'm not sure if you guys have bought popcorn yet, but the popcorn fundraiser is definitely the popcorn's great, and the fundraiser is for an excellent cause. Buy a bag of popcorn instead of buying it from the store. Just buy a bunch of bags and keep them in the closet or keep them in the cupboard. What was that poster board wave? It was just a blank piece of board. It was just blank. Didn't need anything on it. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, that was a good shot yesterday, wasn't it? That was a good shot of her. Yeah. All right. The Glera, good morning, bud. Listen, I want to thank you, bud, for sending people over to my channel yesterday. Pretty awesome, bud. I appreciate that a lot. So anyone here that's not subscribed, I'm sure you all are, but you got to subscribe to the Glera. Wonderful show. Absolutely. It's just it fits. And it's funny because he's not from around here, but his accents, he's working on his accent, but he's fitting in nice. Don't give him any airtime. Right. I mean, I'm not gonna put that clown on TV in any way. They look ready for business. They really look like yeah. Yep. But there's a like an aura about them when they get out. Like there's something. Popcorn. Help Karen's defense fund by getting some great tasting popcorn. Buy from Paul. All right. Thanks, Tom, for Florida. Nice. Orlando. And that's funny too, is there's more and more people out of state that are coming in. a lot more, and it's a great thing to see because every day there's more and more and more. What's this say? More women watch true crime. Well, that's because the men are in jail because it's always the men. They always do it. Let's talk about this for a second. I know you guys appreciate me and what I do, but I appreciate you guys for what you do because I do it for you guys. I'm out there with the camera holding it because you guys can't get there for whatever reason. Kids, work, car, job. I try to bring you what's on the ground, and I try and talk to everybody so that if it was you, you're almost like you're gonna mingle through the crowd and meet people and maybe learn something. But I can't do this without you guys. So the appreciation is for you. I appreciate every single person that watches my channel, every single one of you guys. It's really nice. It's really nice. You actually you sit down and watch me. Like, it's me? Like, you're gonna watch me? Okay. So I'm blessed and I'm honored by everyone. Jennifer Coffindaffer didn't get escorted out the back. She walked into the front of the courthouse and she walked out the front of the courthouse and took a right and went around the back instead of walking back at us because she would have had a question or two being asked of her. Right? So she went this way, and while we're here, she didn't have to get escorted. She didn't even have. She's a liar. Matter of fact, let me go back to this. I think I got that on tape. Let's check. Let's check the tape. Right? Go to the tape. Give me a second, guys and girls, because I know exactly where it is. Did we get her? Did we get her? Did we get her? I think I did. I think I got her. She was there beforehand. Yep, I know, because I walked across the street with her. I have proof that if she said she'd be escorted, that's a lie. If that's true, guys, I need to know, because I have her here on video. Just trying to find it. There we go. All right, boys and girls, I now present you Miss Coffindaffer and her absolutely petrifying experience today. Here we go. That's her. She almost causes an accident. She stops to take a picture right here. Yeah, she took a picture of them. Gonna take a picture? Okay, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. 7:55, because I got her when she came. 56, 57, 58, 59. I can prove that she walked out on her own by her own free will and that she chose to take the other way. Because, see, the reporters and stuff, she didn't want to walk down. That's where they were sitting. So I go back over. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. I know I got it. I know I got it. Now she knew, Coffin Dapper knew who was on the sidewalk. The girl who she accused her of taking her son out of school, school vacation week. That's who she accused of it. So she was going to go and ask her a question personally, but Jen decided to go the other way. Where is she? Yeah, it's here somewhere. I'm not gonna go through it, I think. Yep. But she she went left. No, she walked out. She took a right and went around the back of the courthouse. And the tulips that she's talking about are the tulips that I had earlier in the day of that lady's house. She took a picture of those, and she was by herself, and there was nobody around her. So for her to say she needed to be escorted for people harassing her, that's a flat out lie. All right, what else we got here? The creators all support each other. We try to. We try to work with each other. Sometimes it works out, and sometimes it doesn't, right? I mean, it's how it is. But there's no way that Coffin Daffer did that. You want to interview me? Okay. Watching from the UK. Love the coverage. We love you watching. That's pretty cool how this whole thing has morphed overseas like that, isn't it? We have all this stuff, all this badness going over there. And Kelly, I hope you enjoy the footage, and I hope you enjoy the small town of Dedham that I can show you. It's quaint, small, little thing. All right. Looking at the chat. Wait a minute. What's this? Okay. Well, I'll take half of this, okay? Yeah, we're all massholes. We all live here. You don't gotta slice it up. We kind of take it as it is. I'm not sure about that last comment about him being that. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Ohio. Cincinnati, okay. Here you go. This is what it's about. An innocent woman being accused of murder in a massive cover-up. Bingo. You got 5 across, man. With the free space, you win. Bingo, that's it. Will and Clubber, my boy Clubber. And you know what's funny too is people are bringing their animals. They're bringing their dogs with them. It's really, really pretty badass. Listen, I got 6,000 subs yesterday. I hit 6,000 and I was up in the air. I was jumping. I was so happy. I thank everybody. I mean, really, this is 6,000 people want to listen to what I have to say. Wow. See what else? Yep. Look at that. Can't read text by Brian. Okay. This right here. Can I talk about the can't read text messages to Brian Higgins? How about knowing where the cameras are so they can go make out? Are these true? And if so, what do you know? I'm privy to a lot of stuff. Like people come up and they tell me stuff, and some of it's good. Some of it's good data, and then some of it's bad data. I heard that Karen and Brian were friends prior. So she knew him prior. Now, when it comes to that whole kiss thing, right? Well, nobody was there. And not just that, but like how many times do you go and see somebody and when you leave you give them a kiss? Like it's still a kiss, but it's not sexual in nature, it's not romantic. It's more of a like a shaking of a hand type of a thing. So when they say her kissing, I don't buy it. I don't. In the cameras, well, let me just say this. Why would you care about the cameras? If you're gonna go and you're gonna make out with somebody, you're gonna do it where there are no cameras. What this is referring to is that there were cameras in a blind spot, and they're gonna go and hide in this little corner of this. You can't see me from standing exactly right. No, no, no. I don't see that happening. And by the way, cameras are not designed to have a blind spot in them. Like, who puts a camera up to have a known blind spot? Don't sound right. You want the most coverage you can get from a camera. I think this is just. I think this whole kiss thing is the other side just grasping and making up shit and throwing it out there. I swear, they just make up stuff and throw it out. There you go. Let's make up a lie that Karen drove across somebody's front lawn that morning, right? That never happened. But yet, the other side will make it up. The other side, let's see, they made fake newspapers to scare everyone about the audit. I should do a show just on all the things from the start to the end of all the noise that's been going on. Guess what? 227 happened. And guess what? Colin was in the house. 227. How long to die in the cold? Jen McCabe. 2:27 a.m. How come you didn't hit 911? You're Googling stuff. Why are you even on the internet? Your friend needs help. Yeah. So again, that whole Higgins kissing thing, it really makes sense to me only for the fact that they don't like Higgins. They think he flipped. So I think this is all just unnecessary noise. I don't believe it. And if it's true, so what? So what? Like, so what? I don't. She kissed the guy on the way out. Well, that's considerate. That's polite. That's respectful, right? Iris, little girl, you became a member. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. You guys rock, man. Everyone that this is stuff that I don't know how to take it. I don't know how to take it. I'm in awe. Wow. Yeah, I try to give you guys what I got. And that's all. And better yet, I do that just like the information with Karen Reed. I do that so you can make up your own mind. Not me telling you what to think. I don't need to do that. I just need to show you guys what's going on, right? That's easy for me. Coffin Daffer was there. Yep. Oh, if she shows up again, there's going to be an issue. I guarantee it's going to get loud because she disparaged a very nice lady and her kid, who's a good kid. Oklahoma City. She's a liar. You like that? From Boston. All right. The cars almost ran her over. Yeah. She couldn't even cross the street, this lady. You see all the beeping and everything? She almost got hit by a car. I think he was 200. Get this. I think he was 250 pounds. How do you move 250 pounds? Can't do it. Can't do it alone. Nope. Bingo. Bingo. Here you go. James. Does it matter? Again, what if she kissed Colin? How does that change what happened to John? That's the noise. That's the noise the other side loves to throw out there, and none of it's true. So you got to remember that when you hear something, where's it coming from? Why, they're trying to put it all on Higgins when I'm not sure that's proper. Again, I'm not involved in that whole aside, but anyone know why she's there? Yeah, she's here for the trial, so she can say she was here. I was there. I was at 34. I was at the scene. Yeah. Finally, right? Finally, she can talk about it because she's been there. Oh my God. I heard, get this. I heard there are 2 members on the witness list that have been bid by Chloe. Nice dog. Missouri. My God, we're reaching Missouri, huh? A river runs through it. That's pretty far. And there's a time change too. Wow, it's early out there. Thank you for watching. Corey, you're the band. Thank you. What else we got here? I don't think she wanted the attention yesterday. Trust me. Yeah. She's gonna get attention. Imagine that. Know what else is weird? Is Sergeant Detective Lank was not supposed to be promoted after the Lapalato brothers there. I don't know how to spell their name, but after that incident with Chris Albert at the bar where he activated himself, part of that settlement was he couldn't get promoted. And what did the chief do? Promoted him. So now he's in debt to the chief. Both of them. All right. I'm not worried about her. Yeah, she can't even cross traffic correctly. I mean, we got her on tape, almost causing accidents and stuff. Yeah, she wasn't with anybody, and nobody came out with her. You can go into the courthouse, but you can't go into the actual courtroom. You can still walk in and go to the offices and stuff like that. John had a boxer's fracture, don't forget, right? So he was punching. It's what happens when you punch. It breaks your knuckle and pushes it in. It's called a boxer's fracture. And he got that. So he was swinging. He went down swinging, right? No doubt about it. He went down swinging. That's exactly maybe true right there. That's true. Well, she didn't go in the courtroom. She went into the courthouse. The courtroom upstairs, I don't think she could get into it. Did she count the people that were inside? I don't think so. Yep, 2 black guys in the nose. Ooh, UK and Scotland. Thank you for coming and watching this stream. We love you guys from over there. We really do. So many supporters. I think there was 25-ish, 30-ish. We're not allowed in the courthouse, like in the courtroom. So like the supporters will just come and stand outside. So there's only so much we can do. A buffer zone. That's a great question. We should find out today what's up with the buffer zone from Mark Randazza. He's great. What a great lawyer. I know he's working on that, and I do believe we're going to get the answer to the buffer zone today. All right. Alpine Stars. Hi, Tom. New to the channel. Can you talk about the text messages that Karen sent to Brian Higgins about wanting to make out? She knew where the cameras were. Is this true? Thank you. Okay. There's probably text messages. I wouldn't doubt if there's text messages to Brian, because she knew Brian. I believe she knew Brian prior. So there was communication back and forth between the two. What's inside, God only knows, right? God knows. I will tell you this. If I'm gonna make out with a girl and I don't want to be on camera, I'm not going where the cameras are. Okay? Cameras are made so that there are no blind spots. You put the camera up and you move it to get the most coverage you can get. Okay? If there's a blind spot, okay, maybe it doesn't get this side of the garage. So what, you're gonna walk over? It doesn't make sense to me. Not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense. If I want to go make out with a girl, I'm going with her on no cameras. Period. Dot. Not no dead space. Not. I'm out. Out. Just for a kiss. So I kind of again, I'm not buying into all of this stuff right here, because I think some of this is noise, and that noise is what the other side's trying to create to distract us away from the 227 Google search or the fact that Colin was in the house. They're trying to get us away from those two facts. Oh, Salonda, come a new member. Thank you, dear. Thank you. Very happy. No news on the lug nuts. There were no lug nuts loosened, I don't think. No one reported lug nuts. There was also security in the parking lot. Oh, that'd be wonderful, huh? That'd be great. And again, listen, I'm thrilled with 6,000 subs. You guys rock. I love you guys. Getting more than that. Listen, I'm blessed to have anyone subscribe. Anyone. What else? Do you have to be born in Massachusetts or grow up meant to be a masshole? Yeah. It's like an inbred thing. You have to. Good morning, Christine. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming here. Irish girl, thank you, my girl. What's this say? Who said anything about being scared? Retired Leonard. Well, listen, that could be possible. These people, these aren't nice people, okay? And I'm sure there are people that are scared, that maybe were in the house that said, you know. And again, like I said the other day, John never came in the house. Right? Repeat that. John never came in the house. John never came in the house. Or John never showed up. He wasn't here. He never showed up. John never he never came here. Or he just didn't come in the house. See the difference?
They had a That's
it. You never came here, and I said Fred never showed up.
Thank you for your help today, Tom.
Means you never came here. But if Fred never came in the house, maybe not. There's a possibility Fred could have been out in the yard.
No, you waste food, Grandma would kill you.
I know. Just saying. Yep, that's true.
Yeah,
that's absolutely true. It's First Amendment. The minute you walk outside, free reign.
Brianna, the baby.
Public. Fun.
She got a baby. I don't do anything for nothing anymore. Except for love.
I don't.
But I want that guy.
It was a kiss. Okay.
Grown on
so, like Bob, if I gave you a hug, and as I was letting go, and I went,
my short,
like I blew you a kiss.
Maybe don't say chubby, but that's the way you can describe me.
I don't see it.
Put away.
Don't. Who's gonna text you? Hey, can we?
That's the.
Can we go make out? Let's go make out in the blind spot in the garage to the right. I mean, I have a problem seeing that. All right. What's this say?
Right. Enjoy your prize.
And again, perfect example right here from Danny.
Running out there.
Does it matter if they kissed or not? Because John was murdered. Kiss or murder? See, they want you to talk about the kiss and not talk about the murder. It's misdirection. What they try and do. Over there. Look at the noise here. Look at the noise there. Mm-hmm.
All right, man.
All right, you there, bud?
I'm here. Just flick it over to the fan. Guess what I had for lunch?
BLT.
Pizza.
Oh, there you go. Was it wrong or was it right? What happened? Did the order did the order come out wrong, Mike?
No, it came out good. I actually hit the send button and it recorded it, so I ate it.
Just like that, right?
Right. I don't know.
I hope you all enjoyed that little rant, whatever it was I was playing there. I didn't even get to watch.
That was old school.
It was. I don't even. Gil, what are you talking about? I don't. What are we talking about? Well, I missed something.
Oh, when people left the channel and stuff, it was all the bullshit, I guess.
Oh, back then, yeah.
Yeah. Way back, yeah. All the people that were in the chats back then that they're out here now and like.
Oh, okay. This whole movement has evolved. It has definitely changed from something that Mike. There's no manual for this, right? There's no school. You don't go to class. You don't learn this. This is all like kind of seat of your pants type of a thing, right?
Right.
We didn't know what we were doing. I didn't know what I was doing.
Didn't mean to make that mistake.
I certainly was one of those people.
Yeah.
I'm getting an education right now with all this stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Even I'm still learning today as we speak here. So, yeah.
Oh, good. Gretchen Voss, she's such a piece of shit.
Gail, thank you. Thank you, Gail. Gail's been here for a while.
Gail, yeah.
Try to, because it all gets the message out, right?
Yeah, I gotta say, we did start other channels, help people get going up to 1,000 subs and stuff.
Yeah.
And
16 hours.
Yeah,
we've
done all that.
Lots of good stuff out there.
Yeah,
it's
how we roll.
It's what happens, right? You do good things will happen. You surround yourself with good people like we do in the chat.
Yeah,
good things come out of it. Mike, you raised like $1,000 almost to freaking pizza on a Saturday.
Yeah, I know.
Just hanging out.
All of a sudden, I'm in the mood to watch porn, eat waffles, and have pizza. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, pizza, hamburger, chicken sandwich.
Chicken sandwich. That's right.
No gluten options, Mike. No gluten options. Poor people that have gluten allergies are really going to be bad. No restaurant for you. I guess you get no internet.
I wonder what she's having for lunch right now, Mrs. Hyde. I bet you she's got like a Cinnabon up in her head, up in her thing right here. Like just grab like a piece of
it unfolds like like transformer. She unfolds.
Like the hotter her head gets, the warmer the bun gets. She's actually cooking Cinnabons in her head.
Dominoes, but in her head.
Right. Oh, that's freaking good idea, huh?
Little pizza oven in her freaking noggin.
You want to talk about organic and healthy?
That is. Dude, that's solar. She went solar.
It's a built-in oven. She's got a built-in oven. She gets Cinnabons going up top. Everything in the courtroom going.
Dude, I wonder if they use a light bulb like the Betty Crocker things. Remember the Betty Crocker up using a freaking light bulb?
They cook the brownie and stuff.
200-watt light bulb, man. They're cooking everything. Comes out a little brown brownies. Like, I picture a cake.
She's taking all the pencils up. Hey, Lally, shopping these for me, please. Oh my God. Someone better check our hotel bill. Make sure there's no porn, chicken, putt pizza ordered from last night. That's the first thing on our mind.
It is on the menu. It's funny, huh? Pizza. It's all room service items, Mike. That's what that is.
I know.
She stays till Friday. She's hungry. She sure can.
We might have to ask for a budget bump. Can you put this? Can you request?
It's a write-off. It's a write-off.
We're gonna have to FOIA that, Tommy.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to FOIA that. How much did Jessica Hyde spend on personal accommodations while here? Well, we see we got some movies here. We won't get into them.
Oh, food
couple
porn.
of pizzas. What?
Dude, that's both the best of both worlds.
Oh, fuck.
Well, yeah, because it takes a little while. That light bulb takes a while to cook, man. It's a little light bulb up there. Wasn't ready.
No more food porn. Okay, yeah, all right. That's on my brain. I get myself ready for a Lessie.
Dude, does she have a turkey timer for the like when she knows cinnamon's done ready?
Well, I know there's a couple hot dog roll. Bulky rolls up there for like it's quick deli sandwich with Bob Alessi right now in the back room. I got my own roll, the gluten free.
I know down south they'll put like hamburgers and hot dogs on like an engine and like a diesel, and they'll drive it for a couple 100 miles. They pull over and they get undoing tinfoil. There's like hot dogs, and they cook it on the engine, on the exhaust manifold of the truck they're driving.
Do you think she carries her luggage when she's traveling on her head to the airport just to balance it?
Oh, she walks with it like that?
Yeah.
When people that walk with it? Yeah, I can see that. Yes.
Yeah, definitely, right?
That's what that is. It's like a landing
Holy shit.
The landing pad.
And then she puts it down, and then she's so hot that it heats the Cinnabon up there. She gets into the plane, right? And she's got a whole Cinnabon to herself up there. And it smells the whole plane out. Everybody's pissed off that they didn't grab a Cinnabon, but she has one. She's smart. All right.
Where'd she get the icing?
It's already up there.
Okay.
Yeah. So she brought it with her. She lathered it on there before she cooked it. Used actually gel at using as a gel and an icing at the same time. Those things stay good for days up there too, dude. They stay good for days.
Telling you. As long as keep it warm, you'll be all right.
Right. She's constantly sweating. And then she's got that mid oven right around the midsection, that big baker oven.
But you know what?
She can fold up like a saran wrap or something, or a wrap of some sort. Do some Taco Tuesdays in there.
I'm sure she can cook a mean cinnamon, but can she track a cat?
I don't know. We'll have to go back and reflect on yesterday's testimony. So we've had to reflect a cat. We've had to reflect a cat this week.
Yep.
We've had a guy that went to an autopsy. He's not sure if he saw it.
Yeah. Did you go to them often? No.
Was that your first one?
Yes.
Sure. I think you remember your first one. Did you remember this report? Nope. It looks like my name was forged here. Yep. Oh man.
Did you write a report? Nope. Didn't me. No, I didn't write no report. Whoa.
I'm just a low guy in the total pole. Right. I didn't do anything.
Do you remember this report? Mike, that was the first time he probably ever read that fucking report. That's why he was faced that way.
That's why they just saw him at Cobb's Corner filling out an application at McDonald's.
No, dude, they're full. Proctor's working all the shifts.
Yeah, he did take a double shift. I saw him the other day down there.
Banging it out.
He fucked up my order, though. I wanted no onions, extra pickles.
See, it's a fucking wall file in the way again. The wall file.
But I didn't. I manually set it. I didn't delete it.
Oh, my goodness.
Tell you the first person trying to all that forget your cast. So, oh man, thank you, Miss Mojo Rising. Mojo Rising. Oh man, couple of ham and eggs.
Where is it?
Tom's like, no.
I have the picture she's referring to. I thought I had it right behind me.
Oh, up the back.
Thank you so much. I have that picture. I thought it was right behind me, as a matter of fact.
I was told
think you
Councilwoman
donated.
to me at sidebar.
Sidebar.
Oh, here we go. Fill your cups up, people. Fill your cups out. Who's got the ice? McDermott, where's the ice?
So they're having a huddle. Did you have a good lunch? Yeah. How was your lunch? I had a good lunch. Yeah, good lunch. Yeah.
What'd you have? I had pizza, chicken. What'd you have?
I had the pizza.
Holy fuck, man.
Are we on schedule? Is this scheduled? Tell me this shit's scheduled.
Are we on schedule to prosecute somebody here yet? Put somebody away in jail for no reason at all? Are
I
we
still
on schedule?
haven't found out what Karen did. Have you?
Nope.
Neither have I.
I can't wait till we get Colleen Crawford on the stand. Oh, Oh, we have so much good people coming. You got Donkey Lips to come.
She's gonna be tracking Cat soon. That lady. Every piece of evidence that has video or audio, I guarantee she's played with.
Oh, her digital thumbprints all over that.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Oh, hey, look at what's her face? Gretchen Voss has got a little. She's got a little pencil out for her fucking.
She's taking pictures,
and she's stealing shit from Jess Machado.
Yep.
Look at her. Oh, she's looking right at me. She knows I'm talking about her. Yeah, that's right. Buckle up, Buttercup.
That's our boy right there.
Yeah, he's looking at
five.
He's looking at
That's a 5 guy.
No, he's looking at Grinder. He's seeing who's around after
yeah. No.
Jimmy pops up every single time. I can't. Oh fuck. Oh. Oh, dramatic gay bitch. He's like, who's this? He pops up every single day I'm here. Oh.
Like when he comes in from the bottom of the screen, he just pops up.
And he's impersonating Mrs. Hyde. He pops up. What's up, bitches? Oh, fuck me, man. Oh, yeah, Paul's there. I don't know if he's on Grindr though. He might be.
You know, if I had the money, I would make a media company and I would hire Jimmy just to sit his ass right there in camera, right there, every day.
Oh, dude,
every day just to say, hey, there's Jimmy right there.
I would love to have a fucking meme or an icon or an emoji of Jimmy. I want an emoji, Auntie Deb, or something.
So we can, yeah.
Is that Mr. O'Connell or Mrs. O'Connell? I can't really see. I think they're talking about what are you on Tinder or Grindr? I'm on Grindr. You're on Tinder. Hey,
that one
what's
over
up,
there.
guys?
I get that
What's
one,
happening?
yeah,
You saw me? You talking about Sue? I'm looking at you.
And that lady, the blonde lady, says Mike's messing with him. She's laughing at you.
Oh yeah, he's like, this guy, Boston Mike. We're taking him down.
Yeah.
Jess is the only normal one up there. She's going home. I gotta feed the kids.
Thank God.
I got a great husband. My life's good. All the other smash pigs going around are just Nazis.
And not to waste anybody's time. So if I get frustrated at lawyers about something, I try not to, and I don't think I am. But if I seem to cut somebody short, the lawyers are just doing their job. When they request sidebar conferences, they're just doing their job. I am going to try and keep all sidebar conferences to a minimum, but the lawyers are just doing
Oh, good job.
All right, go
You're
ahead.
trying to keep all the side parts to it.
I just need a witness.
Huh. Where'd she go?
She's got the hot bun out of her head right now. She's cleaning up her sticky fingers.
Making hot pockets.
Yeah, she's like, okay, we just packed this little group. All right, I got peanut butter crackers for later. Hold on, here we go. All right. Oh, that's definitely her brother. Definitely her brother. Yep. Definitely her brother. Yep. No doubt about that.
Your Honor?
Here he comes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hyde.
Good afternoon.
I notice you have some documents with you. Could you just state what is in front of you so I know that I might be able to help expedite this if I know what you have in front of you?
Absolutely. I have the first digital forensic analysis report I completed for the previous trial.
Do you have a date? You have several of them.
Dude, this
I
is
do.
on his
It's
head.
the first one. I
How
apologize.
smart this guy is.
the
He
one,
knows.
I believe it's May. I don't remember the
May
date
of
off the top of my head.
2023,
May of
perhaps?
2023, obviously.
He knows.
Then I have the second one. This was the one that was used in the pretrial motion.
December 2024?
December 20. That's correct. Very nice.
He has a
Then
dodge.
I have the third one. This is the final one regarding the phone that was identified as Ms. McCabe's. And then I have the fourth one, which is the phone of Mr. O'Keefe.
I am Rain Man.
And then I do have the opinion from State versus Huera, but if we don't need that, that's fine.
Okay, very well. I appreciate you telling me that. In March, and you recall on your direct examination, Attorney Brennan asked you questions going to your experience and qualifications. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
You were involved in a case, is actually a murder trial in the state of Maryland in a case called State v. Herrera as recently as March of 2025, correct?
Correction, it's an attempted murder.
Attempted murder. And
Whoa.
in
Whoa.
that particular case,
I got to take my
had,
flow this. Hold on.
attempted to offer various opinions to the court, correct?
I object.
You have to move along from this case, from what you're talking about. You have to move along from that Maryland case.
So with regard, do you recall another case from the state of Massachusetts, Arrington case, in which you submitted a pro se amicus? Do you recall that case?
I do.
And is it correct that in that case, you submitted arguments on behalf of the prosecution in that case?
I submitted an amicus brief, which is not on behalf of anybody. It's as a friend of the court.
Right, but the friends of the court, you took a position in that quote, friends of the court brief, correct?
Took a position on the evidence.
Right, and the position you took on the evidence was that the frequent location history data is reliable and should be used. Is that correct?
The statement is that frequent. I do not have that amicus in front of me. It has been a year and a half since I've read it. But that amicus does discuss frequent location history records. And I want to be clear, it speaks to both bias on both sides and negative and positive of submitting it. It was an unbiased writing, and it was not specifically in support of the prosecution.
So you are testifying in this case on behalf of the prosecution, correct?
In this case, I was hired by the prosecution.
Right.
That's correct.
And the prosecution is paying you for your services in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to this case, you have been paid and have been on this case since May of 2023, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to the various reports that you have submitted in this case, you have mentioned one, which is a report with regard to the iPhone of John O'Keefe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you have, in that report, you have made a statement, have you not, that from 12:20:50 a.m. on January 29th of 2022 and after, there is no indication of interaction with the device. Is that correct?
There is no indication of user interaction with the device. There is all received until about 6:04 a.m. when there is again Apple Health data that picks up.
I'll ask it again. And you can feel free to turn to page 1529 in that report.
Page 15?
Page 1529.
The report is.
Would you like the
50
page
pages.
of the report or the page NDA number at the bottom? I can do either
Oh,
way.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying page 15 in the report.
No. It's
I
NDAO
apologize.
1529 or page 7, whatever way.
Page 7. Okay, Roger.
Okay, so page 7, you see there's a heading interactive phone activity, correct?
Yes.
And at the top it says, using a variety of different artifacts, we can see active interaction with the mobile device up until 12:20.
Yeah, you have to
Slow down. Okay, sorry about that. I'm just trying to move it along, but I will be slower. I'll repeat, using a variety of different artifacts, we can see active interaction with the mobile device up until 12:20:50 a.m. ET. You see that statement?
Yes.
And then if you skip down, I'm going to skip a couple sentences to the paragraph under the chart, and this is the key part.
Okay.
It says, from that point, and I'm understanding that point to be the 12:20:50 a.m., correct? Like, you need to say yes or no, I'm sorry.
Yes.
There is no indication of interaction with the device. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
So I am going to, and you believe that statement is correct?
Until 6 something a.m.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just asking if that statement is correct. Not if you have other information, but is that statement correct?
Can you answer that? Ms. Hyde, can you answer that, yes or no?
Did I read that correctly?
You read it correctly,
Thank
yes.
you. If we could, Your Honor, have a document that is put up already in evidence and publish Exhibit 39. And it will be, thank you. And if we could go to slide 82, please.
Can we bring fish on! Fish on!
And Ms. Hyde, if I could draw your attention to the entry that is, it says 3209 under app lock, but we know that the 00 is a 12. So it's 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022. And I'm going to read what it says in red. And this is a timeline of Mr. Whiffen. You know Mr. Whiffen?
I do know Mr. Whiffen.
And so he put in red, not us. He said device locked with lock button for the last time. Do you see that?
I do.
And you know that to lock a phone, you actually have to hit the side button with regard to an iPhone to make it lock. You know that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is an interaction with a phone, is it not?
I concur.
So that means that that interaction with the phone occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
I did not review that specific artifact. I cannot attest to Mr. Whiffen's exam, only to my own.
So do you have any reason to believe that what is in evidence in this case that Mr. Whiffen has produced, and that do you have any basis to contest the fact that the device was locked with a lock button for the last time on the phone of John O'Keefe at 12:32:09 as you sit here?
I cannot contest it because I do not recall looking at that specific artifact.
Don't you think it would have been appropriate to be accurate as a digital forensic analyzer on the topic of the last of an indication of interaction with the device?
She's about to cry.
Don't you think it would have been appropriate to look at that 12:32:09 in any of the tools you said you used on Direct?
I did not correlate that artifact in my timeline.
I understand you didn't. And my question is, you make a statement. Well, let me back up. Do you understand that in this case, as in many cases, that matters of seconds in activity can be determinative of a case? Do you understand that from your experience?
Absolutely.
So it's important, therefore, to get activity right for any data forensic examiner when they're issuing reports about activity, particularly of a decedent. Is that important?
Absolutely.
So isn't it correct that the statement that you make on page 7 of your report, that from that point, 12/20/50, there is no indication of interaction with the device, is incorrect?
I cannot make that without going back and reviewing and validating the artifact you just produced from Mr. Whiffen. I would need to validate that in order to respond to that.
But as you sit here, you have no basis to contest what Mr. Whiffen has stated, that there was a lock button on the side of the phone of Mr. O'Keefe a full 12 minutes after you say there was no interaction with the device. Is that correct?
I don't. I would have to review that portion.
Is there anything that had prevented you from reviewing that in that data before you wrote this report?
Not that I can think of. I would have to go and re-review that.
My question is...
I don't know if that artifact, I have not reviewed that artifact, so I cannot speak to an artifact I have not reviewed. And I did not, that is not my report, that's Mr. Whiffen's report. So I cannot speak to that without going back and reviewing that evidence.
Isn't the interaction with the device, a lock button, readily available to you in the data that you have and had in your possession when you wrote this report?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh. You chose not to look for it. Oh, she's getting Ornery.
Didn't she talk about doing thorough investigations and
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Where did
That's a
pizza
look-
come from? Where
That's a look
where
of
did
a-
the
that's a-
cheeseburger come from? Right?
If you could please
That's a look of a
turn
woman
to
that just got smoked.
in the same report, page 1528, which is your page number 6.
He's trying
And
to
I
take
just
out
want you,
both of
please,
them.
to go to the, just put a placeholder in that. And if you can now just go to the conclusion, which is your page 50. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
So in the conclusion, you state that starting at 12:01 a.m. on January 29, 2022, the mobile phone was in use with activity of Waze navigating to 34 Fairview Drive, Canton, MA, active interaction with the screen, steps, audio playing text messages and calls until 12:31 a.m. EST on January 29, 2002. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
That statement is also incorrect, isn't it?
On what basis? I
Do you believe that statement is correct or incorrect?
I believe that the statement is correct regarding those artifacts that are mentioned in that statement. Yes.
Okay, if you could please, if you could turn to page 1535 of the same report.
Can you give me my page number, please?
I will. I'm
Okay,
just.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Just grab my Cinnabon. Hold on, I'm getting nervous. The Cinnabon's done, dude. It's
If you
cooked.
could turn to your page 13.
13.
The oven's
Roger.
done.
That's a good wrap.
She rewrapped it. See the Cinnabon right there?
I wrap my
there.
knuckles like that when I go
an
boxing.
entry that says 12:31:56, which is the same time in the conclusion, but I'm going to develop it.
I believe I know where you're going.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I need to ask the
apologize.
questions. I appreciate you looking to help, but if I could, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
So it's got health steps and it has steps 36, duration 20.9 or 20.398 seconds. Did I read that correctly?
That is absolutely correct.
So if you look at this data point in your report on page 13, the steps began at 12:31:56, but they ended 20.39 seconds later at 12:32:16. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So therefore, your statement in your conclusion, if you could go back to 50, and this is in your conclusion, your statement there is that the steps, the mobile phone is used with activity, including steps, until 12:31 a.m. EST. That should read until 12:32:16, correct?
It depends on your interpretation of interaction. As a user is walking, they're not actively interacting with their device. It's their movement that is. It's not direct interaction with the screen. But I would agree to your view that that could be interpreted as needing an additional 20 seconds.
Isn't the more correct way to state the conclusion that the active interaction when it comes to steps is not calibrating using the screen, but the phone is calculating steps taken? Isn't that correct?
That is correct, but that's not interactivity with the device.
I understand,
Yes.
but the sentence
Two different
reads,
things, yes.
includes steps, and the more accurate way to have stated that would have been to put 12:32:16 instead of 12:31 a.m., correct?
I'm sorry, you just said 12:30. I did this to the minute, not to the second. Could you rephrase what you were citing?
Well, I'll state it again.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome. So isn't the more correct way to state this important data point in your conclusion, instead of saying active interaction with the screen and steps, etc., until 12:31 a.m. EST, the 12:31 should be 12:32, because the steps that you have on your page 13 by what you concede is the duration of 20 would have brought it to 12:32:16, correct?
I would state that depends. I believe either is a correct way to state that. Based on interactivity, based on your interpretation, your definition is more correct.
Okay, thank you.
Oh!
And it's not my interpretation. I'm reading from your report.
Your
Correct?
interpretation that 1232 is a more correct representation of interaction is based on your theory that interaction concludes when the steps end. And I'm saying both would be acceptable.
Okay, so let's follow up on this.
Sure.
Isn't it correct
Ding,
that it is my
Cinnabon's ready.
theory when the steps ended?
Oh, it's
if I
agree.
could just finish,
Please,
because if
absolutely,
we
sorry.
talk over each other, the stenographer's not going to get both of us. Thank you. So it's not my theory. It's just the simple math from an entry you've made on page 13 that the steps began at 12:31:56. They ended 20.398 seconds after that, which just doing the simple math is 12:32:16. Did I do the math correctly?
That is correct.
Okay,
I'm not
thank you.
debating that.
Thank you very much. So now what I'd like to do is to go to page 1528 of your report.
Do you have my page number for that? I'm sorry.
Yes, and I appreciate that you go page number. So I center in on the lower one, then I'll go immediately to the one. So it's your page 6, Ms. Hyde.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
If you could please go to Apple Health Data Steps.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been talking about steps because they're important enough that you put them in a report, correct?
That is correct.
So let's go to an important data point, therefore, in your report, in the chart, which is the second entry, which is, as you've stated, 12:21:10 a.m. Do you see that?
I do.
And you note under the data that John O'Keefe's phone registered 80 steps at 12:21:10. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
And those 80 steps constituted 191.253 seconds, as you state, correct?
That is what is stored in that database, correct?
And is my math correct, so that the jury understands this perhaps a little better?
Sure.
That 191.253 seconds equals 3.2 minutes.
Approximately, yes.
Approximately.
I'm doing the math in my head, so that's why I said approximately.
Right. Understood. So am I reading this entry correct, that you're stating what the data shows, that 80 steps were taken by the phone of whomever had the phone of Mr. O'Keefe? There were 80 steps taken at 12:21:10 a.m. on January 29, 2022, for a length of time of 3.2 minutes.
That is what the phone registered.
That's what the phone registered. Very well.
Right.
Now what I'd like to do is to turn to the phone of Jennifer McCabe.
Okay.
And that is, for your reports, you don't date your reports, so I can't give you a date, but it says...
It's report 3, I believe, is what you're looking at.
Exactly.
Yep.
It's 3. And there is... Bear with me, I'm accommodating your page reference, and I'll have it soon for you. It is your page 7. And let me know when you are there.
I am there.
Are you aware of an issue regarding the time of an interactive phone activity on Jennifer McCabe's phone at 5:07 a.m.? Are you aware of that issue, and particularly a communication to a person named Coco? Are you aware of that?
I would need to check in my report. May I turn to the page for
Absolutely.
that time?
And
I
if
do
it
see
is-
an outgoing call to someone labeled Coco at 5:07:21.
Yes!
And you can tell that
100%.
because in your report on page 11, you list a 5:07:21 a.m. call to a Coco as outgoing, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
Have
yes.
you discussed that call with any member of the Commonwealth?
No.
Oh!
And again, this call is at 5:07 a.m. on January 29th of 2022, correct?
That is correct.
Woo!
There is no duration listed for that call. And if you just follow my questions, if you can, yes or no. Is that correct? There's no duration.
You just hold on a Mr.
Correct.
Second there.
So what I want to do is to also note that that omission is not the only omission of durations from this report, or I'll state it differently. Let me withdraw that. There is no population of the duration column for any call from 12:14:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022, all the way through this 5:07:21 call. And you don't start listing durations until 8:59:34 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, and explainable. The artifact.
I understand.
Yes.
I don't know. Mr. Brennan can explain it for you afterwards.
Absolutely.
So,
Thank you.
So there's not a population duration of calls after numerous early calls and phone, as you call it, interactive phone activity. Nothing populated in this report until 8:59.
He just the glaze.
Correct?
Yes.
All right.
I can't. Oh my God.
Now what I'd like to do
Oh,
is turn
fuck
to
me. You guys in the chat are fucking great.
2740 artifact that had was the subject of much discussion.
Let's get serious. Come on, stop fucking around, guys.
Oh my goodness.
And I am
Jesus
going to refer
Christ.
to that as an artifact. Is that a parlance that is familiar to you?
Yes.
And if I refer to that as a timestamp also, is that a parlance that's familiar to you?
Absolutely.
So I can refer to 22740 as a timestamp, and you would find that parlance acceptable.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to do that. Just to keep it simple, I'm going to refer to it as a timestamp. Now, you've been on this case working for the Commonwealth since May of 2023, correct?
May 4th, 2023. That is correct.
So you've been on this case for 2 years, correct?
Not actively the entire time.
But you started on this case in May 2023.
She knew back
You
then.
issued a report in
Correct.
May of 2023, correct?
Correct.
You issued a report in December of 2024, correct?
Correct. After being rehired in November.
Right. And you issued more reports in 2025, correct?
That is correct.
So all of that activity has been on this case, correct?
All on this case. That
And
is
that's
correct.
been all on behalf of the prosecution, correct?
That is correct.
None of that work has been done on behalf of the defense, correct?
That is correct.
So let us now go to the timestamp of 22740. Your opinions on what is the meaning of that timestamp have varied from May of 2023 until today. Is that correct?
No, that is incorrect.
Let's
Oh.
cover that issue.
Here we go. Here we go.
Let's turn to your
She's like-
May 2023 report.
And I bet you he's up there just off the top of his head, Mike.
Isn't
He's
it
not even looking at the
correct
report.
That the report and your findings were pursuant to a request from Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully.
Correct.
Oh. Let's enter the
And
chat,
how
folks.
many interactions have you had with Lieutenant Detective Brian Tully on this case approximately?
I really don't know. I'd have to go look back at email and call logs.
Is it more than 5?
Yes.
Is it more than 10?
Yes.
Is it more than 20?
I don't know.
So somewhere between 10 and 20, would that be fair?
Again, I'd have to review my call logs. I'm not
But it
going to
was
test.
more than 10.
More than 10, I'm sure.
So
what a month.
The issue was your use of various forensic tools that revealed a timestamp, 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on January 29, 2022. Is that correct? Is that a fair characterization of an issue you looked at?
Correct.
So if you could go to page 5 of that report. And I would ask that you go to the last paragraph that starts with "in the instance of the Google search," and let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
So it reads, "In the instance of the Google search, house long to die in cold, that was recovered from the write-ahead log associated with the X browser state DB SQLite database with the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. was marked by Celebrite as having this timestamp and being deleted." Did I read that correctly?
Fair. Yes.
So you use the words that Google search, "house long to die in cold," was associated with the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. Isn't that what your words are in this report?
In that database, they are associated. That is correct.
Right. And in terms of page 3, if you could go back, of your report, under relevant findings.
Mm-hmm.
It starts with, "There were 2 searches of interest that took place on the iOS device," and we're talking about Jennifer McCabe's device, correct?
The device that was identified to me as Jennifer McCabe's. Yes.
That's identified to you as Jennifer McCabe. And it's what you talked about on direct examination as her device,
Absolutely,
right?
yes.
It's not a mystery as to whose it is. It's not like you don't know, right?
In direct, I also use the phrase "identified to me as Jennifer McCabe's."
Right. But your conclusion is the device you've been working on and analyzing for 2 years is the device of Jennifer McCabe.
That is how it was identified to me.
Do you have a different conclusion as to whose device it is?
I always am very, very careful that I did not assess the ownership. That was information that was given to me, not information that I personally assessed.
So are you uncertain as to whether the device you've been working on for 2 years is the phone of
The
Jennifer McCabe?
device that I've been working on for 2 years is the device that was identified to me by the Massachusetts State Police, Detective Tolley, as belonging to Jennifer McCabe when I began working and received that device, as stated in the evidence analyzed section on this same page.
So let's go, and we're talking about, again, to get back to the center of gravity, we're talking about a timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
That is correct.
And when you issued your first report in May of 2023, the timestamp you were looking at was 2:27:40 a.m., January 29, correct?
I was looking at multiple timestamps associated with the same 2 searches.
Right. So what I'd like to do, you said multiple timestamps. What times are in the multiple category?
What I was tasked to do was to look at the times, the search, the Google search history, I'm sorry, not Google search history, the Safari history, which includes Google searches, associated with those 2 search terms within that 12-hour period. That was the particular task, not the task of looking at the 2:27, just for clarity.
Right. And I appreciate that, but my question wasn't that. My question was, I thought I heard you on direct examination, which is why I repeated the question, what I thought I heard on direct, but I'll ask you the question.
Sure.
You looked at and talked about on direct 2 potential times for a Safari search, which includes Google, one of which was 2:27:40 and the other one was 6:23 a.m. Is that correct?
I analyzed the meaning of those 2 timestamps.
Right. So we're just talking about 2 times, 2:27:40 and then 6:23. Is that correct?
So you are only talking then about the one that we're also talking about 6:24 a.m.
Okay, so we
Eastern
got
time for clarity, because some of these records are in UTC, some are in local.
fair enough. So you've got 22740, you've got 6:23, and you got 6:24 that you were looking at, correct?
There are other timestamps that exist in the realm of what I was looking at, but those ones, correct, are the ones that are relevant in this report.
Exactly. And that's what we're talking about.
Okay,
We're just talking about this report.
Yes.
And so if you look under relevant findings, at the very bottom paragraph, you say, second sentence, a Google search for how long to die cold at approximately 11:23 a.m. And then how long TIDIE in cold took place at 11:24.
That is in UTC. I apologize for not having the timestamp format there, but that is the UTC time. The UTC time equivalent in Eastern local time would be 6:23 and 6:24.
So to be clear, in your report, you wrote 11:23 a.m. and 11:24, and you didn't put UTC next
Correct.
to it, did
They
you?
should. You are correct. That should say UTC. That is a typo.
And there's a significant difference between 11:23 and 2:27:40, correct?
11:23 is UTC, so its equivalent in Eastern time would be 6:23. The artifact of 2:27 is already in local time, so that is in Eastern time. So what we would be comparing is 2:27 and 6:23 and 6:24 to be appropriate. They're taking into account the data storage and which ones are in UTC and which ones are in local time.
I understand your explanation now.
Perfect.
But in this report, there is no UTC time down. You have two additional times in addition to the two times, two different numbers added to the two, correct?
The UTC was a typo. It should say UTC next to those. And the chart shows all of those artifacts in EST and is clearly labeled that they're all in EST.
So you would agree that it's better stated to state it a different way than you have in your report?
I would say that both are equivalent. I should have had UTC there. But yes, it's easier for the audience to speak in EST. I would say forensics examiners typically communicate in UTC, but we translate for our reports. And I should have either communicated that in EST or included UTC. I will definitely contend that.
So in terms of your May 2023 report, your first report in this matter.
Yes.
You on page 5, in the sentence underneath the block paragraph state, in the instance of the Google search, how long to die in cold that was recovered from the write-ahead log associated with.
That's correct.
The X browser stage with a timestamp of 2027:40 a.m. was marked by Celebrite as having this timestamp and being deleted. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
Now let's move ahead to page 7 of your report. Up at the top above conclusion. Importantly, at this time, you state, testing shows great inconsistency with timestamps parsed from this file. It is, however, definitive that the page existed in a tab.
Correct.
While a definitive reason as to why the timestamp is listing the time of 2:27:40 is unknown, the time is inconsistent with the timestamps associated with the same search. Did I read that correctly?
You did read it correctly.
So as of May 2023, you said the definitive reason as to why the timestamp is listed as 2:27:40 is unknown, correct? I'm just asking, is that what you wrote? Unknown.
In a corner.
I believe that the wording here is, sorry, I do use the word unknown. It says, while a definitive reason as to why the timestamp listing is the time of 02/27/40 is unknown. Sorry.
So you use the word unknown, your word in your report.
Yes.
Okay. So now what I'd like to do is to
This bitch getting
go
all
on
grammatical on me and stuff.
to
Wow.
Dude, not good.
Nan, welcome to the chat.
the
bloodbath.
first proceeding in this matter. Do you remember giving testimony in a proceeding about a year ago under oath?
Yes, I do.
Oh, she's being really sassy to
I
Alessi.
am now going to go
Like
to
the red
that
tab.
testimony.
Go to the red
and
tab. There's a red tab. Go to the red one.
That's
Please.
the nuke button. That's
Please?
the nuke button.
Yeah.
That's the nuke button.
If at
That's
any
like,
point
okay.
you would like to have a copy of that, if it's the honor, if your honor would like, I will do it, but I'm going to start and then we'll see how it goes.
You got that right. He's in charge here, Mike. That's the biggest thing I take away here. She's way
So-
on the defensive. She's got she's got him in a corner with her own
Bear
words.
with me a moment.
And he's taking out her Andean with it at the same time with one freaking
Do
punch.
you
This
recall
guy's amazing.
in that
He's good.
testimony
He's good.
Yeah. He's great.
stating that you processed the
I have no
image
idea what's going on in there.
in several forensic tools. I use Celebrite Physical Analyzer, and then you list many other tools. Do you remember giving that testimony?
We have a page.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brennan. I thought I'd given it 1-12.
It was his testimony. God damn
My
it.
apologies if I didn't.
Hello.
It's June 14, 2024, page 1-12. You're
Mike.
welcome. So, do you recall giving testimony about the various tools you use for this timestamp?
I do.
I love it.
And do you recall stating that those tools were commonly used digital forensic tools that are very standard? Do you recall that?
I'd have to see the wording that I used at that exact time.
Would it be helpful to refresh your recollection if I showed you that?
It would be great. I would greatly appreciate that because I do not recall the precise wording, but I know that I
Fair
spoke to the
enough. I'll
tools
get
I
that for you.
used.
She's okay. She's
Yeah,
wanting to
Your
jump
Honor?
in.
Yes, Mr. Lessie, you offered a transcript. Do you have the whole
I have
transcript?
the whole transcript of that. Oh,
It might speed things along.
agreed.
Okay.
We have one Ms. Hyde, I'm going to leave you.
Isn't that
Thank
something,
you. I
right?
appreciate it.
Remember last year she was correcting. Was it Alan? Was it Alan Jackson? She was like correcting him on every single.
Yep.
Oh man, the side by sides from this year, from last testimony to this testimony, the two side by sides is going to be amazing.
Thank you so much. And you said we're on 112?
Yes, please.
Oh my word.
113, I see it. I see it's highlighted on the copy, so I
Right,
figured
so
that's the
what I
one.
wanted to do, the reason I said 112 is that's where I started with my
sorry.
previous question. So I'm not going to repeat the question, but just to orient you, so you have a fair context for the questioning.
Fair.
So I started at the bottom, 112, now I'm moving to 113, and I'm starting with line 7. Do you see that?
I do.
And it says, yes, they are commonly used digital forensic tools that are very standard for other forensic examiners to use on mobile exploitation. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
And then if you go down to line 22, you testified in that proceeding. So it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results from different data sets and be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis. Did I read that correctly?
You did. That's correct.
And then going up to page 114, line 5.
Slow down a little bit, Mr. Lessie.
I will, Your Honor. Thank you.
He's all excited.
He's going. Let's go.
That's
Come on.
very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools to ensure that I'm getting the most complete interpretation from forensic tools. Of course, you go beyond that with your analysis, but it's absolutely pertinent to that. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
And then lastly, for this section at page 114, 17, the Sanderson tool is meant to look at specific type of data structures called the SQLite database. XQLite databases are very nuanced, and this particular tool allows you to take that database and explore it at a deeper level than the other forensic tools allow. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Thank you. Now, if we can go to page 124 of the very same testimony.
Oh, this is a
And
fucking clinic.
Feel free to go back a page just so you can see to page 123 that the topic is the 2/27/40 timestamp associated with house long to die in cold. Do you
Can I
see-
have a moment just to review and get context?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Page 123/13. If you need to go back further, feel free.
Goodness gracious, what an ass kicking. I've been waiting for this for all trial for Bob to get his teeth
Okay,
sunk
I'm
into
good.
somebody.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So what I want to do is start with page 1-23, and this is your testimony. On line 16, I have them in the timestamp order that is associated with the artifact. You use that word associated again, correct? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that's associated with the Google search "House Long to Die in Cold" in a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
That is correct.
Now, if you turn the page of the testimony, you state back then that on page 124, line 1, the browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that the tab moved. It could be lots of things. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Don't be pompous, condescending.
Not one thing. You said it could be lots of things, correct?
That is correct.
And then you go on in line 10.
What the fuck is that?
And you talk more, and then you go down to the bottom. You go down to line 20, and you testified, we cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. Did
Absolutely.
I read that correctly?
It's specifically pertaining to that particular artifact that give in browser state DB that does not tell us what time a search occurred. That is correct.
Right. So you stated, and it was your statement then, we cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred, correct?
That particular artifact.
Okay, so now let's keep going.
Oh, she's losing it. She's losing it.
Because he caught her in her words. He knows what she did.
If you go to page 129,
she's
of
done.
This transcript.
Cinema's overcooked right now. She's turning 50 shades of red.
I'm there.
At the top.
Sure.
Line 1.
Oh, that condescending bitch.
2:27 isn't necessarily one time when the tab was closed. That's in my report. I say it's undetermined. Remember, we were just reading your undetermined
Absolutely.
in your May 23 report?
Correct.
Because there's a lot of things that can cause that timestamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. The next sentence. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it's not, that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited. But the first part of it is, I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry. Did I read that correctly?
You read 100% correctly.
Thank you.
Oh, you
now, if we could
condescend-
turn
look at
to
her.
page
Look at her.
130
Oh.
of your testimony. I need to object.
Look at her. I just lost my business.
Wow.
Oh, he's trying to stop the bleeding right now.
Yep.
Oh, man.
What's he gonna say? Your Honor.
I don't know.
This is
why
the
would you-
demoralizing my client or my
Time out.
witness.
This is what a cross is supposed to do. This is how it's the most effective. Again, the Commonwealth jumps in and saves a little bit of time and humility when she's a condescending bitch right now because she knows she's caught, and every word she says is closer to that saying, "You're right, I'm wrong, I read it wrong." Whatever she's gonna say. That 227 happened.
It did. And she's trying to talk because of her description in the way that she put it to the jury. She can't say that this specific file did not get created at 227, but this one did. That one did.
Man.
This one did. That one did. This one did. That all these other files did. But she's saying because this one doesn't say it, I can't definitively say that this was not done and created at 227.
I love how he's saying it's not our expert. He is using her own words and report against her
because
how
what she was
how
saying things that wasn't true.
Right. And she just thought she would say this word salad, get around everybody. But the whole time, Bob Alessi was going,
no way.
Come to me.
Yep.
Come on.
You said what?
Go.
You said what? And the thing is, he took her testimony from last time and she just repeated it all again, but differently. Now, that's why he's like,
but no, all we have to do is discredit her, right? That has already happened.
Yep.
I think Hank did it to her already. They were like, I'm hungry. Now I want waffles.
Pizza's on my mind now. I'm thinking pizza.
That's what I had for lunch. I had pizza. Like a cornmeal. It was like whatever it was.
This is just like, again, right? Is this not Jen McCabe defense or is this Karen Reed defense?
Right.
What is this? Is this prosecution Karen Reed or prosecution of Jen McCabe?
I think you have to do one to get the other. To be honest with you, you gotta make sure that was premeditated, dude. If you can get the premeditation in on Jen McCabe, it's over. If you can get this 227-40 to stick, over. And then you back up from there. What happened in the house? You back it up from there. How long were you in the house? We can put him in the house. You just keep going backwards. The timeline's messed up. The cert report's messed up. This is Connor Keefe got his ass in today. He's down there filling out an application at McDonald's right now. Right?
Wow.
This is crazy. The medical examiner, they won't even call. Their own state medical examiner, they won't even call.
Yeah. How do you defend the fact that have you ever been like persuaded one way or the other when you've had to do an autopsy with the state trooper over your shoulder?
Yeah, but then you got Donkey Lips. Then you get Donkey Lips texting Proctor, "Oh, you rookie! I would have guarded to say a different manner of death." So she has been. She had Donkey Lips did it to her. To Chico.
They're all in this, Mike. That's the problem.
And people are like, "Oh, there can't be a conspiracy." Bullshit. We're watching it happen right now at the Good Old Boys Club. Wow, she's been working on this she's been retained by the government since 23. That's crazy.
Wow.
Don't cut him off, Deb. Don't.
Oh, she don't look good.
Oh, she looks like she's look at her.
Cinnamon.
She ate with the cinnamon.
Ms. Hyde?
Absolutely, sir.
What I'd like to do is to go back to your testimony in the first proceeding, and we can go back to page 1-30.
I am there.
Thank you. So I am going to go back just because there's been some time and give some context. So we're talking about the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct, at this page location?
We've been talking about that for several pages. Yes, that's correct.
You're absolutely correct. We've been talking about it for several pages, and bear with me. I think this may be either the second to last or the last. So there you testified with regard, this was when you're referring to an artifact. You've agreed that timestamp is a fair synonym. You say on line 5, that means it wasn't in the regular database. It was in the write-ahead log. And to Celebrite's credit, that tool actually parsed the write-ahead log and displayed it where the other tools did not. So did I read that correctly, number one?
You read it correctly. So
am I correct that here what you're stating is Celebrite was actually showing the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp at that time during your testimony in the first
On
precinct?
that date, that is correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so I just wanted to establish that, and you were
Absolutely.
giving Celebrite credit for actually showing that timestamp at that time of 2/27/40 at the time of your testimony back in June of 2024, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so now let's go to page 1-36.
136, you said?
136.
This is like
yes.
a surgeon right now. He's like a surgeon. Just
And on line 12, you note that so Celebrite and magnet axiom, and then you elaborate both Celebrite physical analyzer, which is a specific tool, right, of
Correct.
Celebrite, and magnet axiom, another specific tool, correct?
Correct.
Both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. And you skipping down to line 17, you talk about they don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I use the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite, correct? I read
That is correct.
So is it fair to say that what you did up to this point in June of 2024, with regard to the 2/27/40 a.m. timestamp on January 29, 2022, you applied a variety of tools to analyze the issue of when did the Google search occur, that you use the words associated with a Safari Google search, house long to die in the cold.
There's a little bit of wording I would correct there if that's okay.
Right, but so let me see if I can ask the question
That'd be
a
great.
different, more simple way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So you used a variety of tools to analyze that house long to die in the cold search, correct?
Plus manual analysis and testing, yes.
Plus manual analysis and testing. Alrighty, now let's leave the testimony.
Okay.
And let's go to your next report. And your next report is December 2024. Do I have,
I have
the
it correct.
chronology correct, Ms. Hyde?
That is correct.
So in December of 2024, just approximately 6 months ago, you issued another report, correct?
That is correct.
And you got the request for that report also from the Norfolk District Attorneys, correct?
That is correct.
And you state in regard, well, that report regarded the analysis of the same timestamp, correct?
Correct.
To 2/27/40 timestamp.
Mhm.
And in that report, under relevant findings, you state, and this is December of 2024, so it's from your May 2023 report, it's approximately a year and a year and a half. Is that approximately from your May 23rd report? Approximately a year and a half?
Yes.
So a year and a half after what we just reviewed in your May 23rd report, and then just months after the testimony of June, right? So about 6 months after your
6 months later.
June testimony that we just went through, you went and looked at this issue again, correct?
That is correct.
And isn't it correct that when you were asked to look at the same timestamp in December of 2024, that Celebrite removed the timestamp from their tools?
Celebrite did remove that timestamp from the tool. That is correct.
Okay.
yes.
And that timestamp was the subject of extensive reports and testimony that you participated in the first proceeding, correct?
That is correct.
And even though that timestamp, 2/27/40 a.m., that showed up in Celebrite tools, Magnet Forensic Axiom showed up, that was removed by Celebrate, correct?
Celebrite no longer reports it. The evidence is still in the data. I want to be clear, just that it doesn't change the data. They just removed it from their automated parsing and reporting.
Right, so they
Correct.
removed it from their automated parsing and reporting.
Yes,
correct?
they did. That is correct.
However, your former company, Magnet Forensic Axiom, still shows it. Yeah.
Magnet Axiom Forensics currently shows it as a carved artifact and still shows that and gives a description in their artifact reference guide as to what they believe causes that artifact.
I'm going to ask the question.
Yes, it does.
Magnet Axiom Forensics, where you used to be the director of forensics,
That is correct.
still shows that timestamp.
Yes, yes.
Let's celebrate in the automated
That is correct.
tools.
That is correct in their automated
Let him
parsing.
finish.
You would agree that Magnet Forensics is a very reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Say the words. Say the words.
Let's go back to your December 2024 report. Do you recall just moments ago when we went through your testimony in June of 2024 in the first proceeding, where you stated various times how it was, I'll use the term best practices, to use multiple tools to analyze the timestamp?
Correct.
And you used many tools back then to analyze that timestamp. And you testified to those many tools on your direct examination, correct?
Correct. Yes.
However, in December of 2024, when you returned to analyze the 22740 timestamp, how many tools did you use to analyze that timestamp? Can you give me just a number? How many tools?
At least 4.
Well, in your report, let's go to your report, what your report says.
Mm-hmm.
So in your report, you state that under relevant findings, do you not, that review of data from Celebrite shows that the artifact of a Google search from a Safari suspended state tab with the search term house long to die in cold, and I'm going to skip over, in addition to my own previous report, no longer shows a last visited timestamp.
I think that is not clear. The skipping there makes it sound like my report no longer shows that, and that's not what's
That's a
stated.
fair statement. That's a fair statement. Let me rephrase it.
Thank you.
Way. You're welcome. In this report,
It's like,
you speak about Celebrite release reports, correct?
Are you referring to the Celebrate release notes
The
that come out?
release notes at the bottom,
Perfect.
right? You referred to that?
That's correct.
And that release note states that Celebrite has removed the timestamp value from records, and I'm assuming that's a reference to Celebrite's.
Celebrite no longer parses that result. That is the statement in this report. Correct.
Right. And so I'm going to go to page 4 of your report.
For sure. I'm there.
And I'm going to go down all the way down to the conclusion. In that report, is there reference to any company other than Celebrite in this entire report?
In this report, no.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go to your prior testimony in the first proceeding, where you said that it was important to use multiple tools.
Absolutely.
Do you still stand by your position that you've given today and that you gave in June, that it's important to use multiple tools?
Absolutely.
Now let's go back to the issue of the extraction of Jen McCabe's phone. And what I want to do is to cover a concept and see if I've got this correctly. Are you familiar with the phrase Apple source codes?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat?
Absolutely, no worries, sir.
Sir.
Are you familiar with the phrase Apple source codes?
Apple's source code? Absolutely, yes.
And isn't it a fact that Apple keeps its source codes proprietary, meaning very few people have access to it?
Yep.
That's correct. It is closed source is the term we would use.
Closed source.
That would be the term of art, correct?
And they keep it so close that they call it closed source.
And it's not just Apple. Lots of tools are closed source. That just means that the code isn't available like it would be for the tool I mentioned earlier, iLeap. That's an open source tool. Anyone can look at the code. For Apple, we cannot go look at the code that makes your phone run. That's correct.
And isn't it the case, and I refer to that as the MB postulate, to shorthand it, but I don't need to have you refer to it that way.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that phrase? I was unfamiliar with it.
I'm going to skip it.
Okay,
I'll
thank
just
you.
go on. Basically, the concept that Apple has source codes that are closed sources. So I just refer to them as Apple's closed sources. Wouldn't the best information about when a search occurred, what it's associated with, wouldn't the best information be in the Apple source code to answer that question?
It is acceptable in digital forensic science and in accordance with the NIST Science Foundation papers to conduct testing to determine how the functionality of something works. You do not need access to the source code to be able to speak to an artifact.
My question isn't that. My question is, isn't the best place the best place to go is to the Apple source codes themselves? Or are you saying these physical analyzer tools are just as good, and the information they pull is just as good as an Apple source code?
Those are very, very, those are incongruent statements. Apple's source code is not a healthy way to do an examination because it would be so onerous, and we do not know the level of documentation. We don't know the language. That is not necessarily the most effective way to determine what data is. Forensics tools parse results of how data is. They don't interpret them. The examiner interprets them and provides meaning. And I would like to state that those three things should not be conflated. They are very individual concepts.
I think you misunderstood my question.
I probably did it because that's what I was seeing.
My question is this. Isn't the best source for information about data in an iPhone contained within Apple source codes?
Not necessarily. Because that doesn't perform, operational performance is a better source in a practical sense to being able to determine what something is, as opposed to zillions, and no, I don't know the number because it's closed source, lines of code that may or may not have different levels of documentation. Apple themselves wouldn't be able to, any individual there who has access wouldn't know every feature of how every element works. Testing through the methodologies described in NIST is the accepted methodology in our science, not reviewing the source code.
I'm going to try it a different way. I understand what you're saying is, if I got it correct, you correct me. Are you saying that these physical tools make it easier to interpret and view the data?
I did not speak about the tools at all in the statement I just made.
Okay.
I spoke about manual testing and checking the functionality and what results. Parse tools, again, these are three separate concepts. The concept of code and actually reviewing code to make a determination is different from parse tool results, is different from doing testing and validation. Those are separate concepts. They should not be commingled as if they equate to each other.
So have you ever learned of, have you ever spoken with Mr. Whiffen?
I have spoken with Mr. Whiffen historically, but not since the term of this trial.
Have you ever spoken to Mr. Whiffen about whether the Apple source codes are the best source of information about topics like timestamps? Have you ever spoken? That's just
I have not had that conversation with Mr. Whiffen, no.
Okay, already. I want to move on to, and do you regard Mr. Whiffen as a reputable?
Mr. Whiffen is a reputable forensics examiner, and I've actually reviewed his work in other instances and peer reviewed his papers.
So you have regard for his
I have
reputation?
regard for his
I'm sorry,
reputation.
we have to wait for each other.
Oh,
to
yes,
talk
I'm
through the
sorry.
It's all right, no worries. So you have regard for the opinions of Mr. Whiffen generally, correct?
Absolutely,
And
yes.
you believe he has a solid reputation, correct?
Absolutely, that is correct.
Now let's turn to the
He's walking her into a fire.
HistoryDB database. You are familiar with HistoryDB? HistoryDB? Are you familiar with that phrase?
I am familiar with that phrase.
Okay. Do any of the house-long searches appear in the HistoryDB?
In this instance, no, we do not have artifacts in the HistoryDB of either of those two searches.
So I want to just repeat that in a different way. So the HistoryDB, is that considered a valid and valuable source of information in an iPhone?
That is a valuable artifact for Safari history. That is correct.
But the house-long searches we've been discussing do not appear in that HistoryDB, do they?
That is correct.
You spoke about PYF, PDF on your direct testimony. Do you recall that?
I do. It's the Python framework for PDF. It is a GitHub tool, one can download from GitHub to utilize to create PDFs using Python code. So a developer and a tool would integrate that to create a PDF.
And the PYF, PDF can have the variables set, correct?
Yes, the Python script allows the developer to set things such as their name that they created the document. Yes.
I want to go to the extraction of Jen McCabe's phone that you talked about on direct examination. Is the hash value signed or unsigned?
A hash value isn't signed. I believe your question you're asking me is if the Adobe document that contained the
What?
PDF that contained the hash values, are you asking me if that's signed? Because a hash value is something that matches. A hash value isn't signed.
Let me ask it this way. Is there any hash value associated with Jen McCabe's phone that is unsigned?
That is not a valid question. I apologize. We don't refer to hash values as being signed or unsigned. We would refer to the PDF that contains that value as being signed or unsigned.
Have you ever read a report of Mr. Ian Whiffen in this case?
I have, but I have to be clear, I have not read all of Ian's reports. I've only read some, so I don't know if I read some of his earlier reports.
Do you recall reading a report of Mr. Whiffen where he references a hash value being unsigned associated with the iPhone of Jennifer McCabe?
Can I see said report so I can validate if I did or did not? I'm not sure based on just that, because I wouldn't use the term hash value being signed. I did see a report in which Mr. Whiffen spoke to the PDF not being signed.
Well, she's wicked. Oh
I just wanna try to
man.
shortcut this and work off your last statement. You're now saying you do recall seeing a report of Mr. Whiffen where he said a PDF was unsigned?
I need to see, I do remember him referencing the PDF. I would need to see the report, especially since the characterization of hash value being unsigned is not a term of art that I am familiar with in our field.
Let me ask if you agree or disagree
Oh, she's
with
cooked.
this statement.
Cooked.
This
Yeah,
value can be used to compare with the original
Look at her.
hash calculated at the time of extraction in order to validate the extraction data. However, this requires authentication of the original hash value, which is not possible with gray key extractions, as the PDF containing the extraction hash value is unsigned. Therefore, this hash value could be used as a suggestion
Don't cut him off.
of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%. Do you agree or disagree?
His
with that
statement there says the PDF is unsigned, not that the hash value is unsigned.
Right, but it's nonetheless unsigned, correct?
The PDF is not signed. That is a correct statement. Gray key PDFs that purport that value are not an Adobe signed document.
Do you know the history of the extraction of Jen McCabe's phone? It's yes or no.
Can you provide more clarity? What do you mean? Do you mean from the time the image was made? Do you mean from the time the device was received? Because I don't know the information pertaining to the receipt of the device into evidence, and then when I only have the documentation of the image forward. So I want to be clear about what period we're talking about.
It's an excellent point, and I am going to follow up with some questions.
Okay.
In an extraction, doesn't the extraction from a phone start with the raw data, raw image? Tell me, when someone brings a phone in, what's the first step that gets taken in order to do a full file extraction? What's the first step?
It depends. There's got to be steps with regard to network isolation. I need to know if the device is AFU or BFU at that point. So I don't have that information from this case, if that is the question. I get from the image forward.
So what I'd like to do, and this may be my last section of questioning, I'd like you to describe the ideal situation as to getting the most reliable data from an iPhone from the start. What's the most reliable way to do it?
I would say the most reliable way is following the recently released SWIG-DE Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence document on best practices of evidence handling, preservation, and imaging. I may have that title slightly out of order, but it is the document released this January.
And tell me what that is.
Sure. In that, the first thing, from which point are we starting? Are we starting like extracting the data using a tool, or are we talking on scene, taking the device into evidence?
The latter.
Okay. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to ensure that you are isolating the device. This is also going to depend on condition from the network. So typically this would be done with a Faraday enclosure in a best practice. However, there are alternative ways of isolating from the network, such as disabling all of the communication protocols, such as Wi-Fi, airplane mode, etc. The next step, once you've isolated, but prior to, you also want to make sure you're continuing battery stat. So if a device is on, you want to keep it powered on. If it's off, you want to keep it powered off. That's a general statement. So the best way to do that is to attach a battery charger. Just like when your battery runs low, you plug in a charger in the back of these battery packs. We do that with that before we put it in the Faraday bag. A Faraday bag is an enclosure that blocks signals from coming to the device. This is so a remote wipe command couldn't be sent, or so that more data isn't received to the phone, because phones are live and constantly obtaining data. So we're going to have it with a battery pack in the Faraday, presuming it was on. Again, I don't know the status of this device. The next steps are going to depend on what state that device is, and what make and model that device is, and what the current support for that device is. There are multiple types of extraction methods of phones. In the modern day on iOS, a full file system image, what we had on the devices in question in this case, is considered the gold standard because it has the most robust information. So at this point, the next question is what's the best image type? And that's going to depend on if we have a passcode or if we don't have a passcode.
If I could,
please.
And I'm going to allow you to continue.
Yeah, please.
I want to break it down for the jury. So what I now want to do, you've stopped at a certain point, but you've talked about securing, what I would call securing the phone, right? And then making sure that there's no data swipes. You talked about airplane mode, Faraday bag, Faraday box, right? Do you know whether any of those protocols were followed for either the iPhone of Jen McCabe or John O'Keefe?
As I mentioned, I was not there for those processes. I don't have documentation of it. As mentioned, what started where my receipt of the device is from the image.
Exactly. So you don't know.
I can't testify to processes I did not or was not available or aware of.
Fair enough. But do you have a little bit of hint as to whether the phone of Mr. John O'Keefe was properly secured in airplane mode, a Faraday bag, or a Faraday box, based upon your own report of the iPhone of John McCabe? Can you determine that from page 5 of your report?
Obviously, there is data signals that are still being made and created. I believe that is what you're referring to. So the assumption is that I don't know at which point a Faraday bag is employed, but I also want to be clear, I don't know when, I don't have information outside of the digital forensics realm about this case, so I don't know precisely when the phone was taken into custody by law enforcement.
Fair enough. So assume that Mr. O'Keefe was deceased around the latest 9 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Isn't there activity on that phone, health data activity, up to around noon of January 29th?
Health data activity would continue to be reported regardless of if the device was isolated from the network or not. Health data has to do with the movement of the device. So if the device was being moved even within a Faraday bag, that data would still be populated.
How about location data?
Location data is unlikely to be reported in a device that is Faraday enclosed, but I do not know what location data you're referring to, so I cannot speak in absolutes without having a better reference to the artifacts in question. If you're saying it's in my report, I'll look at it, but again, I never knew when the phone was seized, so it was not part of my initial analysis. Do I have permission to look at that time now? Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. So...
Smoked.
Bear with me. It's a big report, as you know.
It is.
Yeah. Well, Cinnamon, definitely.
And it was at the bottom of my stack.
Of course.
It was at the bottom of my stack. I had to lift up the other one.
Yeah, you wanted to get rid of
All
that.
right,
Yeah.
so-
Your Honor, may I assist and point her to a page?
That'd be
Thank
great.
you. If you could turn to
Your
that
own report.
on your page 47
Mhm.
and continue on to page 50.
I do see incoming data that is consistent with the device not being Faradayed, such as the receipt of SMS messages, notifications from Ring, etc.
So
Yes. Yes.
the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe was not secured in the manner you described before we got to this, as would be the best practice with regard to getting the most accurate data from a phone. That is, once it comes in, that it's to either be put in airplane mode, Faraday bag, or Faraday box. That's correct. By your own report, you see activity.
I do see activity. It was not Faradayed. Faraday prevents wiping of the device and additional data. So actually, in this instance, it doesn't appear that the device was at risk of wipe because it was not wiped. And we actually have more data because we get to see the data that continue to come into the device. I'm not saying that's in accordance with best practice. I'm saying that that's what I see based off of what you just had me review in the data.
It sounds like you're trying to justify.
Oh, I'm not
if
trying to
right or
justify.
wrong, you tell me. It sounds like you're trying to justify the fact it wasn't secured. Am I correct? Or
No, you're incorrect. I'm just stating we have, you asked if we had more data or less data. We actually have more data with it not being Faradayed, but no, best practice would be to Faraday.
that
I
wasn't my
100%
question.
agree.
My question wasn't, is there more or less data? My question was simply, doesn't your own report show activity up until noon on January 29, 2022?
Correct. And for clarity, my
Stop.
scope was till noon, so I don't know if there was activity beyond that.
Right, but
thank
as
you.
far as your scope goes, I want to be clear.
Yep.
There is activity on
Absolutely.
this phone,
Absolutely. The
which
phone-
shows that it was not put in airplane mode, it was not put in a Faraday bag, and it was not put in a Faraday box, and that failure is not best practice.
Correct. It is not in accordance
Thank
with
you.
the best practices. I agree. I would have Faradayed it.
Thank you. So
If I,
that's
presuming
that's
all
okay.
things.
I have no further questions. Thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hyde.
Thank you for your questions. Have a great day.
Wow.
Thank you.
Smoked. Oh. Hey. What's going on? Oh, he's cleaning up his mess. Oh, man. Whoo-wee. Where's the fire department?
Of course.
Tito, get me a tissue.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. You were asked when you began working on analyzing phones in this case, and you said it was in May. Was that of May of 2023?
May of 2023, May 4th, 2023 is the email I have of a note. Thank you. Yes. It's easy to remember because May the 4th be with you.
When you first were asked to begin work on this case in May of 2023,
Yeah, someone's life's on the line.
what was the catalyst for you to begin working on this?
I was contacted by Mr. Tully and then contracted, a SOW was signed, and I began work on the initial request to look at those two search terms on January 29th. Does that answer your question?
Sure.
Okay.
Was there a certain claim that was lodged that you were to focus on?
I was to focus on the two search terms from January 29th, 2022.
And were you informed why? Was there any context to that?
Probably, I don't recall the exact conversation that I had with the DA's office and Lieutenant Tully at that time, but I'm assuming that I was given that context. I have in my notes that I was to look at those two searches on that date and do an analysis about those.
Were you asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was asked to provide my report, not to reach a particular result.
Were you asked to reach a conclusion that the 227 timestamp was inaccurate?
No.
When you engaged in your analysis, was it independent of the district attorney's office?
My analysis was independent of the district attorney's office. I actually, in the first case, had very little communication with the district attorney's office during the period of my analysis.
Was there any input from any outside source on what your result or ultimate opinions would be?
No.
Would you ever allow anybody to affect your input?
No.
Throughout the course of your efforts with this phone, have there been changes to software?
Absolutely. As mentioned on direct, software updates are near monthly.
I want to ask you about changes to the Celebrite software. You were asked about certain reports you wrote. Were the reports that you wrote relative to different requests for analysis?
Yes.
The report regarding report number 3, regarding changes to Celebrite software, was that report limited to the timestamp change, or was it to include other efforts?
The scope of that report, may I review what I have documented as the
Please.
scope? I believe we're talking about report 2. That's the one about the Celebrate change.
Yes.
And I have the request was to understand changes made in the newer version of Celebrate Physical Analyzer to artifacts pertaining to the timeline of a particular Google search on January 29, 2022, namely How's Long to Die in Cold.
When you looked at the Celebrite software and report, was the timestamp characterization changed or removed?
Yes, it was removed. That timestamp in the version starting in May of 2024, Celebrite actually removed that, and they put a release note stating that it was due to the ambiguity and potential for misconstruing the meaning of that data.
Was there any other releases informing other reasons why that was changed other than the potential that somebody could misconstrue, misinterpret, or distort the information?
Can I read Celebrite's own statement?
Please.
Celebrite's statement in
To yourself.
to myself? Okay, roger that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Can you
Could
repeat the
share with
question?
us, was there any reason other
Mike.
than the concern about misinterpreting?
Hold on.
They said that
I'm gonna send you a
the-
text. Hold on.
So what's your understanding?
My understanding is that it is not a reliable timestamp, and that is why Celebrite removed it.
You were asked about Axiom. Axiom, is it the same or different?
Magnet Axiom and Celebrite Physical Analyzer are two different tools that both do forensic analysis of mobile phones.
You were asked whether Axiom still has a timestamp that was similar to Celebrite before the change.
Axiom shows what I spoke to on direct, where they have it as a parsed versus carved result. And so that particular result shows in the suspended StateDB artifact as carved.
Do companies like Axiom and Celebrite give releases, updates, information about how to interpret their reports?
So Axiom actually has a document that's released with it called the Artifact Reference Guide. And that actually gives a brief description of the fields and of artifacts. All tools, when they release new artifacts, they put out in a release notes. Not all artifacts are clearly documented that are parsed. However, all of the vendors regularly put out webinars and blog posts that explain their new artifacts, but not necessarily all.
Is there any releases or cautions from Axiom on the same issue about misinterpreting a timestamp?
Axiom, in their artifact reference guide for this artifact, does speak to the possibility of misinterpretation and states that the timestamp can be earlier than the search had occurred, based on what different reasons could cause that timestamp.
Let me ask you about a Faraday bag. You said that best practices is to isolate an item in a Faraday bag.
That's correct.
Do you have any information, or did you know the travel of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that night, or where it went after?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the time period?
On January 29, 2022, from say 6:04 in the morning until later that afternoon.
I did not have access to that information.
When you analyze data from certain devices, are they always placed in a Faraday bag immediately after an incident?
There's a lot of times when this is situation dependent. An example of when you would not put something in a Faraday bag is when you have a deceased victim and you're going to be using their biometrics to possibly unlock the device. Because a Faraday bag is enclosed and then can't be opened, if your intent, if you don't have the password, is to use a deceased person's fingerprint to unlock the phone, we don't want to put the person's finger in the Faraday bag. So usually those phones would not be Faradayed, but they would typically have airplane mode enabled or SIM card removed. But no, SIM card removed doesn't actually work on iOS, so I won't get into that.
Thank you.
Or having the opinion that this item was not placed in a Faraday bag at 6:04 in the morning, does that in any way affect your opinions about the data that you analyzed on this phone and the conclusions that you reached regarding Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
It does not have any impact on the conclusions other than the fact that it wasn't Faradayed and more data came in. So we have additional data.
You were asked a very specific question about History DB, and it was simply whether or not How's Long to Die in Cold, whether it appeared in History DB. That isolated question, does that provide any context to you and your analysis and conclusions about How Long to Die in Cold and that it occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 the next morning?
The absence of the History DB artifact doesn't mean that that search didn't occur at that time. We have multiple corroborating artifacts, which is usually what we look for, 2 artifacts that demonstrate is like very good. You don't necessarily need that, but in this instance, we have both from the Mobile Safari PLIS, which tracks the history, as well as the Knowledge CDB. So we do have 2 artifacts showing that those searches were done at that time. Of course, 6 seconds apart for the difference between the Knowledge C and the mobile Safari P list.
On direct examination, you were not asked questions about Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
That is
but
correct.
You were on cross-examination, so let me follow up. You have a report that you authored regarding Mr. O'Keefe's phone,
That is correct.
and you had an opportunity to look at the healthcare data for January 29, 2022.
That is correct.
Page 6 of your report.
Thank you.
You noted that there were steps that began at 12:11:09 a.m. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And the way healthcare data works, do you have an understanding whether steps means a person actually took a number of steps, or does it mean something else?
Steps doesn't necessarily mean that you took a number of steps. It's based on the motion of the device. So it could be steps. It could be you're carrying it. It could be that you're in some other kind of motion. You could be on a bicycle. You could any number of things. And the number of steps is based on the presumed gait, based on the input into the Apple Health app in terms of gender and height. So it determines a gait and then prescribes a number of steps, but it is possible for other things to cause steps to occur.
You were asked specifically if you saw that there were reported movement or health steps at 12:21:10 a.m. and specifically pointed out to you notation or characterization of 80 steps. Is that accurate?
That is what's stored in the database. I try to clarify, as I did for you, sir, that that's what's stored in the database. I'm not saying that 80 steps were taken.
And by the way, in addition to the healthcare analysis, you did some analysis on the movement of a car.
Yes.
Didn't you?
Yep.
For Ms.
Yeah, good objection, Kurt.
I'm going to deny that question.
Oh,
these
look at her.
health
Naughty
steps
boy.
occur if somebody's holding a phone while traveling in a car?
As mentioned in my report, it's caused by motion. It could be various motions that could cause it. You could be using an elliptical. You could be in a vehicle. You could be on a bicycle. It's not necessarily steps taken.
What?
Based on your analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's phone and the report that was pointed out to you on cross-examination, and do you have information or opinion where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was located around 12:21:10 while those steps registered?
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
That's beyond the scope of the class.
It was pointed out to you at 12:21:10 there was a registered 80 steps. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And then you were also asked about the last healthcare data, the last movements of this phone. And it was pointed out that began at 12:31:56 for 20 seconds.
That's correct. Per the data in the database.
And is that the
Why does she keep on saying that?
of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that
She's
evening
correct.
Before
That's where that
6:04
file
that
is.
you saw when you analyzed the entire data in the phone?
May I have one moment to review?
He's answering stupid questions that aren't even relevant. She's here to talk about the one search that was deleted, the 227.
That appears to be the last before the 6 a.m. hour.
So that 20 seconds, if it began at 12:31:56, what was the last movement in seconds in time at that time of Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Yes, if that was a 20-second interval at 12:31:56, what was the last second that evening that Mr. O'Keefe's phone moved?
12:32:16.
And then when you analyze the phone and were asked about these times, is there any movement between that last movement and 6:04:01?
Between the 12:32?
Yes, 12:32:16 and 6:04:01. Any movement of that phone whatsoever?
I do not have anything supporting that in my report.
Do you know what was going on with Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 6:04:01 a.m. on the morning of January 29, 2022?
I do not know precisely what was happening with his phone at that at that time in terms of movement, if that's, or are you asking me, I'm sorry, can you clarify what you mean
Yes.
by the question?
The next movement after 12:32
Is the
16
6:04.
is 6:04:01
Correct.
a.m.
Correct.
Do you have any information about where or why there was movement of the phone at that time?
I don't, that wouldn't be inside my digital evidence, I don't believe.
And the last question is the next movement at 6:15:14. Do you know if that phone was being moved by somebody or somebody else than Mr.
The
O'Keefe?
phone was in motion. I do not know if it could be by a person, it could be on a rail car. I don't think it was on a rail car for clarity, but I don't know what is causing that motion at that time.
Thank you very much.
Come on. All I care about is 5:07 happened. Jen called Coco.
Coco, yep. And she
Yep.
knew that last distraction and never said a word about it.
Yeah.
How good are you?
Hammer that back.
She's gonna need more lipstick. She ain't hiding from this one.
Oh, wait till Auntie Deb gets a hold of this one.
Ms. Hyde, you were asked questions by Mr. Brennan just moments ago about Celebrite and release notes. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And did Celebrite, beyond stating that their opinion was the 2:20:40 a.m. timestamp was not reliable, did they give any reason at all for why they concluded it was not reliable in that? I'm sorry, we'll wait for the.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
And I'll repeat the question.
Thank you.
They can't save her. They can't save
No,
her.
here comes them trucks are a little bit late, bud. There's been a friggin' murder on the stand. Fire
And
truck's
they-
coming to hose her off. There's all she's
and
just
they-
not friggin' wet in this fluid.
And she
Hose her
complains
off,
about
buddy.
she complains about the noise from the peaceful protesters being too loud.
I know. That's
Jesus
inside the
Christ.
courthouse.
Yeah.
And
May I,
Esther's
Your
there
Honor?
smiling,
Thank you.
knowing that
Esther's
that's
smile-
true.
Esther's
She's
like,
smiling.
yeah,
You know,
yeah, she's
yep.
like, yeah.
In that release note, does Celebrite state any reason for why they wrote not a reliable timestamp?
There are other.
I'm sorry, my
published, but
question
not
is, did they
Celebrite?
state in the release note whether there's a reason for why they concluded?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor.
Please try not to talk.
I will,
Sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you.
2.
Not asking you to read it, just asking whether or not they give any reason for the conclusion, not a reliable timestamp.
One moment, I'd like to review what they wrote. Thank you.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Yes, they do. They state that further research since is the reason that they're doing it, that there's further research.
Did they state what that research is?
They don't, but
All right, but they don't state what the further research is.
that is correct. They
All right,
state
now
that
what I'd like
it's
to do is
unreliable.
move on to Axiom.
Mhm.
You were asked questions by Attorney Brennan, and you referred to Axiom as using a different parlance with the timestamp of carved, correct?
Celebrate uses this deleted demarcation or recovered demarcation. Axiom does not do that at all. They speak to how they recovered the artifact, be it that it was parsed. When I say parsed, I mean the item was where it was expected to be in the algorithm, found it, located it, and said it's here, versus carved, which is when they have to go into an unexpected area, such as slack space, which would be the areas that are not yet used or were previously used to extract the data from that.
So Axiom actually recovers the timestamp, but Celebrite does not. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
currently, previously, when we did the first case.
Right, but
it's the
currently,
opposite.
Celebrate
Correct.
doesn't, but Axiom does. Axiom recovers 2:27:40 a.m., correct? Timestamp?
That is the timestamp that they show for that artifact. Correct.
Exactly. So now I'd like to go back to the next topic, our discussion about Mr. O'Keefe's phone and secured or not. You talked about one example of maybe needing to use a biometric to unlock a phone. And that might be a reason, as I understand it, as to why someone might not put it in a Faraday bag or box. Do I have that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know whether the passcode was immediately provided on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do not have that information.
Assume that the passcode was immediately provided for the phone of Mr. O'Keefe. Can you think of any other reason why that phone wouldn't be put in airplane mode, Faraday bag, or Faraday box?
Best practice would be to put it in a Faraday bag.
Okay. And that phone was obviously not put in airplane mode, Faraday box, or Faraday bag after 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to...
Well, I don't know if at some point past 12 o'clock. My report only goes to noon, so just for clarity, I don't know
Fair enough.
anything past noon.
Fair enough, but from 6:04 a.m. until approximately noon on January 29, 2022, at least that time, that phone is not in airplane mode in a Faraday bag or a Faraday box, correct?
It would appear such. Because I didn't analyze past that, I don't know if it had been potentially Faradayed and then it broke Faraday and got data, but I don't suspect that based on this. It appears that that data was live. But I just have to speak to the fact that I just don't know because I didn't go past noon.
Right, but you're going past noon.
Right.
I'm not.
Okay.
My
yeah.
question,
6
and
a.m. to
I'm
noon, it does not appear to be Faraday.
so to be clear, from
Jesus
6:04
Christ.
a.m. on January 29, 2022, until at least noon of January 29, 2022, the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe is not in airplane mode, it's not in a Faraday bag, and it's not a Faraday box, correct?
Yes.
Unless it was in a broken Faraday bag, like they
shut
put it
up!
was failing. But it does not appear to have been placed in
Jesus,
Faraday
answer
bag.
the question.
No, I'm just being honest. You should test your Faraday bags. They go bad. I use Dr. Katz's testing methodology, but in 100%, it appears to have been receiving signal for that entire period and not in a Faraday bag, which would be best practice unless biometrics were needed.
So let's now
Holy
go to
Jesus.
hopefully what are the last two categories of questions.
Thank you.
With regard to the iPhone of Jen McCabe, do you have any knowledge as to whether over 200 calls were auto-deleted on her phone? You analyzed it.
We can see that calls were auto-deleted. You're asking me if the number of, I just want to make sure I understand the question. If the number of calls that were auto-deleted, if that exceeded 200?
My question is, do you know whether there was auto deletions on Jen McCabe's phone? Do you know that?
I'm uncomfortable with the term auto deletions because I don't know what that is inferring.
Okay. Did you analyze her phone at all for deletions?
I analyzed her phone to see if there had been deletions of call logs, and what I found was that there were records that were removed by the system and not recoverable from that database, but were recoverable from biomes.
Understood. Now, what I'd like to do is to address your answer in response to Mr. Brennan's questions, where you said that the issue with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's, or just generally your proposition, that there was no impact on your conclusion because more data had been obtained. Did I get that correct?
I believe my statement was there was no impact on my conclusion with the fact that it had not been in a Faraday.
Right. So isn't it, though, the case that when a phone's not in a Faraday and is therefore active, data can be overwritten?
Yes.
So if data can be overwritten when it's not in a Faraday, you can lose that data, correct?
Is there data that we're concerned? Yes, theoretically.
Right.
Yes.
You talked about, in response to Attorney Brennan, the 12/31/56 steps, and you said the last, according to you, last movement 12/32/16. Do you recall those questions?
I recall the questions.
Yeah. To boil it down, isn't correct that that phone was moving at that time?
May I check the timestamp again?
Absolutely.
I apologize. There's
no.
a lot of timestamps going back and forth.
Please do.
12/31/56? Is that
Yeah,
the?
that's the start. Yep.
Oh, yes, this one there definitely is. Yes.
So, doesn't matter what kind of movement, but that phone was moving starting at 12/31/56 and still moving until 12/32/16 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Boom.
Boom. You're answering my questions.
Thank you.
Done.
All right, Ms. Hyde, you're all set.
Thank you,
Yes.
Your Honor.
Smoked.
First, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Wow.
That was good. That was worth every penny right there, folks. That was a prize fight that just got one-sided. He got Brennan down early and just kept on going. It was a ground and pound, folks. Ground and pound.
How do you
tap
think?
out.
How do you think the people in Canton feel right now?
I'm ecstatic. The electricity right now going through my body. You feel it. Finally, movement. Did it happen? Yes, with no BS after it. You know, God damn it, to get the Faraday bag out of the situation, but until 12 was a fucking pulling teeth. Yeah,
Yep.
okay, it wasn't in a Faraday bag. They were using Stop and Shop bags to collect blood and solo cuffs.
They didn't
You
have
get a Faraday
Faraday.
bag?
No.
All right. Jesus Christ.
Take your pizza.
He's not going to call on the witness, is he?
May I?
I'm going to dismiss all.
I would like to play clip 15, please.
Come on.
Fuck, Jesus. Dude, you're overplaying your hand on this one.
Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
Nice.
Yeah. Woo.
So
That's right, babe.
So I
Who
talked
said
a little
that?
briefly about scheduling and sidebar, and I'm told we're actually ahead of schedule. So with that, rather than beginning a witness who's probably going to take a while, we may as well let you go and enjoy the rest of this beautiful activity. So we're on
Okay.
schedule, ahead of schedule.
Spent the whole day at freaking sidebar.
Tomorrow, now you will see the lawyers at sidebar asking for as well how to talk a little bit about scheduling. So same cautions, please. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation.
This is over, dude.
227 happened, dude.
And movement.
It goes on the board.
And movement. And we haven't even got to Richard Green yet.
All right, so court, please. Close the notebook and follow me.
Why don't you come on up?
I wonder what's going on in Canton with all the watch parties right now. Is everybody hanging out at home, having a couple of claws, you know, at the big old gatherings,
I don't think
hanging
it's a
out?
happy, it's not a happy.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Nope. They're all heading up to Maine, way up.
Yep.
Oh, my God. Some of the people on Twitter, Twitter, are hilarious. I mean, hilarious. Thank you guys in the chat today. Phenomenal, man. Phenomenal. Oh my God. I had so many laughs that my stomach hurts.
Oh my God, what a good day. Chat rocks. So
Oh my
listen,
God,
everyone
this-
here,
yeah.
if you like it, please just hit the thumbs up, give a like
Yeah.
and subscribe, you know?
Yep,
Yeah,
227
we
happened.
appreciate all the people. We appreciate everybody that's here. We want more people. Bring more people. Share this, you know, share it on Twitter.
And I think she even says there was movement after the Commonwealth's timeline.
Yep.
John, unless you got hit. There was movement like
after 1232.
Yep. And they're like 1231 something, right? 1231 was the alleged timeline that
Listen,
the new
where's
timeline.
all the support for the O'Keefes? Where is the support? Where is
look
it?
at them.
Show me. Where's all the support?
They're dumbfounded, dude.
They were
Paul's
just
like,
it was bad. They were sold a bad set of goods. Sorry, guys.
and it's unraveling in front of them. And what's going to happen? They're just going to get more and more defensive.
What do they talk about, Mike, when they leave?
They're not talking, dude. They're not talking.
How do they not see this?
They should absolutely spoke. If they heard what we just heard, so the 227 happened, and there was movement after the Commonwealth's timeline. Mr. Brennan, sit down with his family and tell them what the fuck is going on. Right? Do the right thing, guys. I don't know, man.
And now, with all the testimony we've heard so far, does it not look like we're protecting Jen McCabe? And does it not look like Commonwealth hired Hank Brennan to protect Jen McCabe? That's it.
I'm telling you, all
There's
that
no
was
prosecution of Karen Reed here, dude. That is not. We're not doing that here.
You want to talk about a third-party culprit? Here it is. It's all over it. Jen McCabe knew everything.
They're arguing it in front of us, bud.
I know. You don't even have to say the word third-party culprit because it's actually happening right now as they try to defend a witness that did nothing to do with this whole thing, but actually did.
Mike?
Yeah, the timeline just blew up.
Kerry Roberts lied to the grand jury. Ian Whiffen, the phone could be in the house. Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson. There's no Jeep. We have 227.
Mr. Monk's Einstein, new member. Thanks, pal.
507.
I don't know if that's Grossman or not over there. I'm not sure who that is. Adios, amigos. I'll talk to you.
Katie, she may have known that some girl named Caitlin Albert.
We are the biggest
medical
grifters
examiner
on
didn't even know blood.
Oh, is that Sue or her brother up there? I can't tell, man.
Twins. Twinsies.
Hey, Auntie Deb, did you just get a message from anybody on Grindr? I think David from Channel 5 is looking for you.
Mike, Kim wanted me to let you know that she won on the Derby.
Who?
Kim.
Equestrian?
Yes. She won.
Right. That's Sue. Okay, I thought it was her brother. Okay. All right.
Close.
Oh, man. You guys,
what do they report? What does the news? This is the biggest case in the state's history almost, right? And what does the news report? What do they report today? 227 confirmed?
Did better. Holly, well, I tell you what, if Aiden's going on Holly at 4:30ish, he better get up there and say, it happened, it happened, it happened.
Mike, you got state troopers from the DA's office who will pencil whipping reports. Hey, sign this. Hey, sign that. Sign this. Sign. The dude never saw the report, Mike. Did you write a report? Nope. Is your name on it?
Yep.
Nope. Well, guess so.
oh yeah, I'm sorry. It is online. Have you ever seen this before? He's reading like,
what?
Oh man. Yeah, V dot, baby. V dot, man. Yeah, that was a rope-a-dope right there. Big time. Bob Alessi, well done.
No doubt. So impressed with all of
David Eddie said he's the best cross-examiner on technical issues I've ever seen in the country. Kudos, bro.
Oh, he's definitely there, man. He's definitely
he's got
that title, my friend. He's there.
Right. I think Hyde's probably ordered some food in her Uber back to a hotel room before she catches a flight tonight.
Yeah,
What do you think?
ASAP. ASAP. She's ordering food on the way to the hotel. So it'll be ready when she gets there.
She's on the phone. Can I get some waffles? Yep.
I
I'm
want
gonna need some pizza.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Cheeseburger. Dave, my pleasure. Thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us and all the fun and laughter. And man, you guys make it fun today.
You make it worth for us to log it on at 8 o'clock in the morning and go like do this because
it's a long day for us.
I have to laugh. I cannot do this without laughing because
oh my God, could you imagine
doing
laughing?
I can't.
No.
I just can't. It's too
Couldn't do it.
long. Right? And you guys made it the best, man. Is Paul getting divorced? If I was to guess, yep.
I'd say so. I haven't seen his wife with him.
Nope. I wonder what she knows too. She testified last year, dude. She testified last year. Oh, what an ass kicking today! Finally,
it was a good day.
Good day. What
was that? What was that trooper's name again?
Connor Keefe. Yeah, Erin knows a lot. You're right. She knows everything. You're right. And I'm trying to think. Yeah. Also, John O'Keefe Sr. is the only one that's on here for the defense. And Erin is on for the prosecution. Margaret's already been called. Paul hasn't. So I think she's going to look at Paul right now, checking her out. Look at her. Hey, what's up? She's like, I'm going to do some squats. I'll be back later. I bet you tomorrow we get Peconic.
Yeah, Yuri should be here, right? We're due for a Yuri day. That'd be a great show, huh? Yuri.
Give me a slaughter.
Love Yuri. Give me some Yuri. We had baby Yuri today. Connor Keefe.
Oh, he's pissed. He's pulling people over left and right tonight, man. He's gonna beat his. He's gonna do something crazy.
Yeah, he's had a bad day.
He's getting buckled tonight. Buckled drunk. Then he's gonna get in his cruiser.
This is fucking badass, dude.
God,
hold on. Oh my goodness, Mike. I'm embarrassed. I'm absolutely freaking embarrassed.
That's not hard to do with you.
This is bad.
Is it something I said to you?
Joe, flip ahead, dude.
Oh.
Andrea Burkhardt.
This pizza has pepperoni. I don't eat pepperoni. Can you send it back? Waitress picks up that pepperoni and sends it back. That's a deletion. Pepperoni pizza was just removed from the table, right? We're deleting it. We're moving. We said it's not what we wanted. The waitress is removing it. Waitress comes over.
Dude. No. Oh, the Diddy list got released.
Oh!
Nice. Burn all them people. Burn them all twice. Oh my God.
Oh, there's so many. Wait, there's one with
dude.
Someone said, is that Mike Morrissey in drag? Oh my God. Oh.
Particularly where offered without notice to the court previously. I'm excluding that decision. Your rights are saved, Mr. Alessi. We've got that decision for identification. And you certainly are free to cross-examine Ms. Hyde.
Double birds, Melanie.
Expense and delay. You want to talk about expense and delay, and you're being, look what it says right here. That decision, the captions mocked, M-O-C-K-E-D. That decision mocked for identification. You're talking about expense and delay. You had Dr. Marie Russell fly in from California twice to undergo full day voir dires. The expense of that for Karen. She flew an expert from Phoenix to Canton PD to get footage that was no longer there. They made a motion for those expenses and you said no. the voir dire that you just made the call studies come in from Pittsburgh for?
Yep.
You want to talk about expense and delay? The Commonwealth apparently has an unlimited budget because they're paying your boy Brennan $250,000 to start. And it's going to get up to $1 million before this trial is over. And you will not let Mr. Alessi impeach Jessica Hyde's reliability and credibility based on a Maryland court decision. You're an embarrassment to the bench. You're an embarrassment. This is a joke.
Done.
Wow.
Love it.
Go girl. All right, dude. I'm gonna log off.
All right, brother.
I'm smoked.
Yeah, it's been a day. It absolutely been a day.
All right, chat.
Catch you in the morning, my friend.
All right, see you mañana.
Get some rest, my friend. All right, everybody. Again, another great day. W for Karen today. Definitely a win. Definitely a win. So, Cherry, thank you so much for being here and all the things that you do, Cherry. You're great. Yeah, Stacy, thank you. Mary, Dave, you're the man. Yep. Shelby, I hope it's you. Mary Jo, Christy, Chickapalm, Donkey, Kristen, my pleasure, guys. Guys, really, it's my pleasure. I'm glad you guys are here. I do it for you guys, you know. So, tomorrow morning, there's a standout tomorrow in Dedham. If you are free, please go to the Dedham standout. Go to the courthouse. Start there. Start early in the morning. Go in front of the post office. Plenty of room. No one will bother you. It's okay to go there. If you go early, before 8 o'clock, you're allowed in front of the courthouse. At 8 o'clock, we move out to either side of the buffer zone. No harm, no foul. They don't say nothing. No one gets in trouble. You're allowed to go there. So please show your support for Karen. Get down to the buffer zone. Tomorrow we're trying to make a big push for it. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we go there and see what happens, right? So with that said, it was a great day for Karen. Great day for the defense. And every day this goes on longer, it looks just more and more and more and more of a cover-up. Well, there's plain old corruption. Poor John O'Keefe got murdered. And what, you know? So, all right, guys. Catch you in the morning. You all have a great night. I love you all. And give some love. Talk to you later, guys.